Africa. That's what Akata
No,
means.
no, sir. It's a pejorative term. I hate when y'all try to lie about what Akata means, but you're lying tethers.
It's
So
trying
we
to
should
say
know.
like you are born in America or in another land, not in Africa. That's what
We're
Akata means.
right, meaning we're different from Africans, which I
It's not
agree.
different. You were born
Yeah,
somewhere.
it
That doesn't mean
is. It is, sir. We're not continental Africans. We're not you. We have a different energy, a different spirit. That's why we cook different than you. We sing different and create music different than you, right?
no, you don't. We eat some similar things like okra, fried okra. You eat. We have that in Africa.
We don't put too much okra in our shit. Y'all get off
So,
that
like,
okra
let me
shit.
bring you
Will
so
y'all
many
shut the
things we
fuck
eat
up with that
together.
okra shit? We don't put okra in a whole bunch of stuff over here anyway, sir.
A couple things with this tether. He first says Akata means somebody born in America, right? I guess an African born American, born in America. Tariq Nasheed asked him, okay, so if you have kids, or because he claims to be an American citizen, you can say, okay, if you had kids, are they Akata? And right there, he would have said no. He's like, okay, I thought the fried okra. I don't know where this lie coming from, but I love fried okra, but I hardly ever eat it because nobody sells it. I was down south in one of those South Carolina spots, the chicken spots. I think they sold fried okra, but yo, I love fried okra. I'm one of those guys who love fried okra, but I promise you, I eat it probably once every 3 4 years because in New Jersey nobody sells it. Nobody sells it. So I don't know what this fried okra lie is. Like it is not plentiful. There's things we do sell like baked mac and collard greens, and those things you can find all the time anywhere where Black Americans are at. But you can hardly ever get access to okra in any sense. But even fried okra, it's that it's not a meal we make regularly. Even when you go to another FBA house, you're likely never to find okra on their table ever. I don't know where this lie come from that we just eat okra. Like yo, some of us like it, but that don't mean we make it. We don't prepare it. That's not a standard item on our food dish, our food plate. That's crazy, man. All right, let me find my. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so I don't know where that okra thing is coming from. 1 second. To eat cats and dogs. Right, and yeah, okra, like somebody says, disgusting. Yeah, okra has neat taste. Like you gotta. It's kind of like a slimy taste. All right, you got weird people like me that loves fried okra. Um, but yeah, okra has a slimy texture to it. The average person is gonna say no. Like I said, weird people like me that get I only eat it really fried. But again, I eat it once every so many years because nobody sells it. Nobody prepares it. So I don't know where like they get this from. Like who's telling these guys that black Americans they love okra?
What dish do you have that tastes like ours? Go.
Okay, so I was trying to invite you guys up on TikTok. So if you want to talk, invite yourself up on TikTok. I was trying to invite you guys up on TikTok. So if you want to talk, just invite yourself up on TikTok.
You guys talk about gumbo. We got jollof rice. Like those are like some
Get that
similarities
whack
we got.
ass
Got like
Jollof.
you gotta go to the South.
We
You
ain't
gotta go
got
to like
nothing that
Mississippi or
Jollof.
Louisiana to understand what
Jollof.
Africa is like.
We don't have nothing like Jollof over here that tastes like no damn Jollof. The hell you talking about?
You can compare the gumbo and jollof rice the same way. You gotta
No, it
stay
ain't.
more
It
in the
ain't even the
South.
same.
Stay
No,
stay in
Jollof and
Mississippi
gumbo.
or Louisiana. You understand what West
Jollof and
Africa is
gumbo
all
ain't the
about.
same.
You see
Jollof
so
and
many
gumbo.
food.
This is why these tethers just be saying shit.
Hello.
I'm just listening up. You know what was new to me? A lot of people like, but it was a shock to me. I don't know where that came up. All of a sudden, some places like them fried chicken and waffles. I never could get into that.
Oh yeah, me either. Yeah. I don't know what that's.
That came out. Just what the hell?
Yeah, that's some big back meal right there. I don't know where that's coming from. I think people just got big backs, been ordering that. Yeah, but I've been seeing that too. Like, yeah, that's not. I'm not into that. Fried hard grease with waffles. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I guess they putting syrup on it if they got the waffles. I don't know, but
Yeah, that's crazy.
it don't sound right to me.
Yeah, if you put in syrup on chicken, yeah, you gotta wait. You gotta wait 300 at minimum.
Well, now here the thing is, I never really had it, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they don't put the syrup on. I just assumed because they said waffles. Or maybe they don't. I don't really know though. I don't know. I just
The syrup on that is funny. Yeah, I'm not into that. There are selected places that do that, and like I said, that's not even like a normal, option when you go out and eat.
Yeah, so that's a whole different thing. Food has changed a lot, though. Nothing has no flavor to it anyway. Most of the time,
Yeah.
not unless you really.
Yeah.
I don't know. All that store bought crap is just not unless you kind of growing it your own self. Really,
Right.
you're not really getting the good flavor of food anymore. It don't even taste right. A lot of stuff don't even have taste to it.
Yeah, they're trying to be safe because they are selling it to like the massive public, and you got people from all over the world that might have weird adverse reactions. So they just be safe and they just sell it like exactly how you explain it, real bland and just hot. Like,
see what I was noticing, a lot of people. Cause I remember when I was a kid, growing up, and we all had a lot of people had their own gardens in one way or another, and you had to do something in that. And that's unfortunate. You don't see that anymore. It's all processed through the foods. And that's where the taste has gone at, because when they process these foods, all like you said, for safety reasons, they got to pasteurize it, cook it and boil it and then add all that salt in to preserve it.
yeah,
Everything's gone. So the good flavor. I remember when I was a kid, when you would have fresh tomatoes, because the tomato is a fruit,
right.
and those were good. You bite into a tomato, you got to add all that crap to it to try to get flavor to. Nobody eats raw tomatoes anymore.
Shit, I do. I was just ripping. Yeah, Thursday and Friday, I got like the cherry tomatoes, and I had like some spinach type dip, and I was using that combination right there, man. Just tomatoes. Yeah, I do.
Oh, and I think that's what's going on with all our health today, really. Why not think? We pretty much know it is.
Yeah, when I was growing up, the commercials will always talk about a balanced diet. So it'll have Cheerios, but it'll have like a banana and a strawberry in it. You know what I mean? So they always say, hey, if you're gonna eat this, make sure to combine it with a healthy, option. So like even in hospitals, I don't know if you know it's not, but in hospitals, they will tell you like on the monitor, the TV thing, they'll tell you like what you shouldn't eat and what you should eat. People just ignore that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, we just got eating. We got eating disorders in this country.
Yep.
People munching out on everything, donuts, cakes, is fast food. This is fast food. America's fast food. And fast food is always cheap. That's just the way it is. You're going to get the worst product in fast food. I see a lot of people, they're overweight, they're having all these health issues. But I guarantee you they digging into fast food.
Oh yeah, and the worst thing you want to do is eat and then eat fast food and then be non-out. So trying to tell these women they want to eat, walk, run. Like you will be a big bag.
What's going on? The biggest problem is across the whole line in America among the blacks and a lot of minorities, but blacks, they got an obesity problem. It's pretty bad. America, really.
A lot of time when I see Lynn, look at who's actually fat and I hear them talk, it be a lot of, bro, I'm not picking. but a lot of them be African or like. Now I know that we foundation got an issue, but I'm just saying bro, because I thought it was to delineate, like, because I never thought that they could be. Now when I'm looking at them, I'm like, wow, like she really ain't from over here, but she would be thrown in the black obesity stat. You know what I mean? So, yep.
Well, I still see it as coming across the black land a lot, only because when income is low, you buy cheap products. I mean, I've been through all that. It's very hard to say I'm gonna go down and get a salad, and you paying $10, $12 for a salad when you can get,
Yes.
back when they used to have 2, 3 pieces of chicken going for $3.99 or $2.99. You got to make a choice, and you can. So I'll just go ahead and pick up one of these old. And you see that all over the place.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about poverty has a lot to do with obesity, because let's say you go to these food banks or pantries that's helping you. It's always, they're giving you the worst of worst, right? Pies, cakes. That's all, they'll stuff you up on all these carbs because it's cheap.
Yeah, and now look,
And so
now let me explain that. Because the logic is, if you got to come to a food pantry, that means you're pretty much going to starve. So anything is better than nothing. It's like that. That's kind of the logic there, right? Yep. Go ahead.
And that's why, yeah, and you're right, and that's what's going on, because and you see that the same with it. I tell people, tell you something else about America. America, I hear people say, "Oh, people are hungry, they're starving." No, that's a lie.
100%.
Not in the USA.
Right.
I've been to countries. I know what starvation is.
Yeah. How are we?
There's somebody's in your condition.
Hey, bro.
I've been to countries where there is nothing to eat in the dumpster.
Hey, bro. Yeah, our crackheads ain't even starving. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, got it. Like starving, the number one sign of starving is somebody skinny as hell. Like, yeah, you can't be like weight on you and you're starving. Like, yo, that doesn't even make sense. So like even our crack, even our,
Have you seen the size of these people standing in welfare lines?
like 900, yeah. Nah, it's like you said, there's health food pantries, like a lot of stuff around. Like people are not, and then like the liberals giving snap everybody. It's just not a certain thing ain't happening over here.
Yeah, but it's unfortunate because of all the health problems that blacks are having in many ways. But it comes down to the diet and exercise. Really, simplicity there.
Yeah, like
More so, I remember when I was having high blood pressure. All that left after I got to eating less and exercising more.
Here's a simple rule of thumb. You got to burn off as many calories you take in.
Yeah. And I can say this here. Now, my father, of course, you hear different stories. Now, he died at 78 years old. It was when he left. I guess some things due to the genetics. And my grandmother lived 103. So all that goes in there. But the thing is, that man, he was from the South. He loved the pig. He crazy about that pig. And oh man, I'm not that much participate with the pig too much. I don't eat oxtails and pig feet and all, and pig ears and all. That's another generation, but he loved that. And he would eat all that all his life, and he smoked ever since age 13. He smoked Camel cigarettes. That was back in the day when they didn't have filters on them. Camel cigarettes, and he drank heavy. But
damn, pork, wine,
but that man worked. Oh my God! You see, today we have people behind the computer. Most people are not. They don't know what real. They even have real labor. They think they do. Even the labor they're doing is not real labor. Yeah. If you have people out there picking, there was a name for that. They used it back in the old days. That 40, 50 pound, 80 pound sledgehammer.
Yeah.
They used to have a name for that. They called it a nigger stick. Because only only ones that could lift it up and use them were black men.
Right.
Victor Muscular, that was the name it was given. You've already seen white folk just didn't.
You gotta say N-word stick on social media.
Or the N-word stick. But that was a nickname that was given to it. Now, the ones they use today, you don't even have that type of poundage.
Right.
One, because machines took over and you don't really need it. So all that, I'm looking at obesity and what's going on is a change of the diet, the food, and let's face it, we're behind computers now. And I tell you something else. If people don't realize it's going to get fatter and worse than ever, and probably within the next 10 years for sure, China's putting out 10,000 robots a day. We're going to get very lazy. And them things are going to be in each person's home. You can already see the way they're making them. We're going to get more lazy. We ain't doing nothing now. We're behind the computer now. You're waiting to see. You can buy little robots going to be pushing the lawnmower. Once the prices come down, I dread to see what's going to happen to the health of America or to people in general, really.
Yeah. It's interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think it's going to play out pretty bad because overall, people, if you don't push yourself, you have a tendency. It's like anything else. Nobody really wants to go to work. If you can be off, you'll be off.
Right.
And if you don't have to lift up nothing, you won't do it. Just sit there in the armchair and have your beer and just watch TV.
And that's why it's important to have certain people around you that's not going to allow you to be like that. Like, for example, if you got an issue, a little problem, a little habit, and all you need is a little encouragement, and you need to meet a significant other who's going to encourage you to get out of that habit. You don't want to meet somebody who just ain't gonna say nothing. And then secondly, the people you hang around with, your friends, you want to make sure they are active, they are actually working, and they work out, because then they'll encourage you to work out. Like you'll see a lot of like thin white tea people working, and they got that big Nigerian woman walking with them, like they convince her to walk with them. That's what happens. Like people are active and you're around them, they're going to encourage you to be active like them. So you got to like hang around people who's going to get you out the house and get you motivated, moving around and working.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's same thing when I was into the weightlifting thing. You get the right people, pretty much the same thing. Because sometimes you wouldn't want to show up, but you knew your friend or somebody else was going to show up, so you'd be there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And,
But what happens is people are lazy minded and they ain't worth a damn. So they'll hang around people who are not into what they're into. So therefore, when you don't want to work out, you're like, all right, well, come to over here with me, because they don't work out anyway. So it's easy to encourage you to get off like what you're doing. That's why it's important to choose your friends wisely, man. Choose your inner circle wisely, and even your significant other. You want people to motivate you, to make you great.
yeah, that's very true. Well, you've heard that ever since your parents told you that ever since you were a kid. That person you hanging out with gonna get you in trouble.
Right. And that's what we're saying, what our parents did that a lot of these kids that's from other countries don't do. Like we were told, like, hey, don't hang around so-and-so. Like they don't do that. Like that's not in their practice of raising kids.
Yeah.
All right. So any last words? Because I'm gonna finish playing the video.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
All right. Let me get the video going. I'm sure people want to hear how this is going to end.
These tethers just be saying shit. Don't nobody eat that. Stop playing, sir.
What I mean, I mean jambalaya. That's what I'm trying to say.
Let me ask you real quick. Did you already hop off? Oh, damn. Yeah, then you said, how you feel about okra? Real quick before you leave, how you feel about okra? Let me see.
Oh, it's okra.
Yeah.
Climate food. Yeah, I eat nothing. Who don't cook them things hard, well done. Oysters,
Yeah.
that's about it. Be into all that. I think one day, and I have tried okra but I just same reason I don't care for it. Now another thing I haven't really had that you might have something to say so real quick, and it's along those same lines. I've never really had, again, some people from the South will be able to attest to this here. Fried green tomato. Have you had that?
No, I ain't never had that. I would try it though.
Yeah, it was a big thing. Right, same thing. You fix it up pretty much the same way you do okra. Only you have to make sure you get the fried, the green tomatoes, not red tomatoes.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good to me. I'll try it.
You can walk through the recipe. It's very, I understand, very tasty. I never had it, but I remember again, my father's from the South, so it was a big thing for him.
All right. Well, all right. Thank you. I want to know your opinions about okra because there's a narrative that Black Americans just eat okra all day, and I'm just saying, not only don't we not eat it, it's even hard to find. Like if you want to go out and buy it or somewhere, like that option is like not available. It's not an option you're gonna see at a like many restaurants in Black American neighborhoods. You're not, and even like home cooked meals. Like if you're invited to somebody's house for dinner, or you just over there, like for whatever reason they making dinner, you're gonna hardly ever see okra in somebody's kitchen.
Well, the worst type there is. It was when I don't know what part of the state you're in. When they had that Church's chicken,
Yeah.
they would have fried okra, and occasionally.
Right.
And it could, like I said, that's not always a good way to try anything from a fast food place. But it had, and I don't know, because you say you eat it, but I don't like the grease behind it, all that oil in it. But I don't know if it's being cooked right or not. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the thing, and I'll say this, and I'll play the videos. Last thing, when you make it yourself, you're actually putting in grease. So it's gonna be greasy, but it tastes good, right? But at a fast food restaurant, they don't really. A lot of them don't even drop food in grease anymore. They just put it in some type of heat and microwave thing, and here you go, right? It ain't even greasy. Yeah. So a lot of those. So now it depends what year you're talking about. If you're talking about Church's chicken in the 2000s, 90s, then yes, it was in grease. If you're talking about it right now, it's probably not even dropped in grease. Yeah. All right. Let me get the video going, brother, because I got a couple videos I got to play. Thank you very much.
Gumbo,
Yeah,
jambalaya. Gumbo is
ain't even the same.
gumbo is like pepper soup. Like it's a different
That
kind
ain't
of dish in
that
Africa.
pepper soup
That
shit.
is like
don't take-
gumbo.
That
All right. So I'm gonna fast forward this part right here.
pepper soup nasty is ain't the same thing as
Dish on the black race. It's
you not a Nigerian telling us about division, and y'all got what, about 5-6 active wars going on in your homeland now with all them damn tribes, and you telling us about division, sir? Really?
yeah, I have to. Like you are trying to
Y'all
bring
got active
separation.
wars
There is
going on in your
nothing
homeland
like
right now,
FBA.
sir. Y'all got active wars in your homeland. That's why you fled.
I bet all your
conflict.
document form says African American.
We ain't got no active wars with each other over here, sir. Even gangs ain't even warring like that, sir. Y'all got active wars over in your homeland, talking about some damn division with all them damn tribal groups over there. You got hundreds of different tribal groups in your own homeland, sir.
So I bet you all your government forms says African American. None of them recognize you as a FBA. So why are you trying to bring?
So he said none of our government forms says FBA, Foundation for Black American. I mean, I don't even understand what that even means. Like the government putting something on form. What is that supposed to? Okay, so the government had Negro on form at one point. It had a whole bunch of things on form at one point. What does that mean? It just the government put things on a form. You dig? The government had colors only, right? What does that mean? We're colored people? Like, nah, yeah, your government can bug out. It could be a tyrant government. It can say things, but just because your government says something doesn't mean it's true. People. Here's the fact. I had to mute you. Let me just make some noise in the background. People name themselves. That's just a fact. Don't matter what your government have on a form. It doesn't matter what your op has on a form. It doesn't matter what white tea supremacists have on a form for you. People name themselves. That's just a fact. The government does not name people. That's a fact. People name themselves. If you look at organizations, do the government name the organizations or do they name themselves? Even the gangs name themselves. The government just classify you. That's not naming you. So a lot of these people are too remedial to know the difference between classification and identification. Okay? If you got a driver's license, a motor vehicle's driver's license, it's going to have your ID is there, right? That's your name and address. And then it says Class D. It classifies you too with the Class D, Class A, but that's not your name. So even on your driver's license, they have a classification and an identification, and they're separate. So our government classifies everybody, not just us, everybody, into a racialized group. And that's for census purposes, right? To keep track of you, to establish, keep the hierarchy of systemic racism alive and well. That's it. It's not there to identify you. It's there to classify you for whatever negative agenda they have.
Bring us something different.
We as foundational Black Americans, we don't wait on white approval. See, that's that village mindset that you have, sir, where you can't do nothing until the white helicopters show up dropping off Red Cross rice, and Sally Struthers show up with a hairbrush and some malaria vaccines and shit. We're different, sir. We don't wait on white approval for anything. I love TikTok Shop. We just do things and keep it pushing because we're that strong culturally. We are not waiting on approval to recognize our foundational Black American lineage. It's already up. We've already delineated, and now everybody else is catching up to it, and you can't do anything about it. You can't reverse it. It's up and it's stuck, ladies and gentlemen, right?
But the white man still gave you freedom. At the end of the day, they still freed you.
They didn't give us nothing. No, sir. We got our own freedom by fighting for our freedom, sir. That's your mindset, that colonizer mindset. We fought for every freedom that we had, sir. We put belt to ass. Even in the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln said the Civil War would not have been won without the Black freedmen. So, sir, we put in our own work. We didn't wait on white mommy and white daddy to give us a green pass or a green card to do what we need to do. That's you, sir. You have to go to the green card office and bussy pop in order to get citizenship somewhere and make deals, and y'all had to sign treaties with the Europeans. Foundational Black Americans never signed no damn treaty with the white supremacists. We've never made a surrender deal. It's always been up. We never legitimized white supremacy and never legitimized them, sir. That's what makes us different, and that's why you're over here with us, sir, with your ashy flip-flops pressing the damn pedal to the metal in your Uber. Go ahead.
So you see why you guys will never measure up to white tea? Because the way you guys think, the way you
Measure
guys
up to them.
always
Who are
want
they? No.
things,
That's
like
your tether mindset. Measure up to them.
you can never, because they give you the freedom.
Listen to this subjugated tether. That's why we ain't building up.
Now, I would have asked them, if we're measuring up to white people, who are you measuring up to? If we got to measure up to white tea people, who are you measuring up to? The hyenas, the gorillas, the lions in your homeland? Like, who are you measuring up to? The crocodiles are trying to eat you every day? Like, come on, man. Like, really? Because y'all definitely not measuring up to what? Us?
Nothing with them. You would never measure up to the white man. He is so great. That's why these folks got colonized and you're the majority over there and you still getting whooped on now. That right there, ladies and gentlemen. You hear this, Tether? You hear? Now, family,
That's the way the world is structured, okay? So these are deals from government folks from different countries.
Okay, bye, think that's all I need to hear from this defeated Tether. All right, let me see who we got. Man, let me see who's that. So we're different from our ancestors? Hold on, so we're different from still got something. Still got love. Hop on in, sir. You saying stuff in the chat. It's best if you come up and just say it yourself, sir. Mr. Still Got Love or whatever your name is. Still got. There you go.
Yo.
It's Still Got Love, right?
What's up, man?
There you go. Now you're Caribbean, right?
There you go.
Jamaica, Trinidad, Jamaica?
Somewhere roundabouts there.
All right. It ain't too many Caribbean islands like that where you could be from. Is either Haiti, Jamaica, or Trinidad. So which one is it?
Well, I'm gonna be from one.
It sounds like Jamaica, right?
What's your
Right?
question? You brought me up here. What's your question, sir?
Foreigners, I really need you to help me out. I cannot relate to somebody asking you where your origins are from or your homeland, and you're just ashamed to tell it. I'm thinking people should be proud of where they from, regardless of whom and what. Right? You should have some type of sense of dignity, self-respect, and proudness. You need a James Brown song for you. Y'all want to cosplay stuff and remix stuff. Y'all should cosplay the I'm black and I'm proud. Y'all should cosplay that and put it in your own version. I'm Nigerian and proud, Jamaican and proud, African and proud, and Haitian and proud. Y'all really need a proud song. Y'all are really ashamed of your homeland. You're ashamed to let people know where you extend from. Black Americans, we could live in a Carter. We could live in the worst projects of the worst project of worst projects. We ain't gonna be sitting around acting like we ain't from the project. Yeah, where you from? South Side Projects or North Wing Project? We just gonna say it. And we like, what? What? Like, you got something to say? What? Say it then. You feel me? That's our attitude. Like, we ain't gonna be, yeah, I'm from over there. Now what? What you got to say? We ain't gonna be like, nah, what does that matter? I'm somewhere in Chicago. I'm somewhere in California or LA. Like, nah, we'd be like, I'm from so-and-so projects. What's up? And we be daring you to say something bad about the projects. Well, I heard over there. Yeah, go ahead. What's up? Because what you about to say sound like you looking for trouble. Yeah, that'd be our attitude. We don't be afraid and ashamed to establish where we're from, because we know our goal at that moment is to do better. Is to live better. It's like, yeah, I live there right now, but my goal is to live better. So I'm gonna push towards that. It's not to return there and have my own kids and they're there. You dig? My goal is to do better. That's our goal. But I cannot relate to people when asked about their homeland. Oh, it's somewhere in the islands. It's somewhere near, like that. That shamefulness is something like FBAs really can't relate to. And we look at it as like, why should we respect you? Like, you don't respect yourself. It's like, so why should I respect you going forward? And that's how you end up being called an African Booties graduate, things like that. We were like, who the hell is ashamed to be where they from? Like, that was normally white people growing up in the 90s and 2000s, asking where they from, and like they'll act like they ain't from like a Europe, because they know Europe ain't really in good shape, and like they'll just try to say America or a better place. And so when we see like Haitians and Africans doing it, we're like, what is going on?
Okay. I just want to know who I'm talking to. I just like to know who I'm talking to. Are you in the UK right now?
Yes, sir.
Right. All right. So you're Jamaican. You're Jamaican, right? You're Windrush, baby.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
You know, I'm not sure about the Windrush, baby. And you see that misconception that you have. Stop thinking that black people only came to the UK in the advent of the Windrush. That's a misnomer. They have been there from Roman times, from before the Anglo-Saxons set shore.
But they didn't have. But
to be contextually correct, contextually correct, my family have been there since the 1950s. You're correct. Go ahead.
Right, the Windrush era, right? I was kind of right.
Yeah, but
right, there you go. So you went all that, and I was right. But it's okay.
The reason
I'm usually about a lot of stuff. I'm usually right. Okay.
No, but you're not right, because you paint the picture.
But it's just like, you sound Haitian. What do you mean? Haitian hell? I'm right. There's no.
You said something about, the thing, so at what point did you stop being like your ancestors then? That was my question. Something clear,
Yeah. Okay, listen, black. The only black Americans or the only black people are black Americans who call ourselves Native Black Americans, Foundation Black Americans. We're the only blacks. There's no way to be black if you're not foundational to America.
I want to add a caveat so you can get my personality. Don't think I'm only yeah. Asking me,
I understand that you can't understand. When I said black logic, you're the black as a racial classification by white people. You're the black because look at your dark skin, or you're black culturally. I make the same argument. It's like, so which black are you? Because you can only claim you're black because white people made up the racial construct, social construct called race. Race is made up racist constructs, and you can only be black because the white person said, "Look how dark he is." That's it. Like, so you're not black ethnically, culturally. That's something for us, black Americans. So I mean, how do they get one, but then they can't get it on the other end? And that's why a lot of them could get it. Okay, but it's like giving up the whole finesse. So you see the way he broke down Africa, you know he knows he's not black. Because I would give black to him that same way. Hey, how are you black? And he's forced to say, because the whitey man called me black. I'm like, yeah, well, that sucks for you because we're not black because a whitey man called us black. Black because we called ourselves black. So we're even black differently. And I'm going to get to Big B, Little B in a second.
If you ask me, am I continental? It's a silly question to ask. My passport, am I experience with the... So when someone asks on the most three things that apply to you either, and sentences. Well, you know, a person could you cease to be from clear a boss.
Okay. I'm answering it by putting it in this context.
It's the New Yorkers Irish?
I'm asking because you get Irish.
Okay, so
even though you have an Irish,
right? So that is not a logical fallacy. Tariq is actually following his logic. So Tariq, that's what I do over here. I'm saying, well, according to your logic, if you're saying if we have some of this ancestry, this genetics in our DNA profile, DNA makeup, if it's there, then we become that. So Tariq is asking you, well, don't a lot of y'all got Irish genetics, Irish ancestry? Are you, so according to your logic, aren't you Irish? And the guy seen it, and he did Babel. He sidestepped it because it doesn't make any sense. So Tariq is only following his logic. So he didn't assert his own logic. He's following his. So if there's an illogical fallacy, it's on the guy because he's applying it one way, but can't see it work the other way. The same thing with the African being used three different ways. So a lot of these texts, like a lot of them actually know better. but they're used to coming to FBA spaces where a lot of guys be just chimping out on some primitive stuff, just cussing folks out. But when they talk to sensible FBAs like myself, like the brother, let me see, when they talk to us, this doesn't work. The critic, V4, and everybody who be coming up, all the FBAs who come up to talk to me, this doesn't work on us. We'd be like, dude, are you trying this? Really? Really? You want to try this with me? Okay. Like, for example, I talked to Chaco yesterday. Chaco was arguing that he agrees that Africans were brought over here from Europe. They were sold to whitey people, right? But he says the representation of Africans coming to America, it wasn't the number that's being taught. I said, I'm listening. So then, like, he went on to do the Indian rant. So I was like, okay, look, now I know what questions to ask people on the fly. I'm listening to his logic. I'm listening to his argument. And here I go. I'm saying, like, so I'm going to get right to the chase. Okay, bro. When we look at 50 million Foundation Black Americans, how many of them will have that African genetic from the first Africans that got here? He said a small percentage. So I said, so basically, when you look at the 50 million Foundation Black Americans, like about 80, 90% of them don't have no African genetics. They're just Indians. He's like, yeah. I'm like, bro, can you show me this? Can you prove this? And then he went to a website, the NIH, the National Institute of Health, something like that. And we looked through it, and he eventually sent me the article that he was reading from. Okay. That's the worst thing you want to do. The worst thing you want to do is send me your article. I know you're misrepresenting it. So I got the article. I gave it back to him. And now this guy is supposed to be going for his doctorate degree. So he ain't your average fool. FOL. Sorry, TikTok. I love you. Food. He ain't your average foodie. I said food, TikTok. I said FOOD, foodie. So he's not your average FOOL. But he became one that day. I'm like, dude, the article you gave me, it doesn't and then he tried to argue like, hey, how can Black Americans like grow that rapidly from, and this is the argument a lot of those Indians have, hey, how can Black Americans grow so fast from this time point? Okay. His article he actually gave me, the whole point of the article was to explain how that's possible. How it's possible to be this many people and grow this fast, this rapidly to this many people. His article called that growth exponential growth. It even highlighted this ain't normal. This is unusual. But the guy going for his doctorate degree somehow thought unusual because he said this is impossible. I was very clear with the guy. I didn't want to like catch him with a gotcha. I said, my guy, you said it's impossible. Your article said it's unusual. Do you believe impossible equals unusual? And he was tether babbling with that. So then finally, he was like, they ain't the same. I said, okay, so you still think it's impossible for this exponential growth to happen? I'm trying to give this guy a way out, right? I don't got to do gotchas. I'm still going to win. So he was like, yeah, man, impossible. That's okay. Let's read your article. Let's see if your article says impossible. Anyway, his article actually was there to prove or explain how the exponential growth happened. It was there to argue for me. What I'm pointing out to is a guy who's going for his doctorate degree, had an article that speaks against his argument, didn't even know that. So then later on, at some point in the dialogue, he said, okay, I got to admit, I didn't really read the article. And I said, yeah, we're different. I would never come on the World Wide Web with an article and read the headline and never look through the article. We are different. And I tried to warn the guy, yo, you're talking to me, my dude. Like, I'm one of the baddest human beings on earth when it comes to debating. You don't want to do that over here. I don't give a damn what you're going to school for. I don't care what you know. Calculus, all these high maths and bro. Listen, man, when it comes to debating, yeah, you might want to keep that in these weak spaces. You don't want to come over with that. He didn't take heed to my warnings. and that was a live from yesterday. I could check it out. It's on YouTube and TikTok. And he's welcome to come back on today because I looked into it a little more. So anybody with that argument that we're Indians and all this crazy stuff, you are welcome to. I'm gonna put the Zoom link in there in a second, but YouTube, invite yourself up. Yeah, I'm gonna be serving y'all, and I'm gonna touch on Dane Calloway for a fact, saying that Harriet Tubman never existed. We're gonna review his evidence. Right, we're gonna review his evidence how Harriet Tubman never existed. I'm telling you, I'm warning you right now. Remedial alert. Remedial alert. I mean, the logical fallacies he came up with was embarrassing. This dude Dane Calloway, embarrassing. So I'm warning y'all now. When we go over his proof, remedial alert.
Accent is an Irish accent.
But no,
You're not
talking
Irish,
about-
are you?
I've got a British accent. I'm not related to the Queen.
I'm talking about.
All right, somebody wanted to hop on. Let's see who was hopping on. Okay, TJ. Okay, TJ Black. Yes, sir.
Good day, sir.
I'm doing great, man. Great morning. Oh, now I want to warm up.
Sir, I like what you're doing. You know what I mean? FBA all day.
Yes, sir.
You know, on both sides of the family, all the way back to the 1600s.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's going on now? You know, Africanists. You know, that's the way I was raised.
Right.
You know, I'm from the first Pan-African city in California. You know what I mean? East Palo Alto, California. You know, you can look it up. We got red, black, and green flags in our city hall.
Really?
You know what I mean?
Wait. Let me look that up.
Raised up under the deli. He's still alive today. He started it.
Wait, so was that the guy that went down south? Okay.
From Cleveland, and he came out to California to get his PhD. He got a PhD from Stanford, and he started. So we were part of we were unincorporated in the county, and they were just stealing our tax money.
Okay.
So he incorporated East Palo Alto, started Nairobi Village. You know what I mean? And these are our elders. You know,
Okay.
These are the ones that brought us up under. Of course, you know, Pan-Africanism. They were all that's not his original name, Omodeli.
Right.
They all the elders changed their name to African names and things like that. You know, but we moved away from that because we see, you know, that there was no return in that.
Right.
You know, you know, everybody was welcome, the Haitians, Jamaicans, you know, Africans, but you know, they just came, benefited, and you know what I'm saying, and tow off.
Right, took advantage. It's called East what? How you spell that?
East, in front of.
Okay. Oh, so it's a East Palo Alto County
City.
So East P. I got this big train behind me. East PALOA.
Yeah. Words. East first, then Palo. EALO.
Okay, Alto. Oh, I got it. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. So it means tall tree in Spanish.
Okay.
That's what Palo Alto means.
So
you know,
why do you choose a Spanish word, not an African word?
Well, no, we didn't choose it.
Okay.
We're in California.
Right.
California used to be owned by the Spanish. The whole California did by the Mexicans. Then the white people took it. So you know, you got El Camino, East Palo Alto, San Mateo, San Bruno. These are all Spanish names. You know, Los Angeles. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Now, I thought my fault. I thought you were saying that you guys were getting gypped out of your tax money, so you guys came up with your own little city. All right.
We annexed from the county and became East Palo Alto and made our own city. Yeah, we did, but we didn't name the city.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, we just took where we were at. You know, that was the black area. You know, so when the blacks came, my grandfather moved. When my grandfather moved to East Palo Alto, it was all white people on his street. Within 6 months, they were all gone.
Wow. Yeah. White flight is real. So what was the you know, they always ask us this. So let me ask you, like, the Nairobi movement, like, what was their end game? Like, what was they hoping to accomplish?
First Pan-African president of Ghana, right? So you got to realize back in the 60s
Kwame Nkrumah
and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I went to school with him. Yep. Before he, yeah, they was in college together, HBCUs. So you got to realize that a lot of the Africans went to HBCUs.
Yeah, I know that. Right.
Yeah. So, you know, they had this Pan-African movement, right? So the thing about it was that they were supposed to go back to Africa, establish homelands for us, and we were supposed to open up trade and build up this Pan-African movement, right? But what they didn't take into consideration was the tribalism of the Africans. You know what I mean? We're the only group of black people that just look at each other as your skin colors being black. You know, Africans are tribal. And they're also, you know, they're resource orientated because they don't have a lot of resources over there. You know what I mean? We come from abundance, right? So, you know, even though, like, being poor in America is not like being poor anywhere else, right? You're going to eat.
I got to find a way. Yeah, do me a favor and follow me, because I got to find a way to get you. I got another guy who actually went and lived in Ghana in the 1980s on a Pan-African trip. So I would love to get you guys together to, like, explain this stuff, because we really don't know about all this stuff. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. So wait, let me say this. So basically, they weren't doing a Umar, just running their mouth to my Pan-African and all these 19 V's. But I be telling people, if you're gonna practice something, right, just go do it. Like, stop talking about it and shouting at it. Go live it. So y'all actually went and lived it. Right.
Serious about this, he would already have a school.
Right.
He would already be doing the work on the level that he could be doing it. You know what I mean? So it's funny that you mentioned him. You know what I mean? Because I refused to support him in the beginning because I saw right through him from jump.
Yep.
Because people that are passionate about their people, they do the work. Like, you know, me and my cousin, we didn't send hundreds of black kids to school for free. You know what I mean? We didn't put hundreds of people through trade school. You know,
Right.
That you can talk.
Right.
You know, not going to jail no more. You know, back in the day.
Now look. Let me insert this. I tell my audience and supporters, because I'm on YouTube and TikTok right now live. So almost every time I'm on TikTok live, I'm on YouTube live. I tell them that I'm not I'm about to do person. If I got a thought, I'm doing it. Right now, watch this. I also talk about proof of concept. The fact that Umar, don't forget, Umar first went at that university, right? What I'm saying is this: if the idea you have is really good, you will establish proof of concept to get people to buy into what you're doing. Bill Gates, just name Elon Musk. Everybody in the world started small and grew it. This guy wanted to start big from the beginning, like Marcus Garvey. And this is when you know you're dealing with a scammer, because they don't want to nurture it and grow it. They want to start big from the beginning so it can be in and out. So it's really a pump and dump. Hey, give me all the money. It didn't work, and blame the white team, man, and then get out all the money like Jay Morrison did with the Black House. But anyway, go ahead. Yep.
Like, nope, there's just no way. There's no ROI. There's no proof of concept.
Right.
You know, and see, the funny thing about our people, right? You know, it's unfortunate, right? But they want to be involved in these grandiose ideas when there's a lot of stuff that is very simple, that's very effective. Like, junior college is one of the most effective things out there. You know what I mean? For making wealth.
Right.
You know, you can go to junior college and get a, in California, junior college is free if you don't got no money. You can go there and get your lecture. Yeah.
Oh damn!
Yeah.
I'm about to go to California.
So California, if you make if you make like minimum wage and stuff like that, junior college is free. They pay for your books, everything.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And here's another thing that we need to be using too. That we use in our family. I don't know about other states, but in California, if you're in parochial school, right? So if you're in kindergarten through 12, you can go to junior college for free.
Wow.
All the way up to the second semester of UC, right? So we utilize that. We got the latest one. Our little cousin just got into Howard at 16.
Wow.
You know, she has 60 credits from junior college that she had been going to school since she was little. You know what I mean? So that's a good way to cut down on your education and all that type of stuff, right? But once it, right,
Right.
So utilize that.
So now explain that when you say it's not glamorous.
Right. So like, I got this special academy. I got these special people. You come, we're going to give you secret knowledge on how to do this special crypto and all this other stuff, right? Instead of saying, hey, go get you a trade, invest in real estate, save 10% of your money every day, right? These are things that work, that make millionaires, right? You know what I mean? But it's not glamorous. It's not fast.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, I wanted people to hear that. Like, so a lot of times when they got this package, this like millionaire package, is usually like garbage. And places like Earn Your Leisure, they have all these fake gurus on there. Yep.
Black preacher syndrome, right? Where they like to hear the guy talk, and you want to blame the opposition.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
All your failures.
Yeah. But see, what it really come down, and I'm starting to see it now, right? What Black people is starting to realize now, that you have to work together, right? So let me give you a classic example, right? I used to sell cigarettes, right? I used to work for JTI, Japanese Tobacco International, right?
Okay.
And so they have a contract for like all the lower brand cigarettes, right?
Yeah.
So I used to deal with these Arab stores quite a bit, right? And in the Bay Area, the Yemenis, what they do, they have their tribes, right? So they come from these tribes, right? And what they do is they put money together. So it's like 300-400 people, maybe 1,000 people that's a part of this tribe, right? And then, they have like, 4 or 5 wives, depending on how much money they got, right? And what they do is they pool their money, and they, when a person becomes of age, they'll buy them a store, right? You know what I'm saying? And then, once he gets up on his feet, he has to contribute back into the pot, right? And all of them dudes are millionaires. And it's not because they super smart, they just work together. You know what I mean? And that's what finally I see Black people are starting to do, right? And the biggest thing that we got to learn is don't worry about the people that don't want to work together. You just get rid of them, you know what I mean? And work with the people that want to work together.
I said that to my boy yesterday. That's like a fake Pan-African, and he was saying, we gotta all. I said, bro, there's no people on earth who all got together. I said, bro, what you got to do is get to the like-minded people who want to work with you, and you work with them, and then I do the same thing. We all connect like that, and then like he agreed later. I said, yeah, but you gotta get out of this. We all gotta do something. Like, stop it.
It's funny, right? I smoke cigars, right? So I'll be going to the cigar bar and I'll be talking to people and stuff. I came across this Korean dude, right? And he told me this story. It's sort of like what the Africans do, the susu. You know what the susu is? Yeah. So they do the same thing, right? And he told me a story about one time the dude ran off with his portion of the susu, right? Korean dude. Yeah. And they didn't even trip. They just put him on the blacklist and kept on going, right? So there's millions of stories like that, right? You know what I'm saying? Of you look at all these people, they all work together. Nah, it's a bunch of thieves, dope fiends, you know, and all type, just like everybody else, but they just don't concentrate on those people. They put them on the blacklist and they keep on with program. That's how they you know what I'm saying? And that's what black people got to do. Stop worrying about the people that don't want to do nothing and worry about the people that do want to do something. Right. Work with them, you know what I'm saying? Build up, make sure everybody is getting something out of the deal and build wealth, right? So when you look at these things, right, what I think our biggest problem is a lack of proper leadership. And that starts at home, right? You know what I'm saying? Like one of the biggest problems that I've been seeing on a personal level that I'm dealing with, my cousin's dealing with, my uncle's dealing with, is that our women are out of control. Well, what I mean by that, they don't understand the basics of building wealth is family. You know, if you look at all these other groups, when you get to the bottom of it, they have a strong family unit. And they have their problems, right? But they just keep it amongst themselves. They don't get on the internet and bash each other. You know what I mean? They make, you know, as long as they both benefiting from the situation, they make the best of it and move on. And that's one of our biggest problems right now, right? We got this situation where a lot of the women are looking at things for just what they can get out of it instead of looking at the family unit. And that's kind of holding us back right now. You know what I mean? But the good part about it is the men are identifying that and they're not messing with those women no more. So they're going to have to change. You know what I mean? And I'm starting to see that a little bit too, you know? But the thing about it is, I just want to tell you, brother, you need to keep doing what you're doing, man. We need people like you that's out here speaking the truth.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? Not getting obfuscated with all this other bullshit. Because, see, you got to understand something, right? Now, going back to East Palo Alto, right? So just so people realize stuff that this is important. There is opposition out there, right? Since the 60s, there has been government groups that have been put together specifically to keep black people from getting together, to keep Africans and African Americans, right, for lack of a better term, you know what I'm saying, to keep us from connecting with the continent, right? We should be.
Now, y'all know I don't agree with that. That's the Pan-African stuff.
Raw material, you know what I mean? We should be the ones that's doing it. But what has happened is we've been interfered with over the years, right? So, you know, I just want to make people aware that there is a plan out there. There has been a plan out there to keep us separated, right? But be that as it may, you can only deal with the reality of what's going on. The people from the continent, the people from the Caribbean, they are not our friends. That's just what it is. It's unfortunate. You know what I mean? But that's just what it is. So we need to concentrate on ourselves, work amongst ourselves. We are the richest group of black people on this earth. You know what I mean? Any way you want to cut it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We have the most wealth. We also too, like, here's another thing that needs to be spoken on, right? Our women are the most educated people in running business, right? If you look at black women in their degrees, right? Business administration, communication, accounting, right? Black women have contributed to the amassing of white wealth, right? Into the trillions of dollars, right? With their administration skills, right? You know what I mean? They go to these companies, and people don't understand. When you work at these companies, right? You're making somebody else rich, right? A job is an opportunity to make somebody else rich. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Now, yeah. I'm not saying don't work, but be aware that the real wealth comes from business ownership, equity, things like that. It does not come from working, right? Very few millionaires are made from working, like less than 1%. 99% of most millionaires are entrepreneurs, right?
Yeah.
So what we got to do is we got to look at the skills that we have, and we have to monetize it for ourselves, right? If you just look at the black women, right? You look at these sororities. You know, it's funny, right? My soon-to-be ex-wife, her mother is one of the top Deltas, right? So I've been to a couple of Delta conventions and things like that. you look at the level of education, you look at the level of experience that these women have, right? You know what I mean? In business, right? Running these businesses and things like that, right? That's trillions of dollars of expertise that's just going into white people's hands, right? You know what I mean? And that needs to be addressed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know how, you know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, everybody got to live, you got to take care of your kids, you got to do all these type of things, but there should be some bandwidth left to use some of your skills for yourself. You know what I mean?
I agree.
And those are one of the things that need to be addressed. Now, it's funny because a lot of it has to do with our roots, right? Because our elders weren't allowed to work in certain areas, right? You know what I mean? So if you go back to the 20s, 30s, and 40s, we were heavy entrepreneurs because we were locked out, right? Like I said, I'll go back to my in-laws. They, their grandfather had an insurance company, right? That he sold. That's $1 billion company now, right?
Damn.
You know what I mean? But he wanted his kids to go get jobs because he wasn't able to, he had a degree in finance, but they wouldn't let him work in the banks, right? And he lost the plot. He didn't understand, right? And that got passed on to us, where we get this pride in making something, working in corporate America, making somebody else rich. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and I'm taking my own advice. I'm in sales, and I finally switched myself over to working for myself. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm doing these end of the year reviews. I'm making these people $1 million. I'm making them $2 million, and I'm getting less than 10%. You know what I mean? Now I'm getting a salary. I'm getting a car. I'm getting all this. I got a good life, but in the grand scheme of things, right? If I work for myself for 1 month, for 1 year with the same results, I wouldn't have to work again.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So these are the things that need to be discussed. And what I like about you, the reason why I listened to you and started following you is because you keep people from getting into the weeds with these tethers. You feel me?
Yeah.
Wasting their time arguing and trying to convince somebody of your superior. That's self-evident, right? We're the most talented, most recognized group of people on this earth. You know what I'm saying? We also see, a lot of people don't understand something, right? Do you know, a lot of people don't even realize this. Do you know that a Black American owns a patent on the computer?
Really?
Yes. Yeah. We when it comes down to science, Black Americans were on the forefront on a lot of things. GPS, the computer, a lot of stuff, but we was just working for somebody else. We just had a mind to be a part of this corporate America. You know what I'm saying? So what we got to do is just refocus on, on building ourselves. Because if you look what the problem comes, like in East Palo Alto, there are no more Black people left there, just a few. My grandmother's there, you know what I mean? But she's elderly, she's 98 years old. My uncle just died, you know what I'm saying? So that house is probably gonna be, removed. But what happens is, in these urban areas, right, where that's close to all the money, that's close to the education, that's close to the infrastructure, what happens is we get pushed out of those areas because we don't have because we don't have a game plan, right? So what happens is, instead of buying property, working together, securing stuff, we go after everything individually. You know what I'm saying? We end up renting. And then what they do is they raise the rent and stuff up as it becomes more profitable. And then we move to cheaper places, build those places up, and then they come in and do the same thing. And then we move more rural, right? So these are the things that need to be spoken about and redirected to people, right? So they can start understanding how this process works, right? If you look at all of the Black places that was when I was a kid, right? So you have Black neighborhoods in Dallas, New York, California, in all these major cities, right? All of those places, we got pushed out. Baldwin Hills, East Palo Alto, Richmond, Oakland, Dallas, right? The black neighborhood in Dallas, Austin, all those places there's no more black people there, right? You know what I mean? They've been pushed out to the suburbs, pushed out to rural areas where there's no education, there's no access to money, the wages are lower, you know what I mean? And these should have been powerhouses for us to make wealth out of, because we already own the property there, you know, but we just didn't have a group mindset. You see what I'm saying? And that's one of our biggest problems. Everybody is working against us, and we don't realize that, right? The first thing immigrants do when they come over here is they want to separate themselves from Black Americans, right? So they'll move into your neighborhood, you know what I mean? They'll smile in your face. As soon as they get some power and get some numbers, they start working against you. You know what I mean? And we have to realize that and start putting buffers up, you know? And that's why I like what's going on with us with this ethnogenesis. You know, we're naming ourselves, we're separating ourselves, and the next step is to work together. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I'm glad you young brothers are out here pushing that. We need that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's why, like you said, it's important to delineate because for the various reasons, working against us, blah blah blah, and the us is very important to identify because everybody is skin folk, and look what I'm gonna say. Everybody that's skin folk in their minds ain't kinfolk. So in their minds, when they come over here, they even though they're not us, they're not confused when they come over. They know they're not us, and they go ahead and serve their own agenda, right? But the problem is we think they're us. So we start to include them in those things you're talking about, and they don't be interested. It's like, okay, what we doing, right? So now that can discourage somebody. So that's why it's important to know who the us is, so we can do what we both said earlier and select the people who are really down. So we ain't just hitting and missing. We like, hey, are you down? You down, and we move. So delineation is very, very, very important to that.
Now I spent some time in Ghana. You know what I'm saying? So I can speak directly to how they feel about us. You know what they call Black Americans in Ghana?
A brony.
When I was in, a brony. And you know what a brony translates?
White man.
Yep, 100%. That's what they call us. So that tells you how they feel about us. Ain't no brother. Now one thing I will say, if you do marry over there and you do and then you have a child, that goes away. So that's just a one generation thing. I will say that. You know what I mean? You know, if you marry and you speak the language, right? Then they consider you African, right? I will say that. But when you first come over there, there is no brotherhood, there is no inclusive. They just trying to get as much as they can get up out of you. That's it, and that's all. You know what I mean? So don't have any in your brain that there's brotherhood. They don't treat you how we treat them when they come over here.
Right.
They are not a target. You know what I mean? When they come over here.
Yeah, at all.
We ain't trying to rob them. You're gonna have bad experiences with anybody.
Yeah, of course. But we don't have our hand out like, give me money.
We're not trying to scam them. We're not trying to, bankrupt them, get them into bad business deals, any of that type of stuff. We're not trying to do that. Right? Now, like I said before, delineation, like you said before, delineation is a must. You know what I mean? Because once you put up walls, then people will respect you. You know what I'm saying? You know, they'll stop coming into your spaces. They'll stop
or not,
or
not, but we still got to keep moving.
Yeah. But I'm saying they have no choice.
Yeah, see, because the thing is, not to want to say, like you said earlier, you said we got to stop trying to convince people, and also I'm not trying to gain respect from people. I'm like, as long as my lineage respects me, I'm moving on.
Yeah, exactly. And see, like, you got this fool down here in the comments, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
wait. TikTok shop, you cannot say that FOOL word at all. They will.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, restrict me ASAP. Hey, TikTok shop, I love you. We said food. We said FOOD, food.
Yeah, you got this dude down here, like these type of people, this NY, you just block him and move on. You know what I mean? Don't even engage with him. Because see, these are the type of people, and he's probably paid. You know, they got those click farms over there too, where they pay these dudes.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know what I mean? You know, so those type of people, you should just block them. Because, you know, he hasn't said if you look at this, right? He hasn't said anything of intelligence. You know, he just up here gainsaying everything we got to say, right? So this is a disingenuous person, you know, and you should not, and just as an example, we should not be engaging with these type of people. You know what I mean?
Is his name Mr. Gray?
It's NY. Looks like,
yeah.
NY.
Nah, because Mr. Gray is somebody who comes by often and just say the most disparaging, crazy things, and it's like, listen, you block one, 30,000 come to replace that one.
Yeah, it's like, are you saying anything intelligent? Everything I said, everything we just talked about was more than intelligent, right? But you know, anyway. The point of it is you're gonna have these people. I'm glad you got the good attitude about not allowing them to dissuade you from what you're doing, right? Because here's the beautiful thing about now, right? Our movements are leaderless, so they can't target our leaders like they did back in the day. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like Martin Luther King was assassinated because he woke up and realized that we need to concentrate on economics. And once he switched to economics, right, that's when they got rid of him, you know? So here's this clown right now.
Yo, where's my, I wrapped up my charger and put that thing somewhere. Yeah, NY, so the brother want to know, what was your issue, what he was saying?
About something about Ghana, so I thought, what is he going on about? Talking about intelligence. So I want to hear him. Keep yapping about it.
All right, so brother, can you just?
So talking about bad experience, so it means all 36 million Ghanaians are going to scam you.
I did not say that. I'm talking about the culture. I'm telling you, I'm talking about the culture.
What about the culture? Let me hear you.
Like I said before, when you come over there, you are not embraced like that. You're looked at as a foreigner, and that's the truth.
That's a lie.
Okay.
Are you black or you're white?
I'm 100% black.
What are you talking about? You don't hear welcome home. You don't hear people embracing and showing you all this spots.
God. Get out of here.
I'm asking.
Listen, when I went over there, and I stayed for a while, right?
How long?
I stayed for a couple of months.
Good. Okay.
Good, yes.
Whereabouts did you live at?
I lived in a what's the name of that city? God damn it. I live right around the corner from that gossip.
What's hot gossip? What are you talking about?
Hot gossip was a club right around the corner from there. What's the name of that damn city? It starts with an A. It's right outside of Accra.
Shaman.
It's right outside of Accra. It's right behind Hot Gossip.
Never heard of Hot Gossip. Never heard about it.
Yeah, it's a club out there. And I'm trying to think of the name of that city. I always forget. But it's on the outskirts of Accra.
Okay. Right? So what about it?
Yeah. What I was saying, over there, experienced a lot of things. I was coming over there actually to do business. You know, my wife is into textile. She actually went to school out there, right? What's the name of that school? It's a textile school. She went there for college. You know, it's ran by African American ladies. So we were thinking about setting up a factory out there. So we went out there to go look. And like I said, my experience was, you know, and I'm not knocking it because, you know, people got to live, right? I'm just telling you my experience, right?
Sure.
People try to take advantage of me, try to take advantage of us, right? And we were constantly referred to as a bronies, you know? That's just what it was. You know what I mean?
Let me explain to you about the brony part.
Okay.
I'm probably even more dark than you, but growing up, my mom's always called me Obroni. They call me, oh, that's my Obroni. It's a reference to say that you are pretty, you are amazing. It's a thing that comes with it. But in recent times, yes, a lot of you hear a lot of people calling the white tea that. But usually it's an admiration for you to say that, oh, you're so fine, oh, you're so cool. That's where it comes from. Just to help you there on that front about calling you a black man a brony. That's what it means. Because even me, my moms and aunties, they will call me, oh, look at this, oh, brony, come here, that kind of thing. And it has nothing to do with nothing about white tea necessarily when they refer to you as a brony. Okay.
Well, you're the first person I ever heard to describe a brony.
You're going to be hearing more about it. A lot of mothers call their kids home. Hey, let's look at my brony. Yeah, look at my brony. A lot of mothers do that. So you're going to hear about it. Okay. And then the other issue about the experience that you had, the other experience about the experience that you had. Even me, Ghanaian, when I go to certain parts of Ghana or Accra, people take advantage of me because I may not even speak the local language there. I might not even know the people there. They take advantage of me. When I travel out of Ghana and I go to places that I'm not familiar with, they take advantage of me. But I don't come and say, oh, because I went to this part of the world and so the people. No, I probably will address that specific person or make a report.
No, listen, man, I say the same thing about Paris. When I was in Paris, same stuff, man. They was trying to take advantage of me.
Exactly.
That's just what it is, and we're talking
that experience.
about.
I can understand, but it has nothing to do with the Ghana people. You know, it has nothing to do with the Ghana people. It was a bad experience that needs to be reported.
No. Listen, let me explain something to you. If you came to my neighborhood, right, where I used to live at, right, when you came there as a black person, we would embrace you. Didn't matter where you were from, right? We lived in a Pan-African city. And we wanted all the black people from around the world to come there. You were not a brony. Nobody tried to take advantage of you. That, you know what I'm saying? We tried to help you and make sure you had everything that you needed, right? So you like I said before, like now where I'm at now, they don't want me here. I came here for work, right? That's just what it is. You know what I mean? They don't like me. They don't want me here because I'm black. That's just what it is, right? Now, of course, all the people in Colorado don't feel that way, right? But that's just the truth. And a lot of black people that come here have that same experience, right? You know what I mean? So you it's either you come to a place and they embrace you and you're welcome, right? Or you come to a place and they try to take advantage of you. That's just all it is to it. You know what I mean? And you can be upset. I'm just saying there's a lot of black Americans that have the same experience. Now, like I said before, once you spend time there, you learn the language, it goes away. If you heard, I know you heard that, right? Right?
Perhaps I didn't hear that far of that point that you made.
Yeah,
I think it's a point. It happens everywhere and everybody can be taken advantage of. That's a fact. Talking about your experience, I can talk about my experience. I know too many black Americans that they talk about their experience back in America. Some of them don't even want to go back. So as for the experience, each one of us can talk about what we may have encountered before. Do you understand?
Yes, 100%. And I agree with that. Everybody has a unique experience, right?
That's it. I totally agree. So my issue is this whole fuss about, these Africans and these Africans, and there's 1.6 billion of us. So you guys, you keep saying the same thing again and again to different kinds of people. And so we keep laughing and hearing you guys be ranting about nothing.
No, listen, let me explain something to you. Africans are tribal, period.
I mean, how many tribes are there in Africa?
There's thousands of them, and they are tribal.
How many different ethnic groups are there?
I don't know. There's
over 70 of them, 70 languages in Ghana alone, and there's only 35 million of us, but we have over 70 languages. Go to Nigeria, over 1,000 languages. Go to South Africa. That's what makes Africa so beautiful. So
but also
so magnificent that you guys need to understand it.
No, I do understand it, and what makes it beautiful also makes it exclusionary to Black Americans.
You can say that, yes, because you guys have been part, you guys are in a different part of the world. You guys have your own experience, so yes.
So Pan-Africanism does not work.
That's all. For the people in Ghana that are building homes and making wealth out of it, they are living their lives, and I know too many people. You can Google it. There's so many of them.
That would be called nationalism. Like you guys would be nationalists, a Ghanaian nationalist.
They changed the law, so if you have dual citizenship, you can run for office. It's a thing. It's process. It takes a while. America took a while to get where you guys are. So obviously, you're going to expect developing nations to take a while to get there. What African countries are offering is saying, we are now developing. If you have the expertise, you have the know-how, come and create opportunity here, because at least you are also dark-skinned and you can relate. So you can make some money yourself. That's the opportunity. If not, the whites are going to keep coming and grabbing. And there's nothing we can.
Listen, man. Listen, it's never been to the point to where they was just. I know. I don't know about. I know when I was young, my people, my grandmother, my mother, my elders, Omo and all them, they never told me.
Mine either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your brother.
Yeah. I've never heard and as a kid, I never heard an adult says one negative word about Africa or Africans ever.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So there was no Bruni, there was none of that, right? There was no separation in our communities. You know what I mean? When I was a kid. Now, of course, everybody talks about each other as children. That's what children do.
Nah,
right?
no, but hold on, but we're grown adults. We're gonna talk about grown adult behavior, not kid behavior. Okay, yeah.
Never once. I cannot find anybody that I know, and I know thousands of Black Americans, right, through across different states. Now, one time did they say, "Hey, don't mess with this person because he's an African." There was never a division between us.
Hey,
on our side.
let me add this. Even collectively, like you had your pockets, but even collectively, we were never really told to stay away from white people either.
Yeah.
He did say that, by the way. He did say that. Yeah.
Like I said, my elder is Omo Wale Salawite. He went to school with your first Pan-African president, right? So, you know, I know what I'm talking about. I can call up Omo right now. He's still alive. You know what I mean? So you have to acknowledge.
What country is he at? What country is he in?
He's from America. He went to school with Kwame Nkrumah. They was in college.
Pennsylvania University.
Yeah. He went to school with him. He's a PhD. That's my elder.
Do you also know that Kwame Nkrumah's first finance minister, when he came to America one time, he was refused service in a restaurant. He was so mad, he called the White House right away, and it became a big uproar in America. This was in 1957.
Yeah.
This was Ghanaian, and that's why a lot of Ghanaians and Africans, we get that pride from, knowing that we came to America and we refused service. He called the White House. They had to issue an apology. And it became a big issue for a lot of Black America, for America, because then people found out what was happening in America. You know, that was an independent country. So,
and you know what happened to that brother, right? Y'all deposed him.
Well, Nkrumah, yeah, we know who did that. But I'm talking about Kwame Nkrumah's finance minister when he came to America and he was refused service. He was trying to buy some juice from a restaurant. They told him, "You're Black, so get out." He called the White House. He had to issue an apology. And it became a big uproar in the 1950s. Yeah. Because people found out what American governments were doing to other Black people. And ever since then, the movement has been ongoing. So today we sit back and hear all these Africans, and even, there's another one. There's a Nigerian who actually started the boycott 3 years before Rosa Parks in America. And informations are online. You guys have these things. When you turn around to all these Africans,
Now, now look. Okay, look. Tell us about it. You know, so yeah.
Luther King, and he's called Babatunde. Apparently, he was a student in America 3 years prior to Rosa Parks. He got on the bus. He was wearing, and they were like, "Why are you black coming to sit here?" I was like, "But I'm also human. What are you going to treat me like this for?" He forced all the black people to come sit with him, and that became an issue. Google it.
Wait, I'm trying to look at it right now. So let me ask you a question about that. Yeah, let me ask you a question about that. 'Cause I'm trying to Google it. So you said the guy was denied a front seat on the bus, a Nigerian? Okay.
In the restaurant, and him calling the White House, and how an apology had to be made. They went on to the UN in the 60s to make a fuss about it, to say you cannot treat people like this. That is why Martin Luther King was in Ghana. That is why all the great American civil rights leaders were in Ghana, because at the time it was such a big deal for an independent black state to make such a huge pronouncement.
Well, see, what I'm saying is
around to all Africans now. Like,
No, listen, let's just be honest, right? A lot of the people came over here and they did not want to be joined with us. That's just what it is, man. They did not.
I can't take that away from those people. Even for me, my parents, they went to school in America. Yeah. When my older brothers were born, and due to racism and the shit that they went through, they packed their shit and went back to Ghana and they never went back again. And growing up, we used to think to ourselves, why did you leave America? We were so angry. Only to grow up and come and realize, you were doing us a big favor, because it all makes sense now.
Well, see, here.
Yeah, I'm not finding a Nigerian person denied front seats on a bus. Do you have a name?
So all I'm saying is,
Wait, no, hold that. I'm trying to establish this truth real fast. Wait. No, wait. How do you spell the name?
Babatunde, B-A-B-A.
Something like that.
Yeah, Baba, and then Tunde is usually it's usually T-U-N.
Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. Go ahead. I'm in the background looking this up. No, not yet. Okay, hold on. All right, hold on. Wait, yeah. Okay, wait, brother. So, like, not to say everything else you said was bad, but that was fake news.
It's not fake news.
Yeah. No, I'm saying I followed your instructions. Yes. You said look it up. And I'm gonna tell you what name popped up. And it wasn't 3 years. It was so there was a young black girl with the name of Colvin. Come on. Claudette. No, this right. Hold on. Just listen. I got you got to listen and talk at the same time. I mean, one at a time. So listen, I typed what you said. Claudette Colvin came up. Then I typed in Babatunde, and it said there is no official news or widespread record of a real person or prominent public figure named Babatunde being denied a front seat on a bus. It says this.
For Nigeria, 1950.
Okay. Ghana, 1957.
1957 for Ghana. Excuse
me. A finance minister?
Yes.
Yeah, let me help you with the name, you guys. I don't know.
Hey, hold on, wait. Bro, you didn't give me a name. First of all, I'm a real researcher, I'm a real scholar. So you just said Google something. I took your instructions, I Googled it, nothing came up. Okay. Yeah, but believe me, you don't want me in this conversation. I'm letting y'all hash it out. But if I join this conversation, okay. So do you want to talk to me instead? All right. No. All right. Now I'm gonna let I'm gonna let you finish. Hey, TJ Black, I'm not gonna step on your feet. I'm gonna let y'all finish, but I want to look up this name real fast. So you got the finance minister of Ghana. Of Ghana. Okay, so let's look it up. Okay, it says the finance minister of Ghana was not denied a bus seat, but rather was refused indoor service at a Howard Johnson restaurant in Dover, Delaware, on October 10th, 1957. President Dwight D. Eisenhower later apologized to him and invited him to breakfast at the White House. That's why I'm me. Okay, and y'all who y'all are, I'm me. It didn't make sense to me. I fact checked it and it's false. But you guys can continue your conversation. He was denied food at the Howard Johnson restaurant in Dover, Delaware, October 10th, 1957. President Dwight D. Eisenhower later apologized to him and invited him to breakfast at the White House.
So
it had nothing to do with a bus being a front seat denial. No, there's right. Yeah, look that up for me, because that. No, I'm not confused. You're confused. Right. Please tell me. No. Tell me now. What's his name? Okay. Now I looked that up already. So it's fake news, but I'll do it again. Okay, so I'll do it again. Babatunde. I got that part in there, and his last name is Asa what? I got it.
He's a Grammy-nominated drumming legend. I mean,
okay. Congratulations.
My computer here, and you can pull it up.
Okay. So now I looked it up. So now I got my research here. So tell me what you said. What happened again?
He's a Nigerian student.
That did what?
The time when Black Americans to get him to sit on the bus, and it became a big issue.
Okay, so right now I looked it up. It says in the early 1950s, Nigerian drummer Babatunde Olatunji and fellow students tested segregated public buses in Atlanta wearing traditional African clothes. They sat near the front because drivers did not mistake them for African American, forced to the back. Exposed. Wait, hold on. Relax. Hey, yo, listen, look, my guy, you got to slow down. And it says, exposing the absurdity of Jim Crow rules. It says they sat near the front because drivers did not mistake them for African Americans, forced to the back. Okay. I don't read what you say. It says the strategy. Olatunji and student activists use traditional attire to board segregated buses and sit freely in restricted areas. When they boarded the next day, and hey, bro, it said as long as they dressed like an African, they were permitted to sit on the front of the bus. Do you know that's what I argue? Do you know that I argue that as long as you identified yourself as not a Black American, you were given access to white tea areas that we were not given access to? So your article confirmed that. Okay, all right. Okay, continue. All right, go ahead, continue.
Hey, I'm not spewing ignorance about Africans, right? You know what I mean?
I didn't say you necessarily. I'm saying we hear a lot of it.
You do hear a lot of people that unfortunately, a lot in this information age, you have a lot of people that only want to look at the information that benefits whatever delusion they got on. I will agree with that because
Thank you.
You know, but the point of what I'm saying is this, right? It's time for Africans to really say, look, we have to get away from this tribalism and we have to start accepting people that want to work with us, right? We have to start, you got to understand the difference between us, when I say FBAs, is that we check our coons, right? You know what I mean? We check the people, the Jesse Lee Petersons, the people that are out of line, right? You know what I mean? You guys don't check your people, right? And so that's why it has got to this point when it was never like that. right? You know what I mean? We were open arms embracing you guys. You know, as long as you were black, that's all that mattered, right?
Yeah, and what has changed?
There's a lot that's changed. We realized that a lot of Africans and a lot of Caribbeans do not see themselves as the same as us, and they act that way.
Yes,
right?
If I'm Ghanaian and I come to America, I'm going to find the Ghanaian community to mess around with and to play with, to have a laugh with, to have a talk with, to talk about our struggles, our history, to see what plan we can come up to make our country better. That's what I'm going to do. But when I meet up with a black American, either we're going to be cursing at each other, roasting each other, saying things that don't going to benefit me, my people, or my family in any form or shape.
See, you've been around the wrong black Americans. See, that's what I'm talking.
True, that can happen too. Just like you can meet the wrong person in any part of
No. Listen, man. Listen. When you say some stuff like that, that goes to speak exactly what I'm talking about.
But and I'm making your point for you. I'm saying that indeed it's a thing, because I mean, I don't want to have problems with nobody. You know, I don't want to know whether this is part of this gang, whether he's part of that gang, whether he likes this, he doesn't like this. So I avoid it entirely. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
No. Avoid it. No, so let me see. This is what I'm talking about, right? There are millions upon millions of black people that have never been involved with that, right? They're like, I come from a whole city, right? A black city that had millions of people in it that was not involved with that. You know what I mean? That have accomplished great things. You know what I mean?
It's like saying that we don't have that in 1.6 billion people in Africa in 54 countries.
No. What I'm talking about is the fact that you guys are tribal. And
yes, that's what makes it beautiful and unique in Africa. I just explained
it does make it beautiful.
We're gonna be from one.
We have
it sounds like Jamaica, right?
What's your question? You brought me up here. What's your question, sir?
4 countries?
No. What I'm
together. So if FBA is another group of people, how's that a problem? Just differences. It cannot be a problem.
Exactly. I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
But see, if money needs to be made, there needs to be fair dealings. And there's not.
But I definitely don't respect nobody that respect me and talk crap and say all kind of bull crap about nothing they know about. I mean, you don't expect roses and kisses, do you?
No, exactly. But the point of what I'm saying is, when people are speaking facts, you need to acknowledge those facts and say, yeah, that's a problem.
I mean, I've tried my fair best to do that on here.
Yeah, and you have to say, hey, that's a problem. We shouldn't be engaging in that, right?
What do you mean that's the problem? What's the problem again?
No. So the problem is this, right? If you're going now, what you're saying, what you just said is the problem. You're saying I'm going to avoid all of them because I don't want to know which person is in this gang, and these people are talking this and roasting me and doing this and doing that, right? Mm-hmm. And the reality of the situation is this, right? When you go about with that mindset, right, as opposed to our mindset, what we were taught by our parents, right, in the beginning. Hey, that's your brother. He's black dude. He's black. Take care of him. That's what we were taught. We weren't taught, oh, stay away from this one because he'll get you in gangs. He'll get you in trouble. You know, he's going to talk bad about you. That's what we're talking about. Now what happened is the FBA movement has recognized that mindset and said, hey, we need to separate ourselves from these people, right? You know what I mean? And now what you're seeing is people is working their way through that to try to get to a medium point, right? And what's going on is that the elders, people such as yourself, is not speaking out and saying, hey, even though I'm from Africa and I'm from a tribe, right? These people are our people, right? And we need to treat the ones that we can treat as such. Now, if you were listening earlier, I also spoke about when FBA come together, the ones that are foolish, you got to leave them alone.
Yeah.
If you heard that, you know what I mean?
I didn't hear that part, but definitely I'm talking about, calling out Africans. I mean, that is way easy. Unfortunately, anytime we try to do that, we're always reminded that, oh, we're not you and things like that. So it's like, there's never going to make any, make any way with that. Again, even in Ghana, with all the different groups of people and ethnic and different languages, we somehow seem to have a common ground because If not, then we won't have the Ghana that we have today. You know,
listen.
We make it happen. We make it work. We work out through our differences, and they will find a common purpose in life. And then that's what we strive to achieve. And that's what a lot of Black Americans that came to Ghana. And so there was one time, she almost passed out because she never seen so many Black people at a certain spot before. And we were like, what? You know, but that was an experience. She's like, oh, wow, it's so... And by the time she was done with the trip in Ghana, she didn't want to go back. You know?
No, listen, I totally agree with you, right? Now, if you guys can get along with each other, you should be able to get along with us.
Easy, but we do.
Yeah.
So this is why this conversation is taking place. To say that, what do you have that you can use to maximize and get more wealth? What skills, what talent do you have? You know, and then you find a common ground with the next person.
This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna follow you, brother, and I want you to follow me. And let's do something then.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's do something. You know what I'm saying? Let's do something. I'm in sales, so I bring a good skill. I've been doing business to business sales for the last 2 years. Right? You know what I mean? So I got skills to all. Let's be an example.
Bro, I mean, Ghana, I'm telling you, when you come, you'll be taken care of. And I understand what you're saying about the issues with people having some, these troubles and challenges. And indeed, it happens to even me. You know, people take advantage of me when they know I'm not in the neighborhood, I'm not from the zone, whatever. So it's true.
Abri, that's where I was at. Abri, that's the city. Now,
Abri, okay, yeah. So funny enough, I actually used to work up there somewhere in Abri. Right after Abri, there's a town called Tutu. You know, funny enough, I used to wake up in there, beautiful, and
it is beautiful.
After I finished uni, I moved to the UK. I thought it was so freaking cold so much that I didn't want to live there. I was like, no, better in Ghana. You know, and I've traveled the world. Only I've never been to America because my parents are like, baby, you don't want to go to America.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about, right? Because see, look, what's going on now? The way the American economy is going and the way things are looking, there's going to have to be collaboration, right?
Yep.
If in order for people to get wealth, because these people are shutting us out, right? They've already accumulated the wealth. The only reason why they're giving us jobs is because they have a mandate for growth and they need people for growth. Right, it's just not enough white people to fill these positions. Right, just is what it is. But but you have to come into the situation of building equity for yourself. And like I said earlier, there's no reason, like in Ghana, the Lebanese and the Chinese run everything.
That's not true. That's not true,
man. If you listen, the Lebanese got tons of they own Printex, which is your African cough company, which makes no goddamn sense. You know,
no. Listen,
Lebanese don't own Printex.
Listen. Funny enough, I know Printex too well. It belongs to an African. He's called Anitex. It started with Anitex, and then over the years, through revolution and destabilization and whatnot, obviously these production houses or these manufacturing places have to be sold in order to bring in profit. So it's moved hands over the years. It was never been Lebanese necessarily. It was built by a Ghanaian. Over the years, it moved hands.
But who owns it?
That's what happened.
Yeah, I know that's what happened, but the Lebanese own it.
Yeah, I mean, they're running it now, but it's still Ghanaian. It's still,
Come on now, man.
I mean, that's like saying that the companies in America, you guys don't have Lebanese and Chinese and Asians and things owning companies in America.
That's your country. That is your country. They should not be owning that. That's your country.
But America is not your country, and foreigners don't own stuff.
No. Listen. Let me explain something to you. The American people the American has always been controlled by white people and capitalism, right? So that's different.
It's not different. You're talking about the government. You're talking about the government here, and the government.
Listen, that is different.
The highest bidder is for their interest. What are you talking about? Because you're Ghanaian and you have less money, I offer it to you. How is that going to grow the business?
Listen. If you're disenfranchising yourself in your own country, this is your country.
Yeah, but nobody's being disenfranchised in Ghana. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? If you don't own stuff, they don't. Listen. the big issue when I was out there. I don't know about
you guys don't own nothing. Then in that case, that's the point you're making.
No, we do own stuff. We own a lot of stuff.
Talking about Ghanaians own stuff too. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm saying the big stuff.
No, and I just explained to you Printex where it comes from. It started with Anitex. Over the years, it's moved hands from one person to the other. If you happen to be Nigerian, you're Nigerian. If you are Italian, you're Italian. That's what happened. So next year, if the next person is going to be managing it happens to be Ghanaian, then it's Ghanaian. If the person is Nigerian, it's Nigerian. And there are other Texas companies in Ghana.
Yeah.
What are you on about? And Printex does not only do Printex, they do the fruit juice, they do so many other products.
I don't know about that. All I know was it struck me is that the Lebanese owned it when I was out.
Again, that's a misinformation, and you can find out. It's all on the internet. You can do yourself.
No, I'm saying I understand what you're saying. That it was started by African and he sold it, right? I get it. You know what I mean? Yeah. That makes perfect sense. But what I'm saying,
business, isn't it?
Yeah, it is business. Now moving forward though, we have to own our own stuff, regardless. In Ghana, over here. If you don't own your own stuff, you're going to get cut off. That's just all it is to it. You know what I mean? And that's the way. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's the way business. That's the way business is moving in America.
That's a fact.
That is 100% a fact. Like I say, I deal with hundreds of businesses across a large state area, and I'm seeing the same thing. They're consolidating and they're putting people out. Mm-hmm. Right? You know what I mean? And in America, there's two levels of that. You got the European, and then you got the Latino. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So we have to counteract against that. And what I'm saying is you need voices on both sides to be like, look, we need to start working with the people that want to work together, right? And leave the people that don't behind.
100%.
And that's all it is to it, right? And try to be, and what I'm trying to do, and what I encourage every other African to do, right? Person of African descent to do, is try to be the positivity that you want to see, and be anti of the stuff that you don't like. And that's you. Yes, and that's where kind of where we're at, right? You know what I mean? But
I mean, like I was saying, like you're making the point. This is how it started. You made friends online on Facebook. The next thing you know, I'm in contact with this person. 8 years later, this person go coming and making money out of shea butter. From Ghana. Again, same social media, meet links. Somebody who was in Tuju in America, they're now in Ghana making purchase of gold products, real, quality, real gold, and they're making so much for themselves. Like, they come, we laugh and we talk and we hang out, we go to the clubs, we do all this fun stuff, and it's just beautiful. And then we just have a few, people come in and say, oh no, because they don't know anything, and and then it messes it up for a good number of people. But fortunately, like I said, I know too many well-informed, educated Black Americans, so I don't usually fall for the few 500 FBA people that be spewing all that bull crap. But usually, I'm never even impressed by them. We just laugh about them.
Well, see, here's the thing, NY. If you should have led with that, that's what I'm talking about, right? See, when you lead with that, right? I don't know if you were listening in the beginning, right? With everything that I said, I also talked about the positive parts about it. Because I'm not anti-African. I'm pro-FBA. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, and see, what you just said would have been the way to start the conversation. Hey, look, man, everybody over here is not like that. I work over here. If you wanna make some money, you need shea butter, or you want to do some business, here's my number. Let's do some business. I'm gonna show you what I'm about. You know what I mean?
That's what usually the Africans be saying. And the next thing you're gonna hear is, oh, they want us to come and build their country. They're lying. They're scamming. They're gonna steal your money, and that's all we hear.
No. Listen.
It's just gonna be shut down. So off the jump back, sometimes we don't even bother. We just come laughing and trolling because we know how it's gonna end.
No,
but
see,
today, I'm having a different opinion today.
Man. You gotta be you have to be part of the positivity if you want things to change. And
I appreciate you for saying that. I mean, definitely.
Yeah. And as an elder, I'm an elder now, right? So I uphold, my elders built things, right? My elders built a city where all people of African descent was welcome, right? So as an elder, when you move older, you have to let childish things alone and be an example. You know what I mean? You cannot engage into the childish things, right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? You got to.
There's so much wealth to be made, so much money to be made. Instead of following this foolishness and spewing the ignorance.
Yeah, and you can't be a part of that. You know what I mean? You can't be a part of that, and you gotta be able to say, I don't care what your experience is. This is what I do. Like I said earlier, like the people that we've put through school, people that we've put through trade school. You can go talk to those people. They're real people, so you can see what we do. You know what I mean? So that's the type of thing that I want everybody that calls themselves an elder, that want our people to move forward. They got to start being a proper example. And the only way you can be a proper example is by putting in the work and ignoring the foolishness and say, okay, if that's what you say, well, here, I'm going to prove you wrong. Let me show you. You know what I mean? And once we start putting that out there, right? Because look, man, it is so much money to be made, right? Like right now, you speaking about shea butter, right? I just took on a new client. We're doing the peptides. That's a whole new field of skincare. It actually brings up the melanin, right?
Nice.
Yeah. So I'm going to be looking for somewhere where I can get shea butter, castor oil, so I can put my peptides in and start putting out new products.
There you go. I got you on that.
Yeah, and these are the type of conversations that people need to be having.
Yeah.
If somebody is spewing some nonsense, hey, you want to make some money? Look, I'm in cosmetics. You know what I mean? You need shea butter at wholesale price, or you just want to talk foolishness.
That's
you know what I mean?
That's right.
Those are the type of conversations that we should be having, right? You know what I mean? And don't get into all this back and forth and all this foolishness, because at the end of the day, if you don't have no money and you're in America, you don't have no agency. That's just all it is to it.
I mean, you said it all. Said it all.
Yeah, no matter what you go through, right? Be it divorce, be it illness, it's a lot better when you have money.
Right. But one thing I can say for sure, a lot of Africans be having a laugh when you guys be ranting about things that you don't know about. And they poo on the streets and this and that, I say this all the time. It's good for you guys to keep talking about these things so that at least our government officials will keep hearing about it, and then perhaps they're going to act about it. If not, that's what we talk about every day on our radios and our local places every day. So to hear Black Americans add their voice to it, it only benefits us.
Hey,
no matter what we say, if you guys get any benefit out of it.
Is your name NLY? Okay, NY. Okay. So the brother been talking to you with respect, and he had never said that. I have never said that, and he has been showing. He's been demonstrating and proving that he's not those people you're talking about. Neither. All right, hold on. So, and he kept going out of his way to show you he's not one of those people. And all you did was bring up those people the entire conversation. Right, but listen. Right. You made that point 1,000 times. But when he made the point about the Ghanaians speaking the same rhetoric, you wanted to come on and say that's not the majority, right? That they're the exception. He's been saying that the whole time to you, but you keep bringing up our exception, rubbing it in his face because he's the one talking to you, but you won't allow him to rub the exception of Ghanaians into your face. So it's like, dude, can you just talk to him for who he is and what he's been saying, and don't bring up the class of us that's talking like that? Just talk to him for what he's saying. But you keep bringing up, but you keep bringing up people that he doesn't represent. No, but we don't want to hear that, because we can talk about the Ghanaians who come over here and say the most ridiculous things about us. Like, do you want to hear about that? All right, okay.
Brother here, FBA News and Update. We're trying to do positivity here. We're trying to bridge some things, because at the end of the day, talking needs to be done, but also too, the talking needs to lead to action. And like the brother said earlier, he is a doer, and that's what I am, right? And like I said, man, if you got products and you want to work with Black people that want to make money and do things, you need to be talking to us about how we can do those things. And I just follow you. I want you to follow me back.
I followed you back, and I don't have the product. I have the contact of the people that have anything and everything you need. If it's gold, if it's diamond, if it's shea butter, if it's, you name it. We have the link, and that's how we're making bread.
Okay.
We live really good out here. Really good. It's always warm and beautiful. There's some shitty parts.
It's a beautiful place, man. I just wish it was a little bit more welcoming.
We're going to get there, definitely.
Yeah. Definitely. Now, and see, that's what the brother was just talking about, right? There's nothing wrong with being honest. You were just right there, man. Just being honest. You have to acknowledge a problem. At one time, when I was a young man, there was a big problem in our community. You know what I mean? And you had to acknowledge that problem don't exist no more. And that mind state doesn't exist no more, and I doubt if it ever come back, right? You know what I mean? But people had to acknowledge the problem. You can't deflect, right? And like I said before, right? If you look at these other countries, you look at China, you look at the Lebanese and the other groups. I'm only familiar with the Lebanese, right? I'm not familiar with the other groups of Arabs that are over in Africa, right? These people are making billions of dollars. You know what I mean? And those trade lines should be open amongst us. And these are the things that need to be talked about, man. You know what I mean? Like literally, we have bots. I thought you were one of those PSYOP bots at first. You know what I mean? Because you have these click farms, you have all this other stuff going on, that needs to be addressed, man, because it's working. It's keeping us apart. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the people who benefit out of it definitely smiling and laughing all the way to the bank too.
Yeah. Well, look at China. China is stripping Africa of all of its resources. And then they're selling it to the world.
There you go again, making the claim about Africa. I can't relate to that. But if you refer to specific Ghana, then maybe I can have an argument about that with you. Because then I'll say to you that...
Listen, man, the Chinese are all over Africa. They're mining. They're in Ghana, strip mining.
Yeah, but can we also say that there are more Chinese mining and taking advantage in the whole of America than in Africa? Can we say that as a matter of fact?
No, they are. They're 100%.
Okay, so what's the point about Chinese in Africa then?
No, listen to what I'm saying. We're having a conversation about us.
I want to understand what you mean by the Chinese in Africa.
Listen, man. We're having a conversation about us. Listen.
Good.
We're having a conversation about us. Right, I don't give a fuck what these Chinese people do, but they can kill each other.
That language on TikTok ain't gonna work.
Sorry. Excuse me. Right? Excuse me. I don't care about them. Right? I don't. You know what I mean? Because they don't care about us. What I'm talking about is what's going on. What should be going on between FBA.
Okay, I see your point.
Yeah, and Africans. Right. We should be engaged in trade. Period.
True.
You know what I mean? We should have factories over there that's producing goods that's being sold over here, right? And it doesn't have to be anything spectacular. It could just be T-shirts. It could, you know what I mean?
But actually, there are so many. Funny enough, there's so many Black Americans with production and manufacturing companies in Ghana. There's so many of them. Funny enough.
But see, here's the funny thing. How come we don't know about it? How come if I wanted to start a T-shirt shop? How come I can't go to the web? I don't know about the web to where I can go and buy my stuff directly from Ghana. This is what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you probably won't find about a T-shirt, but you're definitely going to find the natural resources, the stuff that you need in order to make wealth out of. So if it's shea butter, if it's diamond, if it's gold, those natural resources that we're talking about, because we have them. And we are saying that because we don't have the technical know-how to double its price and its amount and raise the value of it. I can give an example. So I got a brother back in uni, and even though we can say he's foundational Black American, because he both side everything in America. But anytime we're in Ghana and we go by when we're doing some research to get some information, you have to pass off as my cousin who went to America. He's back now, so they don't take advantage of him. That's all we need to do. And he's Black. You can see that this guy is definitely, NY's cousin. So you can argue about it. So I'm going to lay everything nice. We got a good deal. We make money out of it. But if he had gone by himself with his accent and everything, they were like, oh, he's not from here. How can we milk him? How can we milk him? That could happen. But the advantage that Black Americans have is if you go to Africa and say, oh, I'm from here. I just went away for 20 years. I'm back now. I want to do this and that. It's easier for you guys. And
that's the type of stuff you need to be telling us. But see, now that brings to the point of what I just said, right? You said, look, go and cosplay as an African and you'll get a better deal. That's what you just said.
Not to cosplay, but as in terms of the introduction, is to your benefit.
No, but see, that's what I was talking about. See, this is what I was talking about
on the bus. Be like the Nigerian guy on the bus and wear some African clothes, and you can sit.
Yeah.
And you are saying that I don't want to do that. I want to go and represent myself as Black American.
No. I'm saying no. I'm glad that you said that. But see, from the beginning, if we're going to be truthful and honest, you should acknowledge, it's different for you, because you just said that's what I was just saying. That's all the point that we're trying to make is what you just said. Right. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You got to acknowledge the truth of the matter. That's just it.
That there are so many opportunities for a lot of Black Americans in America to take advantage of, and they're not doing it. That's what you're talking about, correct?
Yes. And then on the other hand, you have to understand, you have to be honest and say, look, man, there's a bias over there, and this is how you get around those biases.
True.
And then And then once you start having a truthful, honest conversations and people know what they're getting themselves into,
right?
Instead of saying, "Oh no, there's no difference. These are you just had a bad experience," and you know what I mean. What I was talking about and what you just talked about is the culture, right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And there's nothing, and there's nothing wrong with being honest about that, right? You know what I mean. That's because that's just people. You know what I mean.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's all we was trying to say in this thing, right? You have to acknowledge the truth. And that's how you make progress, right? Because it's a big difference. It's a big difference if I go to my people and say, hey, man, if you want to go over to Ghana, these are the things that you got to watch out for. And this is your best way of going about doing it, because that's just the way they are over there. Yeah. They're like, okay, I get it. They're trying to make money, right? Because see, one thing that people don't understand about when you're dealing with anybody that's from the third world, right? Opportunities don't come across like they do in America, right? You know what I mean? So they want to get whatever they can get.
That opportunities don't come where, in America or in Africa?
No. The opportunities to make wealth don't come across as fastly and quickly in some African countries as they do in America, because America is more developed, right?
I may disagree with you on that.
Well, you can disagree with me, but I'm just saying the way the people act when you go over there to do business, they act like there's no tomorrow. They want to get as much as they can get right now. You know what I mean?
As a Ghanaian African, I see more opportunities in all parts of Africa than I'll ever imagine in America.
Well, but see, because
again, Africa is developing. It's the third world nation. It's developing.
So why do Ghanaians come over here and not saying, hey,
for people to come with ideas and innovative ways to make a big difference? So that's the opportunity. It presents itself. And that's sometimes you find that there are people.
But see, here's the thing, though. You have to develop that opportunity. There's a lot of capital. So let me explain something to you. With my skill set here, I could walk away from my house. I could give away all my money and all this other stuff. Within 6 months, I can reconstitute that from nothing just based off of my skill, because there's developed industry here that needs these skills. In Africa, you got to develop the industry. You see what I'm saying? If I went to Africa and be like, hey, I'm in sales, I'd probably starve to death. You know what I mean? Because they just don't have the companies and the development there to take advantage of the skills.
You're wrong about that again. If you, with your good salesmanship and marketing skills, if you went to one of the reputable companies in Ghana and said, look, I have a pitch, I think you probably make more money in Ghana than you would in America. Do you know that, TJ?
I'm going to have to take you up on that. I want to see.
No, I'm asking you, do you know that? That's a fact.
No, I don't know that. I do not believe that. So
No, you definitely make more money.
Okay.
So,
I'm gonna have to take you up on
why do Ghanaians come over here then? If it's so great over there, better opportunities, why come here?
I want to know.
Because when I get myself $20,000, I choose to do with it. Sometimes I want to put it in my bum. I can throw it away in the air. I want to go to America. I go. If it's China, I want to go. And you can actually do the information. 20 years ago, everybody wanted to go to America. Now nobody wants to go to America. Everybody wants to go to China now. You can go look it up.
My coworkers are from Ghana, bro. They work and they're not going home.
I mean, why should they go home? I mean,
no, they're not going home. I talked to them.
Like telling the British, why did they come to Africa? And why did they come to Africa?
No, you missed what I said.
What they choose to do.
Bro, you missed what I said. I think you like too defensive. What I said was I got 2 Ghanaian coworkers. I talked to them, right? They're not planning on going home. Like they're here for the stay because they said it's better.
Why?
They said it's better. It says more opportunities and they can't do the things here that they can do in Ghana.
There you go. So you have a reason. So what's the problem?
Well, because you're like saying that Ghana's on the level of America. Like the brother's trying to explain to you.
Ghana's the level of America. I said Ghana is amazing and it's wonderful.
Well, you said that in every way, but saying it directly. So he's explaining the advantages that this first, like this country offers the most opportunities worldwide, right? We're the richest nation, we're the best nation, best army, best everything. And for that reason, everybody's coming over here. This is their first choice. Right, they're not choosing China.
50 years ago,
no, just hold on.
Anymore.
I mean, you can say what you want to say, but there's no massive influx of Nigerians in China. There's no massive influx of Haitians. There's no massive influx of people going to China. Like I had this conversation already. That's not a reality.
In Africa either.
Right, they're all coming to America first, and maybe UK second, and then maybe Canada third. But they're going to something like that. Like. They're not going.
That in Ghana don't indicate that a lot of people are going to America, even though maybe that happened before. But now a lot of people are going to China.
Okay,
and other parts of the world, and North America.
So watch this. Do China have a large influx of Ghanaians? Because I'm right now on Google. So are you telling me that more Ghanaians are going to China than America? Is it even true?
A lot of Ghanaians are going to China than they will come to America. Yes.
Okay, so right now, if I type it in there, it should say more Ghanaians are going to China, than America, right? It's gonna say yes, right?
I mean, I don't know what you're putting in there, but
I'm gonna type just that.
American universities every year come to Ghana to have admission workshop. So if the students from Ghana, after American universities have come to Ghana and they're going to America, then I don't know how you're going to add it up to the part of the statistics that you're reading.
All right, so let me explain. That's called hyperselection. Are you familiar with that?
Go ahead.
Okay, so America's a brain gain country. It's all we've ever been, right? So Ghana experiencing brain drain, and that simply means that your best minds, your top 1%, is not staying in Ghana, is leaving, going to China, going to UK, and going to America. We are a brain gain.
It's in the brain drain in Ghana now.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say. But go ahead, you guys continue.
See, the point that the brother was making was just what I was saying, right? If the opportunity was in these places, right? Now what you're talking about, there's opportunity for investment, right? Which requires money, right? Now, like what the brother just said, the resources, the developed industry is in the countries that you guys are coming to, right? Now, what I'm talking about, in order for Black people to survive, we need to develop our own industry. You know what I mean? And the best way to do that is to work amongst each other, right? You know what I mean? Like, honestly, man, as a Ghanaian, you should be doing everything in your power to make it welcoming for the diaspora to come back and do business. It should be the safest place. It should be the most welcomest place, because it's just going to make your country, the place where everybody wants to go to, because the industry is there, right?
That's true. I mean, within my circle, there's no doubt about that. I mean, trust me on that. Absolutely.
Yeah. And see, these are the conversations that need to be had, right, amongst each other, instead of saying, "Oh, this is not happening," and somebody called me an African booty scratcher in the '80s and all.
No, we're not going to that. The point that you were making, that I made that point, was that the opportunities. We were talking about the opportunities, and I explained that because it is developing, it creates bigger opportunities in any part of Africa, because we are not developing. In America, everything is pretty much laid out already. There are structures, there are policies, everything is designed and running pretty well. But in Africa, these things are going to be also new. So it creates an opportunity. And like you just added, an investment. I didn't raise the issue about investment because I'm on the ground. So I see opportunity to say that, oh, out of this tree, what am I going to get out of? Like the neem tree. And now we are finding out that they're selling neem tree or neem leaves. You know the neem tree, right, in Ghana, right?
Yes, yes.
Now we're finding out they're selling on Amazon. So if I didn't know that, but now I'm thinking about myself, oh, wait a minute. So we can clean this, polish it up, do it and refine it and market it in such a way that it can make more money. And yes, nobody couldn't even imagine that neem tree will be sold, packaged and on Amazon. But it's a thing. And now we're seeing the Ghana sponge and this, and things that we sit back and think to ourselves, what? But people are taking advantage of it now. The shea butter growing up, if you're asked to use shea butter, I'll probably curse you out. I would say, hell no. Only to grow up and come and find out that this is the best thing for my skin.
Yeah.
Well, when we were growing up, and if my mom had to put it on me, I probably would be screaming and insulting, like, I don't want it. But only to find out it's the best for the skin if you're a black person. And that's why I see why my black American friends, I told you, they focus on that one. And then at the time, I never understood it. But over the years, I said, they're making so much money because people need it. People need their skin products, and they're there in America because the weather is such a way that it dries your skin up. You need something to moisturize it. You need something to freshen it up. And you are telling me you are in the same industry. So we see the opportunities. And me in Ghana, I can see it too.
Well, see, the thing about it is the peptides is going to be the new thing for skincare and healing and all these other things, right? They need a delivery agent. So, the company I'm working with now, they don't have a shea butter line, and that's what I want to start. You know what I mean?
You're going to make some good money. Let's keep in touch for sure.
Yeah, definitely. So these are the type of conversations that we need to be having, man. And in the order for us to have these conversations, though, everybody has to be truthful and everybody has to own their faults.
Yeah.
Right. And that goes, like I said before, like I was talking to the brother earlier. That goes amongst ourselves. One of our biggest problems is we worry about the negative people in our group that don't want to work together instead of focusing on the people that do want to work together, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because we have scammers, that have taken advantage of our people, in the last couple of years with the advent of the internet. Now, it would do us no good not to acknowledge the Dr. Umars, the Jay Morrisons, and the Earn Your Leisures and all these other type of people and say, oh, no, they don't exist. They do. You know what I mean? And they're taking advantage of people. You know what I'm saying? So, that's what needs to be done. And what happens is the people that want to engage in foolishness, they're going to find people that want to engage in foolishness with them. The people that want to, yeah, exactly. The people that are talking sense, that are actually doing something that require work and progress and gaining wealth, they're going to separate themselves from those people. You know what I mean?
This is refreshing because usually you don't find people like this on this page. I think this is the first time in a long time that we're actually having some common grounds to have a discussion about.
Yeah, exactly. And look, man, listen. I don't care what anybody says, right? I'm proud FBA. Like I told the brother earlier, my people been here since the 1600s on both sides. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Documented, right? But I know for a fact that we need Africa. We need Africa, right? We got the capital. We got the money. There's a chance for us if we can work through the psyop that's been put on us.
And the skills. And the skills too.
And we have the skills. I was talking about that earlier, man. Like I was talking about that earlier. If you just look at our women have all of the administration skills, right? They run all of these Fortune 500 companies and they
specific technical skills also, which is really what really, moves any community or country or nation.
Yeah, and right now the youngsters are all going into the trades, which is great. Plumbing, electricity, because that cuts down on discrimination. So they, they're not going corporate America. They're going with the trades, but they need to monetize those trades for themselves. You know what I mean? And so these are the conversations that you need to have. So when you get into these spaces, steer the conversation towards something positive. And then when you do business with somebody, do square business. You know what I mean?
For sure. I definitely learned something new today. I mean, definitely steer the conversation. That sounds just about right.
Yeah. And if they don't want to steer the conversation, leave it.
Keep walking. That's it. Yep.
You know what I mean? And then, like I said, but the most important thing as an elder, right? When you're young, everybody makes mistakes. I wasn't always like this, right? But as an elder, we have to take responsibility for being the example in word and deed. You know what I'm saying? You have to take that responsibility. And one thing that I learned from my elders, that we are responsible for every child in our community. And we've lost that, right? And just because somebody is 18 years old don't mean that they're not a child still. Right? Whether they think so or not. You know what I mean? So what we got to do is, as men on both sides of the aisle, we have to set a proper example. We have to steer the conversations in the right way, right? And we have to do good, square business. So we can say, hey, you're not talking to one of my people. One of my people did not do that to you. Respect. Anybody that I deal with is not doing that. If you want to do square business, you can come here. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you need to, and that's the type of conversations and things that we need to have, right? Because this is great, right? TikTok and YouTube and all these things, right? But we have to start monetizing this stuff. You know, we have to start monetizing this stuff. Because look, if you look at, they just had the Invest Fest in Atlanta. There's Black people that are hungry to make money and do business and employ people, right? They just got to be put in the right direction. Yeah. And see, this brother right here, his platform, I love this brother's platform because it's always about positivity and doing things the right way.
So you know to FBA News.
Yes, shout out to FBA News. And these are the type of things, man. So when you amongst your people and they talking about all these FBA guys are bad or this, that, send them to FBA News. No. You know what I mean?
For sure.
For sure. And that's
like I said, I definitely got something new today. Definitely steer the conversation. That's something that, I never thought about, or I would say, because I usually will come on because I want to have a laugh. I want to hear whatever crap they're saying and just laugh with it usually. But like I said, today, there's an eye-opener. I appreciate you so much. You made a very valid point. That definitely have to steer the conversation. Meet the right people that you can vibe with. If they're not the people, keep walking until you cross the right group of people. Because not everyone is the same, really.
Exactly. And then also, too, you attract the type of person that you are.
Very true. Right? Very true.
I have very few friends because I'm too positive. That's just all it is to it. I put in too much work.
Appreciate
what I mean?
Yeah.
They'll tell you, you think you're better than me. You think you know everything.
It's not about that.
No, that's just the devil talking. That's all it is. We've been trained to do that. We've been trained to try to attack anybody in authority that's actually doing something. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So these are the things that need to be spread amongst both communities. You know what I mean?
Okay, I have a question. There's this other thing that I've been hearing. Oh, these Africans are trying to make us African. They keep saying that we're African. They keep saying we're African. Oh my God, what does that mean when we hear that?
So let me explain this. The brother spoke on this earlier, right?
Yes.
So there's when you talk about what I think those people are referring to is the culture, right? So when you say somebody is an African, you can be referring to one of two things, right? You can be with one of three things, as the brother said. Their country of origin, their genetics, or their culture, right? Those are the only three. Like me, I am 90% West African, right? 90%. You know what I'm saying? I look 100% African, right? You know what I mean? But culturally, genetically, I'm African, but culturally, I'm American. I'm FBA, right?
Okay. Yep.
Right? You know what I mean? So when they're referring to somebody trying to make you African, I think they're referring to the culture of it. So what they're referring to is the erasure of our accomplishments, right? So when you make somebody a generic African, what happens is that all of their accomplishments become your accomplishment. All the good becomes yours. But then you can turn around and say, oh, I'm different. I'm a Ghanaian, right? I am not when it comes to something negative. And that's what they're referring to. That's what I'm assuming they're referring to.
Right.
You know what I mean? Nobody is denying their African ancestry. At least I'm not. You have some people that say they're indigenous and whatnot. I don't know. I don't know where they came from. I don't.
And if that's the case, that's fine too. I mean,
yeah, that's fine too.
That.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't get in. Yeah, I don't get into that argument with them because I can only refer to myself. Yeah. Right. You know what I mean? And I know what I am. I'm 100. I'm 90% West African.
Okay, let me share my experience. So in Ghana, again, like I said, we went to school with so many Black Americans. They come for exchange program every year, months and weeks. I mean, and so usually when we bump into them or we're getting to know each other, whether in class or wherever, so that to break the ice, you can clearly see that this person is American. Or has come from some other country. You can obviously see, but to break the ice or have a conversation, you say, what part of Africa do you think you come from? That's me breaking the ice with this person that I don't even know, right? And then we say, I'm not from Africa, I'm actually from America, and I've always been in America. Oh, okay, but you look like, the way your features look like somebody that will come from this part of my tribe of people. Oh, well, that's not me. I don't think that's, okay. And then that creates the conversation and we keep talking. Oh, what do you like? Do you drive this car? Do you like this color? And you have the conversation. That's where it comes from. And it's not to impose African on somebody to say, I insist on being African. That's why you say, but the explanation you gave also makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, see, the thing about it is that, people look at certain things. Everybody takes in information differently, right? You know what I mean? So where we're from, you got to understand, we come from 20, 30 years now of separation from you guys, right? A lot of people have said, I'm not Black American, I'm not Black, I'm African, I'm this, I'm that. I came over here on a plane, not on a boat, right? So now you have people, when you say those type of things, their antennas go up. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Because of this internet. Now, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's just the reality of it, right?
Yeah, let me step in here. Let me step in this because you guys enter my major talking point. So, NY, you there? Wait, is he on mute?
He's on mute. I think he's still there.
Yeah, because this is some of my talking points. So I think I might have something to add here, some value. Because I don't think because I don't even think he understands the purpose of those three letters, FBA. So once he come off mute, I'll give him what I got to say. He may respond, and y'all guys can continue. You guys continue, and then eventually I got to finish the video because I got to get to my topic, which is Dane Calloway saying Harriet Tubman never existed. So I'm gonna play his video, and we're gonna look at his evidence. See, what I do is I don't just give you my facts to counter yours. I look at your facts, and I see if they check out. And if they check out, then I give you my facts. But there's no point to get there because he made some of the most remedial logical fallacies a human being can make. But people follow people that's remedial, and that goes to what you were saying earlier about like when you gotta be selective, like how white people are selective about the immigrants they bring over here, they're hyper selected because we're a brain gain country. Well, we got to be a brain gain community, ethnic group. Where we gotta be selective who we deal with. So anybody following after somebody like Dan Calloway, they should be automatically off limits. You're like, yeah, don't talk to man one of them because they're following a guy who's remedial. So when I go into his video a little later, I mean the mistakes he was making. First of all, he said FBA is an abbreviation. Okay, that statement alone, I know the guy has never finished probably elementary school. FBA, those three letters, they're not abbreviations. It's called an acronym. An acronym means letters, each letter represents a whole word. Abbreviation is like my man name right there. No, actually, that's an acronym. Abbreviation is shortening the length of a word. Real simple. That's an abbreviation. It's a shorten the length of a word. But those letters separately don't mean whole words themselves. So what happens is a lot of us give our attention to certain people. And when I listen to you guys and listen to who you listen to, I'm like, I can't work with this guy. Yeah, I won't tell you that, but in my mind, that's what's going on. Like, I can't work with this guy. This guy got that remedial, gene in him, and that ain't going nowhere. But as soon as yeah, so I missed George Mick, and he wanted to hop on Street Media TV and build with the brother on no. Yeah, of course. But I'm just saying, like, I missed on YouTube, he was asking for the link. And I was in the background doing something else. I wasn't even following the chat like that. So I had put the link in YouTube in case he comes back on. But sometimes things work out a way where it's supposed to work out. So because had he hopped on a little earlier, y'all wouldn't have tackled as many things that you tackled, leading us to right here. So sometimes things play out the supposed to play out. But
True.
Okay, so NY. Now, what is your definition? When somebody say I'm African, I'm not African, how do you define African?
Exactly, just to be clear.
Okay, so when somebody says I'm African or not African, what are or anybody? If somebody say I'm African, what are they implying? What are they implying?
It means that
Okay, so that's what African means. That means you got descendants from Africa, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
somebody not from Africa or any part of Africa. That's what I would say. I said then that means one of the people must be descendants, from Africa.
Okay, right. So now if you right. I'm just trying to establish. What I do is I like to establish facts before I go on, right? Because I don't want to impose something that you don't agree to. Okay. So then you have so for me, when you look up the definition of Africa or African, is actually somebody who was born there, who have citizenship, some type of nationhood, and is part of a tribe. So that's the real definition of an African, right? Okay. So with that definition, I wouldn't be African. So when people say I'm African, I say I'm not African. I'm a Black American. I'm a native Black American, and I'm foundational. Like that's my reply to that. Now, if they say, hey, you got African genetics, I say, yeah. I say I got African genetics, and I also got European and indigenous genetics all there, which combines and makes us this homogenous mixture of an FBA type of person. Now, so African is also what the brother said. It's also a cultural thing, right? You are tied in with the food, the language, and the cultural things that surround those nations, those particular nations, because each nation got different cultures and different tribes are different, different cultures. So right. So you would agree I wouldn't be African culturally either, right? Right. So I would just be Black. Like, I mean, I'll be African on some genetic type thing, right? Some DNA. Right. Okay. So the African word is going around. Hey, somebody's African, somebody's not African. But also the word Black is going around. Somebody's Black is not Black. Now, Black is the same way like African is used different ways. Like we said, African is used for like continental identity, cultural things, nationhood, tribal affairs, things, language, culture, and then also genetically, right? So Black operates that way too. So that there's a word I came across, which is polysemy. That means one word can represent or different things, like different thoughts, different realities. It's polysemy, like polygamy, but it's polysemy. Okay, so Black, so African represents those different things. Well, so does Black. So when we say we're Black in America, okay, I'm speaking to the origins of a self-identification in a positive connotation sense. We didn't include Africa or the West Indies, nothing like that. Okay, so when we say we were Black, we were saying we're Black culturally, right? That means we have an ethnic, political culture that we do here that's not shared anywhere in the world. For example, like we name our societies Black. We name our business districts Black Wall Street. We name our banks Black banks. We name our Reconstruction Black Reconstruction. And we got free from slavery. We call those people free Blacks. So ethnically and culturally, we name the word Black after all of our things, even the abstract things like love, unity, all that is painted Black. And when we say that, we're not really thinking about nobody abroad. We're talking about ourselves specifically. Now, some people might extend that somewhere else. So black is like similar to African. Like you got to be culture embedded, and that's something that can't start today. That had to start at the beginning of our ethnogenesis. Now, whitey people came up with a racial classification, social construct called well, it was a racial construct, right? And at first it was well, let's go with that. So they're saying people of African phenotypes, African ancestry, they're black racially. You agree? Okay. So now would you ever call yourself a Negro? So before black became the racial construct of people with African ancestry or phenotype, it was Negro. Negro was the first racial word to uh, classify a bunch of people that have similar genetics or African ancestry. And the thing about that is that we foundation black Americans, we know that foreigners will or people abroad will take on black, but they wouldn't take on Negro. And Negro, black actually it comes from Negro. Like so, like we were called Negro racially first, and then in 1977, the OMB Office of Management Development, our government had started to change the racial classification to black. So now people with the same thing. So people who were classified Negro racially are now just grouped up in the same group. It just relabeled as black. So right. So with the real black people who call themselves black, we know that Negro and black these are terms we're not afraid to like embrace because we know that we were classified as Negro and black. But we know that you guys will run from the Negro word. Like we know that, and that's another way we say you're not black the way we use it because we embrace it because it's a reality. Like there was Negroes sold on auction blocks, right? That's a reality that we're not afraid to embrace. All right. So then, secondly, black you guys mentioned before, black or colorism is used to describe somebody's skin color, right? So people would say, well, white people originally called people Negro based on skin color, right? And also status. They was giving people they call Negro the slave status, and it was based on your skin color. If you were dark, for the most part, not everybody, but for certain regions, if you were dark, they would say you're Negro, and that just means you're worthy of enslavement or colonization, either one. All right. So black is used three different ways: racial classification, not identification, classification, big difference. A racial description to describe how you look, right? You're very dark. And also a cultural sense, right? Black Wall Street, hip hop, all the things we got over here. So we're ethnically black. Nobody in Africa or the West Indies are ethnically black. They're ethnically Haitian, Nigerian, and Jamaican, right? So that's how black is used. So when people say they're black, we understand you can only accept the racial social construct by racist people, whitey people, or a color description by whitey people. So pretty much what I'm saying is that foreigners get their black from whitey people. We named ourselves black in 1930s and in the whole black empowerment movement. So even when we say we're black and you say you're black, we don't know we're using it differently. We're applying it differently. And that's the polysemous use of the word. Like we're using it differently, but we think we're using it the same. Does that make sense? That makes sense. And why? If any questions, just ask me. Right.
And very clear, and I stand with that because indeed you guys have created your own, kind of world. You have created such a powerful lineage over the years. You guys have introduced and, overcome the unthinkable. So indeed, you guys are on a different pedestal altogether. If truth has to be said, So yes, you have your own identity, and there's no taking back away from it. I agree. My only issue is at the time when we were hearing about it is, you're from Africa, you're not black, and that I couldn't wrap my head around it. But over time, you have to come to understand what it really means, And so I'm fine with it now.
Yeah, because as the brother was building upon, right? It's understanding that's the most important thing, right? You know what I mean? When people don't have a colloquial sense of what people are talking about, right? You know what I mean? Like when I say I was a Pan-Africanist, that meant that anybody black was my brother or sister until they prove otherwise, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
Other people have a different, and that's why a lot of black Americans came up under Pan-Africanism as not necessarily identifying themselves as a Pan-Africanist, but up under the understanding that a black person has common enemies, common struggles. We should be common friends and common allies, right?
Yep.
And but when you come from the continent, it's tribal because everybody is black over there, right?
Yep.
You know what I mean? So that's the thing. A lot of times the Africans get upset when I say that, well, you guys are tribal, right? But no, that's just a natural course. Europeans are tribal, right?
Yeah, but I don't think Africans will get offended if you say you're tribal because it's a matter of fact.
Well, no, they do. They take it as an insult, right? You know what I mean? Like they a lot of them take it as an insult because when you're tribal, it automatically comes with exclusionary thought processes.
Yeah, but we're admitting that that's what makes Africa unique. It's just a group of different tribes all together. All small, big, cute, big, fat. Everybody comes from a tribe. So I'm not quite clear why an African would be offended. Maybe perhaps how it's used or what is said. Then maybe that individual might be offended.
Steve, what I've understood is that when I say it, I use the tribal fact as why delineation is necessary, right? So that's how they become offended, right? Some of them become offended because under the Pan-Africanist idea that most blacks operated up under for the last 30, 40, 50 years, you were welcome and access to our spaces. You were able to take political power and do all these things and benefit yourself, right? Without benefiting the Black American group.
Okay.
So there's a lot, and it's not just you guys, right? There's a politician out there. I can't think of their name, but they're Latino, right? They're Latino, but they're African, Afro-Latino. They actually named their son African American sounding name, and he went into politics, cosplaying as Black American. Right, so it's not, you know what I mean. So these are the things that we're combating now, right? So this is why the brothers, what he was just teaching about is so powerful, right? Because a lot of you don't understand, right? We looking at you people as like, okay, that's my brother. If he gets in the office, he's gonna take care of us, but you don't take care of us. You take care of your own people, right? And where you coming from, that's the thing you're supposed to do because that's tribal.
Right.
So that these are the things that we're building on and expanding upon that need to be addressed. You know what I'm saying? So it's just it's just a conversation, but it needs to be had.
Yep, definitely conversation that needs to be had. That's where we are now. Differences, put it all together, shake it up, and then create something unique out of it. And that's what Africa stands for. Different groups of people. Weird, bizarre, crazy, funny, whatever, name it. But when we put it all together, it just makes it beautiful. I mean, I look at different parts of Africa, I'm always amazed. I'm like, I have to go check it out. I want to go and visit. Always blown away, And that's for me. And I know a lot of Africans like that too, But there's this false narrative that everybody want to go to America, even though there's only 2 million Africans from 54 countries, But hopefully we'll get there someday soon.
Hey, I just wanted to.
Hey, me. I didn't see you there.
One thing, real quick. I have to step down. I want to pay my respects to the brother FBA News for having me up on this panel.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, brother. Please continue what you're doing. I support you.
Thank you.
Just followed you. I'm going to get more in the algorithm with you, brother, because I don't know, but I want to start attending your lives and things more often.
Okay.
And I want to actually link with you and try to get some work done, man.
All right.
You know what I mean? So You know, so I don't. Well, I'll talk to you offline. I'll find out where you at and whatnot, because I do a lot of traveling, man. So I'll pull up on you, what have you. And
Yeah.
also, too, thank you, brother NY, for coming up here and having the courage to state your points and you know, stand on what you believed in a good faith way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be linking up with you too.
Thank you. Thanks for having me too.
Yeah, yeah,
Appreciate it.
yeah.
Keep having a good
Yeah.
luck with you.
Thanks for coming up, and wow.
Yeah,
I
appreciate it.
really
FBA.
appreciate it, man. And
Yeah.
once again, I just want to encourage you, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm in full support of you.
Let me say this, TJ, before you go. Maybe let it be a testimony, maybe in a couple of months or maybe a year or two, where you come back and say, indeed, things are happening, and you're going to have to front it for everybody. Let them see, you know.
Oh, yeah.
You just have to make it happen, you know.
No, I am 100%.
See and realize the real opportunities that are being lost.
No, I am 100% going to make this product with this company that I'm working with, and I want to make
it in touch. Yeah.
Yeah, so definitely we're gonna because I got to do a test run, so we can do a small test run anyway, you know, just to get it on there. So we're gonna see what's up. You know, I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is. You know what I mean? Because I got to get the formulation done.
And then we'll make something come out of it. You're going to come back here and tell everybody that, listen, it's happening.
Yep.
You know,
it's happening 100%. And we're going to start. And like I said, man, this is an emerging business that we can control with this peptides. I'm working with an FBA scientist. He's one of the person that the company I'm working with. He owns like 30, 40 patents. This man is a genius. Peptide G. Look it up. It's the only patented peptide, you know what I mean? This brother's the real deal. It's the only thing that makes your body produce more melanin, right? So
one of the people you're talking about is down in the comment section, right? Oh, we're off code. We don't work with anyone in Boston. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Just ignore that.
What are the people you're talking about?
Yeah. I'm not tripping off of that. You're not used to. Look, if you want shea butter, you got to go to Africa. I want shea butter, so I don't care what she's talking about.
Right? Like I can dedicate like 6 hours and have it through and laugh about it, whatever problem should come out of my mouth. Like my thing.
Yeah, George Macon, say something. I want to so I can hear you on the speaker.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, because so anybody hop on YouTube, I gotta use the wireless speaker so they can hear you better, because TikTok ain't gonna hear you. You can hear them only because I got the mic to it, but let me just make sure the speaker hooked up so you can hear you.
Is the African brother still there?
Yeah. Yep.
I just want to say this because I was listening for a long time, man. I'm glad that he came up to have a conversation, because over here we don't do tether content like that. But I would just say to the brother going forward, I live here in Philadelphia, and I grew up around a lot of Africans since I was a kid.
Wait 1 second. He started talking again because I want him to hear you. Hold on.
I'll reach out to you. Hear me.
All right. NY, there's a brother, Street Media TV, want to, dialogue with you. Let me see if you can hear him first. Go ahead, Street Media.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hear that?
Sound like far away off the phone.
All right, hold on.
Sound like far away.
That's me. That's me.
Oh.
Hold on. Let me get this right. It's saying connected, but it ain't connected.
Yeah, you sound very faint.
Oh, okay. Yeah, give me a second. Let me just hook up the speaker. Let me try again. This damn fly don't get off me. All right, try now, George. Try now. See if it sounds better. Are you talking? All right, so he on mute. Just give him a second. Yeah, he on mute right now. Because he actually called.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Okay. All right, I'm gonna put over here. Can you hear him? Say something.
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, he's talking now. Can you hear him?
I can't hear him. No.
Well, you can.
Somebody speaking. Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to say, because I grew up here in Philadelphia, man, and we one of cities where you got like a little Africa. It's been there for like the last 20 something years now, right? Little Africa. Before that, there was no distinction. Everybody, when you came here as a black immigrant, you moved in with us, and you was with us. Period. Other than that, you wasn't around. You had to go be with the white folks. That's the way Philadelphia was set up because it was a racially segregated city. Around like the late 90s, the Africans came. Well, you already had people from Ghana. You already had people from Ghana and Liberia that was already here. They was living amongst us for a long time. What do you say?
He's still talking.
Can you hear me?
And why?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Y'all there?
Okay, now my mic cut off. All right. Oh,
What's wrong with him? He not on his computer?
He's on TikTok. You're on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Right now.
Yeah. Hello?
We hear you.
Y'all can hear me?
You hear me?
Nobody saying nothing back. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, he can hear you.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, I grew up here, you know, and Africans came. So you have people from Ghana, you have people from Liberia. The problem that we have in these conversations is two things. The conversation you just had with that brother could have been 5 minutes. The problem was it was lack of honesty. I heard, and I'm not saying this to come at you. I'm saying this so you can understand going forward. I heard the whole conversation, and the whole time the brother was saying was, "You guys got the resources. We got people that got know-how and capital here. When we come there, you guys have to make it because you already know that if I gotta go there and act like I'm your cousin or something, that's a problem. That's a problem that y'all have to deal with. When we put that on the table, you can't make excuses and say you have to say, you know what, yeah, because we need you guys to help us come back where we can do this together." It went into a whole hour conversation where that could have just been said in 5 minutes. Because we all adults, right? We know for a fact that not every African dislike Black Americans and not every Black Americans dislike Africans. It's just like it's like a house with many rooms, right? When you come over here and like you said, well, you learned something today. No, you didn't. You are a grown, intelligent man. You know goddamn well that majority of Black Americans don't dislike Africans. That's just what you chose to listen to. So when you come over here, you didn't learn anything different when you come over here. I can't let you get away with that. We got to be mature about certain things online. You got a lot of foolish shit that go online, but that's not the totality of everybody.
That so, spewing ignorance and full crap stuff and keep the conversation moving. That's what I learned. What did you hear?
I listen. I'm listening. You're not listening to nothing I'm saying because you in your feelings. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but you're saying something I didn't say.
Bro, you gotta listen to what I'm saying. Listen, I'm gonna tell you when I'm gonna know when you hear what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm telling you. In the conversation,
you're gonna tell me what I learned and what I didn't learn.
No, okay, see, because you're not hearing me. You're being emotional. You're not listening. I said when you kept the conversation, and the brother told you, why are you telling me about those guys that talk about us or do this? He would say, over here we don't do that. He shouldn't even have to told you that. That's all I'm saying. You a grown man. You already know that. That's what I'm saying.
What? I asked the question because I didn't know. I never been to America.
So let's unpack that. Let's deal with that, brother. So you telling me, as a person from Africa and living in the UK, what you heard online is what you think all Black Americans thought about Africans? That's what you're saying to me?
Listen, if you also heard the conversation, you probably will know that I know too many people in Ghana that are Black Americans that are doing too well and we're making good success with each other. Too many compared to those online that be spewing crap. So what are you talking about?
So why? So
I said,
again,
I learned something new because he said that when I encounter such people, I have to keep it moving so that I ignore such people. And I said to him, oh, I've learned something new today, because before I will engage such a person, like that character down there, I'll have 6 hours
listen
with
to
you
what I'm saying.
and have a go at that person. But
No,
now
listen,
I learned that, when I
I
engage somebody like that, I ignore such person and I keep the conversation moving.
But you're saying, listen to what I'm saying to you. There's a reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. Now listen to the whole conversation to the point where Ron had to come in and say something to you, because what I'm saying was, you said those things, but you also said the other part. You kept re-emphasizing about what goes on online instead of just having where the brother had to tell you, I don't care nothing about that. Let's talk about this business. And then when it went into the business part, right? He was saying that, listen, it's a lot of scammers. And I want you to understand something. I want you to understand something from a Black American perspective. When we was young, most of us, especially here in the East Coast corridor, we was raised Pan-African. But we thought when we were younger, most of Africa was like this utopia where everybody was united. We didn't understand the tribalism the way that you guys teach it. So when they came to America, you was able to join our ranks as long as you was down with us, become leaders, make a lot of money, and you was our brother. We didn't know that if you went from Ghana to Uganda, you was a foreigner. We was never taught that shit, because when you came here, you wasn't treated as a foreigner like that. So what happens is, the reason why you had the delineation, because we found out that we was the only ones really practicing Pan-Africanism. Y'all was practicing Pan-nationalism or Pan-tribalism. We was unaware of that. So when we separate, it's not separating on hating Africans, it's getting our identity separate, because we late to the party. Everybody else was doing it. We see, y'all understand, we was under the foot of this white man, so we wanted to get other groups to come over here so we can build our numbers up to fight against white supremacy at the time. A. Philip Randolph 100 years ago warned us about some Africans and Caribbeans coming over, but that wasn't everybody. So what I'm saying is, when I'm listening to the conversation, I feel like you was taking the conversation backwards, that you was moving it forward, but taking it backwards too, to the point where Ron and them had to check you. And I'm just saying, like, brother, know better. When you got over here in this space and you saw we wasn't on that, some of the stuff you were saying shouldn't even have been being said. That's all I'm saying to you. It's not to take it personal.
That's fine. But again, that's your opinion, and I expressed myself the way that I thought I would, based on what the issue was at the time. So that's what I did. And really, I don't understand your confusion. Again, we know that you guys don't know about the different countries and different groups in Africa. It's been pretty evident these days on this social media. And for a lot of Africans, we are discovering this to find out that, you guys really not so bright after all, because you didn't know this basic information that are easily available for you guys to find out. But I guess because of the system, how it's put in place, that is what happened. But we're here now.
Just did the
a lot
same
of
thing
people
again.
are discovering that Africa is made up of different countries, and it's not just one country. You guys are also now learning that even in one country, there are different groups. And you guys are now discovering that even if you guys decide to create 100 groups out of yourselves, you're still going to be considered, as the cousins or the other Black Americans on the other side. It's not going to change anything, because we
listen to what I'm saying. You just did it again.
All we know.
The
difference makes us unique. It makes us beautiful. It's not a bad thing to have differences. It's what you make out of it that makes it different.
Can he hear me? Ron, can he hear me?
Yeah, he hears you.
See, he just did it again. That's what I'm saying. Again, what you just did, and I want you to hear what I'm saying, because we in the room with the door shut and we having a conversation to fix things. So this the conversation. With the door shut, it's just us in the room, right? What you just did was attribute what you hear online to foundational Black American knowledge. That's what you just did. And what I'm telling you is, we have people that's traveled the world. We have people that's been in Africa, that's lived in Africa, that's come back. No, we have a lot of knowledge. We tend to find out that a lot of times when a lot of them come here,
I have to relate to people that have
hold on, let me say what I'm saying so you can understand what I'm saying. So you get to understand.
Of course, the Black Americans have traveled. I went to school with too many of them. What are you talking about?
Listen, you're being emotional again. You're doing the same thing to me you did to him. You're not listening.
You keep saying the same thing. You're emotional.
I'm not saying the same thing. I'm responding to what you said.
Okay, I'm listening.
What I'm saying right now is in response to what you said. Right now, that's what I'm saying. You're still attributing to what you
What
hear
you heard was my
online as
response
to
to
we
you
don't know
too.
something. That's not true. That's what I'm responding to. We're making.
I'm telling you that a lot of Africans are now discovering that a lot of Black Americans didn't know that Africa is a continent. But a lot of time you see it online where people come on here and be saying, oh, "I thought Africa was a country." Now, what are you saying? I'm making that stuff up.
You said, now watch this. Watch this. Now watch this. Now I'm glad you said that because I can counter that with there's a lot of Africans that come over here that don't know anything about Africa, but only in their tribe. Outside of their tribe, they don't. We know more about other African countries than they do. We encounter them too.
That is very true. That's just a fact.
So this is what I'm saying.
Actually,
but listen to me. If you notice, I didn't bring that to the table because that's irrelevant to this conversation. What you did was attribute Black American knowledge to what's online, and I'm telling you that that's not the totality of Black Americans. A lot of us are very knowledgeable because of what we've been through. So what I'm saying is, when we have these conversations, you gotta understand the people you're talking to. Over here, we're knowledgeable, so we're gonna take offense to that. So because this is what I'm saying, when we make our assessment on why we're delineating, that means that it's come from well-studied and experience with Africa, people that's been to Africa, and understanding who we are and what we're not. So when you make the assessment that we learn our stuff online over here, that's offensive. That's what I'm telling you.
Have you been to Africa or any African country?
I haven't, but my brother has. My dad has. My brother lived in Africa for 7 years. My best friend is in Ghana right now.
What country did you go to? Okay, good. And your best friend, what does he say about Ghana?
No, he loves Ghana.
Okay, good.
He loves Ghana. But see, this is what I'm saying. But this is the gist of what I'm saying. This is the gist of what I'm saying. And in the conversation, when we say if you come to a space and this is what I want you to hear me. Just hear what I'm saying. Once you say, as a brother from Africa, right? If you come here, there's going to be people where you might have to act like you're my cousin in order to get into an industry. That's a problem when people are telling us to come back to reinvest. That has to be fixed by Africans immediately because it's going to always draw a wedge and cause a problem. We have to fix our problems because when we look at certain things, we see a lot of Africans leaving Africa.
It's not an African problem. You keep saying something that you shouldn't be saying. It's not an African problem. Africa is a freaking continent. You make it so hard to have a discussion.
No, watch this. See, this is what I'm saying. You're not listening again. Some of y'all are hard-headed. You're not listening. Are you African?
The words that you're saying, you keep saying Africa.
No, listen to me.
Africa. I'm one Ghanaian. How the hell you expect to go 54 countries?
Again, who am I talking to? Watch how easy this is. Who am I talking to?
A Ghanaian in Africa.
Right. Well, wait, slow down.
To be precise.
Well, listen, stop. You're a Ghanaian from Africa, right?
Right.
I'm a foundational Black American right now talking to a brother from Ghana. The conversation is about doing business in Ghana. So when I say that's an African problem, I'm talking about Ghana because I'm talking to an African from Ghana. It's not a bunch of Africans on here. So it's not that hard. Just me and you talking.
Well, you need to clear it up and say Ghanaian friend. When you say African, then you throw it up.
Because I'm talking to an African.
My confusion, because you cannot read my thoughts. I have to explain it to you so you have a better understanding of what I'm thinking.
Oh my God, bro.
Well,
hey, Ron,
if you could just say Ghanaian, just say.
Ron, how come you understood what I meant?
There's so many differences. I've never been to any other African country, so I cannot relate to anything about Africa.
Ron,
Ghana.
Yeah.
I'll say Ghana, but explain to him what I was saying because I'm only talking to an African from Ghana.
You know, he understands that, but what he's saying is like he don't represent.
I know he don't.
Right. So
this is what I'm saying. Watch this. We know that. I'm not talking about
helping all the people in America. Haiti is in America. Are you helping everybody in America?
Again, see,
all the American countries apart from the United States of America.
Bro, we not doing that. Listen to what I'm saying to you. The conversation.
Okay, we have that clear. You are referring to Ghana. Let's move forward.
No, listen. Because this is the problem in this conversation, and you did the same thing with the guy on why it took so long. Listen to what I'm saying to you. The conversation is about
Ghana. Let's move forward.
Just listen to what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. You can't pick up nothing because you listen to respond and not listen to hear. You was doing the same thing when the guy was talking to you. Me and you are having a conversation about doing business in Ghana, not Guyana. I mean, not Uganda.
Okay, let's move the conversation forward.
Oh
Stop
my
repeating
God,
yourself.
brother, what the fuck?
You're repeating yourself. Move it
No,
forward. The
no,
point
I'm
you're making
not.
is
I'm trying
what?
to say something to you. Because the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying
Please
because
go
of
ahead.
what you
Please go
did.
ahead.
Listen, just listen to me. Can you just listen to me for 1 minute without responding? What I'm saying is, me and you are having a conversation based off what the brother was saying about doing business in Ghana. I'm not talking about no other African countries. So I should have said that's a Ghana problem. My bad. But I figured that you would pick up on that because we only talking about us and me and you. We're not talking about nobody else. So what I'm saying is when they coming over there, when they're coming over there, we have to be able to do business where it's straight up, where we don't have to go through all that anymore. And until we can do that, it's still going to always be a problem. That's all I'm saying.
It won't be a problem, and you don't have to do this. There are many people in Ghana that are already thriving in businesses. They didn't have to go and introduce themselves as cousin. I was speaking to the brother because I've had such a good rapport with him. So somebody like that sort, I can give him a hint on that. But for other people that I don't know, maybe not. But because other people come to Ghana, there's a whole process. You register your business, you register your facility, whatever it is. It's the whole process. You go through, you make the payment, you get your receipt, and you move on up. You start if it's a restaurant, if it's real estate, if it is jewelry you're into. I mean, you just follow the lay down process and hope that you meet the right people and you don't get scammed and people take advantage of you like any part of the world. That's all. But beyond that, me speaking to that brother, I said to him, "Oh, with you, if we're able to get in touch, if you come to Ghana and I meet up, I'll take you to whatever it is that you're interested in." And I said, "Oh, that's my cousin. He's just come back." To remove a lot of bureaucratic processes and whatnot so that we can fast forward whatever that needs to be done. And these are the things advantages that we have in Africa that you guys don't have because you guys will have to follow the exact procedure, But for us, we love it, knowing that, knowing people, having connections and things, it's an everyday life for us.
But as my brother told me, because he lived there and he also lived in Ivory Coast, it's not advantages like that because there's too many backdoor deals and not enough regulations. So a lot of things go bad. So what I'm saying is, when we say we love each other, we got to have real conversations. Real conversations. When you come there and you're not from there, a citizen or whatever, and you get land, you don't like how you don't really own the land. There's a lot of things that go into play that come with that and conversations that when you're going back to Africa, it's not welcoming as it should be for the people that they say that were sold that they say that, well, you are our people, welcome home. It's not really welcome home. It's what you got in your bank and what you bring into the table.
Right.
I wish my brother was here now because he can have a real conversation. It's not just cut and dry in the way that you're laying it out. And I'm not saying that you're wrong in everything you're saying because I'm listen, whether we argue or not, I'm glad that we having a conversation, period. It's a good that we actually having a conversation. It may not always be nice right away, but it's the fact that we having a conversation.
Right.
Yeah, it starts with conversation.
Yeah, but it's not as cut and dry as you laying it out.
I definitely appreciate the conversation for real. I mean, no doubt about it.
So what I'm saying is I might get at you a little bit, but don't take it personal. It's just a conversation. That's all.
Because I never, and I hope you guys don't take it personal too, because that's how you always goes this left. Because you guys feel offended anytime an African respond, and then it goes down well. But you should know that we're trying to break this misunderstanding, and just take each other's opinion or thought on whatever it is they were discussing. That's it.
But see, when you come over here, they got regulations to certain things. There's certain things you can't do. Certain paperwork you got to fill out and how you get things done. A lot of things over there, man, that shit is backdoor deals. There's a lot of stuff that go on that's not on the up and up, that's not regulated the right way. And that's why a lot of times when we encounter Africans and they say, well, why did you leave? They say because of the governments or the way certain things. It's not us. This is what they say. It's the governments, right? I want to say I want to say one more thing too. Then I'll mute up. I want to say one more thing. Ron broke down on how we use black and what black is, but so many Africans. I had my brother from Ivory Coast, my homie from Mauritania, because I live here in Philadelphia, so there's a lot of different Africans here, and they always told me, They always told me that we wasn't African. And I said, why? Listen, I'm gonna be real with you. The brother from Benin one time, he was actually being disrespectful, but this was about 15 years ago. Hey, check this out, Ron. He said to me, he said, you guys have African genetics and DNA, but your great grandfather's a white man. You're not us. That's exactly what he said. He said your great and great grandfather's a white man, right? Then I had other Africans tell us, you're not Yoruba, you're not Wolof, you're not God, you're not Iwe, you are your own people in America. They've told us that for a long time, for so many years. And Ron, I tell you, and I'm not saying that to be an asshole. This is what
Can
we
you hear
were
him now?
told for many years by Africans.
Okay. Yeah, so to go back 30 seconds, he had missed some things you said.
Well, you heard what I said, right, Ron? There was a dude from Benin that told me that we are of African descent, but he said through our mamas. He said the majority of you Black Americans come from white men. That's what he said. That's why he said we're not African because of slavery. This is what he said. I don't agree with that, but this is, and a lot of them have that mentality. And then another one told me, he said, you're not Wolof, you're not God, you're not Iwe, you're not Shona, you're not part of those groups. You are your own people. I've been told that by Africans many times. Then I've had some Africans that say we're African, but it all depends. But am I wrong, Ron?
Yeah, I call that gaslighting. And in one sense, we're African. Then another sense, we're not. It's just gaslighting.
Yes, we've been told. We've been told. So what I want you to understand, brother, when
No,
you
people
reach
are
out
here
to
for that.
us, we have to have a full understanding of a conversation where when I was growing up, everything was damn near about Africa. We had the red, black, and green medallions. We was fighting. I just sent my son to Cheney and Lincoln is where a lot of the African leaders came in and went to school. I live in Philadelphia. This was African centered, right? So when we had Africans come over and telling us we wasn't African, that was baffling to us. That was baffling to us. So
African up to you and say you're not African?
yes, a lot of them, that was like a talking point. They would come over and say, we're American, we're not African. They would come over and say that your great grandfather's ancestors are white men. They would tell us that.
Okay. And you took offense to that, just to be clear.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we was always told that most, especially East Coast corridor, most people were Pan-African at the time. We was told that we were African. So for a brother from Benin and Senegal to come over here and say that our ancestral grandfathers were white men and we're not Africans, how are we supposed to take that?
Yeah. So hey, George. Yeah,
that to you.
Yeah, go ahead. Do it again because he missed it when you earlier. He wasn't here.
What I'm saying is, we was raised Pan-African.
He's about to give you his understanding of all that because he explained it earlier, but you wasn't here.
Okay, go ahead. I'll listen.
Yeah, so listen, even besides that, he's talking about somebody, he mentioned Benin, and then he says Senegal. And this, again, these two countries that these are French-speaking countries. They have a completely different history to the English-speaking West African countries. Completely different. Their understanding, their appreciation is different from that of, somebody that is in Ghana to that of Benin, Togo, Senegal, Ivory Coast, all the French-speaking countries. They have a different basic understanding. I mean, historical, on their side, that is different from that of Ghana. Way different. Just to begin with, hold on a second. Let me just pick up something
here. Yeah, like he's one of the rare few Africans that understand like what it means to be an African. So he's not going to call a Black American African because he knows what that is. He understands genetics, yeah, but he understands like the way of life, culturally, eating, tribal affiliation. Like he understands like what makes an African we won't qualify for that.
Yeah, and see, Ron, the reason why I brought that to the table because as long as we've been in the Pan-African spaces, bro, I've heard this. so many Africans over the years then said, listen, y'all ancestral grandfathers are white men. You heard that. We both heard it.
But you got to understand, you're talking to him, and he said he never been to America, so he knows nothing about that. So you got
got you. I got
talk
you.
to him where he's at.
I got you. I got you. And he need to understand that we know that. See, listen, one of my good friends I work out with every day from Mauritania, right?
He's
He
talking
from
too.
Mauritania, Ron. Do you
Yeah,
know he can't stand that W man more than we do because of what they've been through in Mauritania with the Arabs and the white man. But when you talk to the guy from the Congo, he can't wait to get a white woman.
But now that don't mean he's not anti. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying it's a difference in mentalities depending on where you at in Africa, depending on the colonization.
Wait, hold on. Street Me TV. Are you able to hear NY?
No, I can't hear him.
Okay, because he's talking.
Oh shit! We can't hear you, NY.
All right, go ahead. Well, hold on. Shit. Goddamn.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear him, right?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Can you hear me?
Okay, he can hear you. Like now, is he loud and clear, or is he like off?
He's still kind of off, but I can hear him.
Okay, he can hear you. Yes.
You keep going out these names of countries that you seem to know. You mentioned Congo, you mentioned Benin, you mentioned Senegal, and I keep saying to you that you have to understand these are French countries. Their history is different from that of Ghana.
Mm-hmm.
So when you hear somebody from one of the French African countries speaking to you and then saying whatever they're saying, I don't know what basis they're saying what they're saying on. So I can't even argue it out. Do you understand?
No, yes, I do.
Yes, I do. Yeah. But if this person was perhaps maybe Ghanaian, Nigerian, maybe then I can have some fair idea of what maybe they are referencing to. But from the French part, and there's more French-speaking countries than even English-speaking countries in Africa. When they speak their truth or whatever their experience are, I almost always never can relate to it.
Right. No, I hear you. I hear you. Is he still talking? Because he went out. I don't know.
Stop.
Okay. No. I'm with you. I understand that. That's why I said when I first started talking, I said here in Philadelphia, the people that integrated it's two African countries that integrated here in Philadelphia amongst the black Americans was Liberians and people from Ghana. And number one, they spoke the English. Number two, Liberia is a little different. So they did. Other groups came and began to separate themselves and they built Little Africa. But being around Africans, like I said, when I'm in the gym and I'm working out, I got a homie that's from Mauritania, a homie from Ivory Coast, and I got another homie that's from Zimbabwe. He don't work out with us, but that's the homie. All three of them got different interpretations of the way they view Black Americans, and they got different experiences. So I learned what you're saying by being around them because the guy from Mauritania, he can't stand W folks or Arabs because of what's going on in Mauritania. But the dude from Ivory Coast got a whole different thought process. And what you're saying is correct. It's not the same. But the problem is when you get us all in a room, if we're not all aware of those things, it it crashes. It becomes a problem. So, and I just think us being on FBA business is the gist of the conversation is the same way you don't want everybody in Ghana to be judged. Just don't judge all foundational Black Americans because the majority of us don't hate Africans. We just self-identifying ourselves. That's all we doing. It has nothing to do with hating Africans. You got some people online to do that, but the majority of us don't do that.
He can't hear you because a lot of times I'm live on TikTok. I get kicked off. Like people be, y'all had a great conversation, and the whole time he was talking, all I've been doing is battling appeals. Like people are flagging me as you guys were live, and I've been winning some, losing some. So they eventually kicked me off of TikTok, and I can't get back on right now.
Oh shit!
So this what happened. They flagged me. Yeah, you would think I got a gazillion people in there listening. But they are on me, man. Like whatever messages that I be doing, yeah, bro, they are on me.
Yeah, but and that's the thing though, Ron, because I tell a lot of people, man.
One more thing for the chat. One time, I got tired. I had to fight like literally 15 pills in a row, and they kept coming. I just logged off. Like I won all of them, but they just kept coming. I'm like, damn. So they don't have a regulation. I'm winning them. Like they just false flagging me. Nope. It just kept letting the flags come through, and they kept disturbing the. I just logged off TikTok. Yeah, so it's kind of wild. Yeah, but it won't let me back on.
I joined in from the YouTube chat.
Okay, Killer. What's your name in the chat?
Killer Cam 425.
Okay, that's your name in the chat. Okay, what's going on? You want to add to?
Okay, so I just wanted to ask, like, so this FBA thing, what is the basis of FBA? Is it trying to get reparations, or is it just separating from continental Africans and Caribbeans?
Where you from? Before we speak, what country are you from?
I'm from East Africa.
So let me ask. I'm gonna answer the question, but I'm gonna ask. I want to know what's your assessment of it first, and then we'll tell you.
From the people who started it, from what I know about FBA and ADOS to be specific, as the origins, I know ADOS is about reparations and FBA is focused on delineation.
Delineation from what?
From Caribbeans, Haitians, continental Africans, and any other group that identifies as Black.
Why?
Just based on the rhetoric. I mean, just look at the thumbnails on Tariq's page or whatever it is, and like the contrast and representation, and I mean all those people he's representing like that have like different traditions of like revolutionaries, leadership, and all that. But he's not going to tell you about any of that. He'll just show you like a caricature of somebody eating a bushmeat or whatever, and everybody goes wild in the chat.
Can I say this to you? What country are you from in East Africa, you said?
Me? I don't want to say which country. I just say East Africa.
Do you live here in America?
Yeah, I do.
The reason why I'm asking you these questions because I know for a fact, if you can break this down online, that's not the only thing that you hear about FBA or the only people that you hear talk about FBA. Because I'm online every day, I'm a content creator. And the problem that I have with you guys is you guys hear one aspect of it and you run with that. And that's the disingenuous side. Because you over here now, you just painted Black Americans into one thing as if we just don't like other groups, and we just where the totality of Black Americans are saying that we don't hate y'all. We just want to self-identify the same way you do. Our problem was we're late to the party. We're the only ones that wasn't self-identifying. We was allowing everybody to come and be a part of the group, and we found out that everybody wasn't participating or being a part of the group the way that they should. So we started to separate. What you just did was when you came in here was go to Tariq as if Tariq is the leader of all Black people in America.
No, that's not what I said. I said there's ADOS that was the origin of FBA. I know about ADOS. I've been following ADOS for a while. And then FBA came in with Tariq and all that smoke and hot air is pumping into the airwaves is crazy.
But again, where does it come from? This is what I'm saying. Where we don't have honest conversations. I heard what you said. I comprehend well. The problem that I'm saying is, you being from East Africa, right? Did you ever sit back and think, okay, I don't like what Tariq is saying or doing, but why is he saying it? Is there some truth to some of the things that he's saying?
No, not at all. I know Tariq from
when I can't have a conversation with you.
Documentaries.
I can't listen to what I'm saying because I'm gonna tell you why I can't have a conversation with you. Because Yvette Carnell say the same thing about immigrants and what they do and why they do it. So what I'm saying is, if you come up as a peace offering and saying, hey, I don't like this, but these some things that we can fix in our communities. There's some things that we can fix in our communities. When I ask you that basically what he's saying is not true because Yvette Carnell is hardcore too. She say the same thing, then you're being disingenuous. And what you're telling me is, because I'm a very fair person, what you're telling me is that you guys don't do anything wrong to the point where we have to call it out or separate from. We are the problem, and we're causing the division. That's exactly what you're saying when you say that.
Look. Okay, okay. What I'd like you to do is at least from the genesis of FBA, like you look at the tenets of like ADOS, where they're following up with reparations, political representation, voting, down ballot Democrat, looking at doing conferences and all that stuff. When is Tariq gonna do a conference? When is he gonna tell you how to vote? When is he gonna tell you about like different issues like Gary, Indiana, or something like, let's say,
let me step in real fast. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now when Yvette does that, do you know what brand she's under when she talks?
Yeah. ADOS.
No. That's the lineage. What organization, what foundation is she's representing when she does that, when she speaks like that?
I don't know which organization other than ADOS.
Okay, then you might want, because ADOS is not an organization, it's the name of a lineage. Let me help you out. See, this is what happens when you fake like you know about ADOS. It's called the ADOS Foundation. So, or advocacy, I'm sorry. ADOS Advocacy Foundation. That's what it's called. So the lineage is called, listen to me so you can understand it. The lineage is called ADOS. Yeah. And then she created a foundation, which is called ADOS Foundation, right? Advocacy Foundation. So now under that, she is a leader under that advocacy foundation. She's a leader of something. So she goes out there and speak like a leader. Tariq said, I'm not the leader of anything. We don't have a FBA Advocacy Foundation under his name. Now, if you want to create that, not you, but if Street Media TV want to create that, I want to create that. We can. What's your ticklish tether? What are you laughing at? I'm trying to explain something.
I don't want to create a foundation of confusing people and misrepresenting them or anything like that. I'm just saying, like,
I got you.
Yeah, well,
I feel like my brother. I feel like my brother, Street Media TV. You know, we can't talk to you. So,
but see, this is the thing. I wish you ain't kick him off here. I wish.
I got you. I'm not gonna, on my panel. I'm not gonna have no disingenuous.
No, because I was ready telling him.
Right.
See,
he was not interested. He's laughing. We're talking seriously. He didn't know what. I know. And this I'm explaining to him. But what I'm saying is, I'm explaining what role Yvette plays, and a lot of FBAs don't know this either. I got cooked them too. Mm-hmm. Yvette is not a leader of a lineage. She's the leader, or she's one of the leaders of an advocacy foundation. Mm-hmm. All right. So she's the leader of a foundation that speaks on behalf of the lineage. Right. So she's not the leader of a lineage, but she speaks behalf of this foundation. You don't have to join the foundation, or you can. It's up to you. So if you join it and you patronize it, then you're accepting her leadership as far as that. But if you don't join it, you're still ADOS. You're no longer ADOS. So I was like, people misrepresent what she's doing, and I got to cook. But he didn't even. Last thing, he claimed like he knew about ADOS, and he knew the difference. He didn't know. I listened carefully because he told you he did, and he tried to spin it to something else. No, she's not a leader of a lineage either. Look at it.
See. He wasn't coming up on good faith. That's why before I even start talking to him, I wanted to know where he was from and what did he think of Foundational Black American and ADOS. This is the thing, right? When you talk to people like him, as opposed to the other guy that never been to America, that guy and his people don't give a damn about Black Americans. He's part of the people that talk down to us. And they looking at us doing something like, man, them niggas ain't doing nothing. See, what Tariq is doing or FBA is doing, how is that any of his business? See, if he had respect for Black Americans, that's not even any of his business. He would be saying, well, how can I assist? He's more worried about, he doesn't understand that, first of all, you got Black people in different states doing different things all around the country. He don't care nothing about that because he has his agenda. He came up here to be sly and sarcastic because they don't respect us. I knew that when he first walked in the door. I saw when he came in with it. The minute he came in and said, well, I don't want to say where I'm from. I don't want to. Then why are you even coming up here to talk to us? You know where we from. You know who we are. What's the point? Why do you care about what we're doing? You came here with your people to make money, right, and separate yourself from us. 90 East Africans don't associate themselves with Black Americans. For the most part, hell no. So why are you even coming to talk to us? All that was on bad faith, Ron. That's why he was doing that.
Yeah, this is why I have rules, like who I talk to. And I make it very clear every live. Well, not every live, but it's clear. I say on my panel and the spaces I control, these are people who are not allowed to come on. Arabs, Indians, white tea people, Hispanics, all. Some East Africans like Somalians, Eritreans, Sudanese, well, some Sudanese, like, but so I want to talk to people who are really sub-Saharan African coming from the diaspora, West Indies or Haiti or South Africa, Central, West, and some Eastern African countries, some. And the reason why I did like that, because we're only really addressing the people who can cosplay as us, like who's a real threat. A light bulb head Eritrean can't cosplay as us. He's not a real threat. So I don't want to talk to nobody who looks that much different from us. Like we're not even addressing them. So that's why I speak to the people who actually kind of look like us, and that's kind of that actually is in this with us. Like they're actually in this. A light bulb head guy is not, like, we never see those people in real life ever. They're not in nothing we do. So I'm not going to give him a voice.
Yeah, I saw him coming a mile away. But again, those he's part of those people that want to be the model minority, and they use the same W supremacy talking points on us that the W men do. They're not our allies. They're not our friends. I live here in Philadelphia. Ethiopians and Eritreans don't hang with us. Hell, they don't hang. They don't be over here. Listen, in Philly, more it's the West South Africans do come kick it with us. And just West Africans. I don't know. I don't really know them. Them people from East Africa don't be over there with us, bro. They be over there in their own corners, man. They be over there in their own corners. So I like the whole thing is, why you even worrying about what we doing? They let you in America. Go get your money and get the hell on, man. Why you even come up here? Why you even care?
And like, so that speaks to a couple of things. Because like I say, man, the Africans who are hyper selected, who are making money in America, they're not thinking about us 1 second.
Nope.
Like these guys are living their best life. The ones who think about us are the people who are struggling and who are going to always struggle because they came here as like beggars. You did the asylees, refugees, all those evacuees. So it's the beggars who are most likely going to be in our business and talk to us and talk down and things like that. So it's like, dude, you called in. So now he's watching Tariq Nasheed more than me, more than you. He's obsessed. Tariq Nasheed, a lot of these guys, they embrace Tariq Nasheed as their leader. Like a lot of these Africans, Tariq Nasheed, like they embrace him as their leader. Like they love him. They're obsessed. I try to get on there and talk to Tariq Nasheed. I'm behind 50 Africans who supposedly don't like him. Like, yo, why I in line to talk to a guy that you don't like and I can't even talk to him?
But what makes it disingenuous is because even when I was going live every day, you don't do tether content. You come on. We just was having a conversation with an African. You let other groups come on here. So what I'm saying when he's disingenuous, why even come up here with that when he know that you don't even have
we didn't even do that. Yeah, we didn't even do that.
So I'm saying I don't agree with everything that Tariq Nasheed do. He his own man. I'm my own man.
Right.
I got a different approach. I agree with the overall basis of what he's doing, but I don't agree with all his tactics. Absolutely not. But that's the way he do it.
It's impossible to agree. Like, we don't agree with our own brother, sister, wife. Like, nobody's going to agree with everything somebody does. We're going to always say that part, nah, I'll pass.
Absolutely. But so what I'm saying is, when they see that and they still come over here with that lets you know that they're not good people. You're just a bad person. It had nothing to do. It only had nothing to do with whether you African, Caribbean. No, you're just not a good person. You are a horrible person. You are a person of bad character. Because what stops you from coming into the room and just sitting down and just raising your hand to speak? Rather than coming in with a preconceived notion to be disrespectful. Something's wrong with your character. And I try to be a person, the way my father raised me, of good character. I'm on FBA business, but that don't mean that I'm just because you Jamaican, I'm going to be disrespectful to you. What kind of person would I be? That's not how I was raised. You got to show me that you want some other stuff, and then I'll address you accordingly. But just because you African don't mean I'm gonna be disrespectful to you. What the hell?
In their minds, that's what they believe. Hey, boss man,
what's up, FBA News? What's up, man?
What's going on? It's me and George making street media TV on the line.
All right, are you on YouTube? Are you on your YouTube channel or what?
Both.
Okay. No, man. Hey, I've been on your show before, but I'm Nigerian, by the way. You know what I mean? So I'll just put it out there. I'm actually in Nigeria right now. It's 4:27 p.m. So if I'm cutting on and off, just know it's like if I'm lagging, just understand why. All right?
Okay. Hey, street media, can you hear him?
You say what?
I'm asking, can street media hear you? Can you hear him?
Yeah, I can hear him. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can hear him. I was looking at something. Yeah, I can hear him. Yeah, I can hear him well.
No, I've been listening, man. And whoever was talking before, I don't know what your name. You said street media. My apologies, I'm not saying the name right. But yeah, man. Like the respect is mutual, man. I just feel like because I'm in Nigeria right now, right, and I'm with somebody y'all would consider a FBA.
Yes.
And we're doing business together here. We got business in Nigeria and we got business in the States. So, but we go on Facebook and we hear all this talk about the beef between Africans and FBAs and all that. And the FBA News, I know your lane. I know how you play. I know what you talk about. I'm not saying you promote beef or not, but sometimes you be leaning towards the xenophobic stuff. You know what I mean? So, but at the same time,
give me an example.
No, man, y'all go eat bush meat. There's no water in your country. You come in, you know, all that shit.
Wait, slow down. When did you ever hear me go back and forth with somebody like that?
Maybe not you, bro, but but you know what I'm talking about.
No, I'm saying, but
I don't know. I don't have like a specific example. Like,
so okay, so hold on. So listen, what I do. So what I do is I do reactions. Like I'm a content creator, so I do reactions. Like
you don't do that, man. That's
hold on. Right, but you said something. I got to defend my name. Okay, so I'm a content creator, so I like to play a lot of content. Sometimes I play Tariq Nasheed content because it's funny, because he is a comedian. He don't deny he's funny, right? You guys take him as a leader. Like we know that's our brother. He's funny, and he's also witty. He's also educated. Like no different than like Eddie Griffin. Eddie Griffin is funny. He's a comedian, and he also get political. Dave Chappelle. Right, so our comedians, they are political as well. Like, look at
No. I get you. I got you.
Right. So now
I'm not saying.
Okay, so now let me say. Okay, so when I play stuff, I'm playing Tariq Nasheed. He's actually dialoguing with an African, and the African is roasting. He's roasting, and that's what you're hearing. You're hearing two grown men mutually roast.
No, I'm not talking about the roast, man. Let me take what I said back, because if you go on TikTok from one FBA, not you specifically.
Right. You're cutting out. Well, he's on mute. Oh, well, he said that. He said in Nigeria you'll cut out. See, and that, okay, so you're cutting out. You said you go on TikTok and FBA what?
No, I go to the FBA lives, right? And it's about African this, booty scratchers.
Excuse me.
Y'all living on the streets, y'all eating bush meat, y'all doing this, y'all doing that, y'all doing.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, those same people you're talking about, when it under the brand FBA, when they come over here, bro, I expose they're not even FBA.
Got you.
Okay.
Let's engage there, bro. Let's engage. Let's engage in a conversation.
Let me say this to you. Let me say this to you, because this is the problem I have, and I have this conversation because I got two real good homies, one from Mauritania and one from Ivory Coast, and we have these conversations in the gym. I'm gonna tell you the one problem I have with what you just did. I'm gonna tell you the issue I have, and we can have the conversation. You in Nigeria and you see something going on online, right? That's like me saying, that's equivalent to me saying Nigeria is known all around Africa and around the world for scamming and selling drugs and being violent. And saying, when you came on, here come another Nigerian drug dealer. We ain't do that because I didn't put you in one category of the way the world puts Nigerians in. I didn't do that. When you came on here, you're talking to it's damn near 60 million Black Americans. The majority of Black Americans ain't online engaging in battle with Africans about that. But that's what you went to. where Nigerians are known all around Africa for where people don't even want them in their country. But we don't do that because you are your own individual. So what I'm saying is you have to come with the same grace. You can't come in here with that.
No. I think, but bro, I live in the U.S., right? But I'm Nigerian, right? I'm in Nigeria right now because I go back and forth. You know what I mean? I've been in the U.S. for 35 years. And Nigeria is kind of like second home for me. But I got business here with a Black American or FBA, whatever you want to say. So we just go back and forth and we rock like that. But what I'm saying is, so I'm not trying to generalize because even in Nigeria, I'm Nigerian, bro. It's a hustle town, right? Everybody's groomed here to hustle. I'm telling you, go to the streets or Lagos, everybody trying to make money. So the mentality is money, money, money. That's it at all costs. That's just what it is.
Right. Gotcha.
By any means, it doesn't matter your social status. Like what I see here, bro, is a 10-year-old hustling on the street trying to make money. But you got the political power. You got your good spot. The political power that controls everything, the entertainment, the rich. But I'm just telling you the mentality here. The question then is when they move all over the diaspora, they have that same mentality. I got to make money. So it's not about like your cultural wars and all that. No, it's about how am I going to make money today and provide? How am I going to become the richest? I think that's the mentality that I'm seeing here. And I'm grateful for it. I have that same mentality because in the U.S., I'm hustling, I'm bustling, trying to make money too. But when I'm home here, we're here trying to make money. So what I'm trying to say is the difference like between Africans and Black Americans or FBA, whatever the right term is nowadays, I'm telling you, there's not a lot of different. There are cultural differences, but there are places where we can meet together and collaborate. And I'm saying we should, like the collaboration there, when we collaborate and we got the knowledge we do, like you bring your strength, I bring my strength, and we meet in the middle, we can make money.
Can I say something then? Guess what, my brother? When you came in, that's what you should have came in with. You shouldn't have came in talking about Tariq Nasheed and what they do online. Because I'm gonna tell you, the majority of hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. The majority of foundational Black Americans ain't online. They get up and go to work every morning. They're hustling and bustling like everybody else. What I'm saying is, you said two different things. You came in and you're focusing on the wrong thing, but then you just said this thing. What I'm saying, you should have led with what you just said just now. For all the other stuff online, who cares?
No, this is the devil's. I'm trying to help your brother out, man. It's the devil's playground, man.
But it don't matter. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen, hear what I'm saying. You got to hear yourself when you speak. Listen to what I'm saying. Even in the devil's playground, you know what you're finding out right now? There's a lot of Black people online that's foundational Black Americans that don't do tether talk. Focus on them.
I know that, bro.
Focus on that then.
No, so let me engage though. Well, why y'all think that there's such a beef? Like, what's this FBA thing, bro? Like, what's the end result? FBA News, like, what's the end result of it?
Go ahead, Ron. You can get that, Ron.
Well, I gotta take that one. You take that one.
Oh, I'll take it. I get it. Well, this is the thing, bro. I'm gonna say something to you first. The problem I have, and I had this conversation with one. I had to have this conversation with one of my friends. You live here in America. You lived amongst it. I'm gonna ask you a direct question. I just want to see how honest you're gonna be before I get into us. As a Nigerian, when you in African circles, aren't there some Africans that talk bad about us?
No, everybody, they even talk bad about me because I live in the U.S., bro. Everybody do that, bro, but it's not everybody.
No, I didn't say you. I said in African circles, when we're not around, aren't there Africans that talk down to us, or they got disparaging things to say about us?
No, they don't talk down, but there's a stereotype.
Right. So let me address that. Because we're on the receiving end of it. Let me address that. Our issue is there's not a war. There's no war going on. See, if there was a war, this is what I need you to understand. We would be in the streets picketing for y'all to get kicked out the country. we would be fighting to get laws passed so you guys can't come here. We have power as Black Americans. We would be lobbying. You guys would be running for your lives from us. We would be trying to unalive y'all. There's no war. This is online stuff. You guys come to America and can get you a white woman or a white man, go in government, speak out against us. Nothing happened to y'all. So this misnomer, this xenophobia, no. You guys are safer in America amongst us than your own people. No, we have a problem when some of them come here and they begin to talk against us, speak against our government issues, right? Run over there to white folks as if they're better, and that's not everybody. We're speaking against the same way we call out our coons and sambos. We're calling out the tethers, not every African. We're not talking about every African. You may not be a tether. We're talking about the ones you guys know who they are. We're talking about them. So there's no war, because when you come back to America, you ain't running for your life from no Black Americans. You ain't got to worry about us trying to legislate laws to get you guys sent home. We ain't doing that. That's the orange man doing that. That ain't us. So we're not at war with each other at all.
No, I get that. I think the reason why I said that, so let me make a couple of points. As far as the Africans having a perception of whatever about foundation of Black, a negative perception, some of them, it is true, okay? But you got to understand why. Like I would say, like,
we got to understand.
Yeah. Let me tell you why. I would tell, like, our parents, right? Our parents, because of the programming. If I go on TV right now in Nigeria right now, I'm watching the news, like whatever, like the programming, the movies and all that, right? That stuff.
Hey, sir, let me ask you a question. Who's responsible for the programming, the news and TV, the network?
Oh, bro, the white person benefit from creating chaos. It doesn't matter if it's in America or in Nigeria, right?
I didn't ask that, sir. I said, who's responsible of controlling whether those TV stations are played or not played?
No, bro, it's like the news, bro. You turn on the channel, go on social media.
The Nigerian government, bro. The Black people in Nigeria, the government, they allow it to happen.
Wait, hold on. All
right, let me ask you a question.
Let me just establish something real fast. So the brother, Street Media TV, said it's the government who allows that. Now watch this. There's other expressions of us that's positive, but your African, all right, but your African government only allows the negativity you're saying, which I don't believe, but go on.
Hold on.
No, I'm not.
Ron, he didn't say that. I said that, Ron. That was me that said it.
No, but that's true though.
I'm saying that, bro. What I'm saying is,
hold on, stop. But it's true though. Your government has to allow it, or it don't come in, right?
Just okay.
Wait, is that true?
Just like,
okay, cool. Go ahead.
No. Media is controlled by everybody. Media is controlled by every country.
No.
Control what we see.
Hey, bro, no, you can't do that, because we don't control our media. Our media is going to happen whether we like it or not. We don't have a government outside of what's dominantly controlled by white supremacists. This
FBA News. You gotta be real, bro. You gotta be real.
Hey, bro,
your media controls what you see, bro.
Hey, bro, did you hear what I said? Okay, this is the problem, man, that I'll be having with y'all is the remedial alert. I said that we don't have Black Americans. We're powerless to control the direction of our media. Whether we like the media, whether we like it or not, it's going to be played. Different from you guys. Your African Nigerian government, you control what comes in and goes out. You're allowing, according to you, you're not allowing the positive expression of Black Americans to be filtered through. You are only allowing the negative stuff. But go on.
Let me finish, bro.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
A lot of them, because of Starlink and social media and internet and broadband being whatever, they can't really control everything, because every Nigerian got a phone and can consume whatever they want to consume. Right.
So why are you choosing the negativity? Why not choose the positivity?
No. I was saying I'm talking about my parents, bro. Like people evolved, man. It wasn't. Nobody had cell phones back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and all that. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, but what I'm saying is, let me make my point real quick. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, Black Americans and Africans have a common enemy. Okay,
we do.
And and the common enemy is the white tea person and the hat person.
No, hell no. Don't put that.
Let me finish. Let me
You just lied though. Don't get me harassed and surveillance and.
Our experience is a lie, but you want me to believe your experience, bro?
No, hey, bro. I'm saying I don't have the same common enemy as you.
You don't think the white tea person is an enemy?
I think your enemy is Africans because you guys flee to come over here because of African conflict in Nigeria. Yeah.
All right.
Right.
Okay.
Right. You don't come over here because the white tea man is attacking you. Come over here because other Africans are attacking you.
FBA News. Let me put it this way. There are 220 million Nigerians.
Yep.
99.9% of them are in Nigeria doing whatever they do. So how are you going to call me a fleer?
No. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, whatever the reasons why some of you guys leave Nigeria and come to America, you guys say because it's internal conflict that you're escaping. Whatever term you want to use.
Programming, okay. What they want you to think.
Listen, see, what happens is you can correct me, but the same way you want it to finish, I want to say this. The Haitians that's being deported, you heard about that, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that,
okay,
yeah.
So don't the Haitians say they don't want to go back to Haiti because they fear of their life, for the fear of their life, right?
Of course, yeah, that's part of it, bro, right. But that's not all of it.
Hey, bro, I mean, and this is why we call you guys tethers.
You gotta listen, bro.
I'm establishing truth, and you're dodging it.
Go ahead.
From the Haitian mouths, right? They're not saying I don't want to go back to Haiti because of white people. They're saying I don't want to go back because of Haitians. Okay, so I'm saying the same thing with Nigerians and other places in Africa. A lot of you guys are getting away from, I'll use that terminology. You guys are getting away from internal conflicts. So what I'm saying is essentially your enemy isn't the white man. Ours is because they have white supremacy. Your enemy is yourselves. You are leaving your country because of internal.
Hey, Ron. Let me put it in better layman's terms because I understand exactly what you're saying. Everything you're saying, Ron. Let me interject real quick. Hold on, my brother from Nigeria. Listen, when you say it's the YT man, the YT man is in the back and the shadows, putting other people that look like you in power to oppress your own people while he still control the country. So what I'm saying is they're still running from black people that sold your people out to the white man. So right in America, we're directly under the foot of the white man. Y'all are under the foot of each other being controlled by the white man. So listen to what Ron is telling you, right? Ron is telling you that y'all are running from each other because you guys come from your own country with your own resources, your own land, your own language, your own culture, your own everything, right? But the white man is controlling you from behind the shadow. And so now he's making you oppress your own people. That's what he's trying to tell you.
That's all I'm saying. So,
all right. Okay, I hear you, but let me respond to all of that. So I can say that's the YT narrative that they're telling you. And let me explain before y'all then you can rebuttal. Yes, there's religious prosecution. Like right now, my buddy and I, we are in Abuja, right? Mm-hmm. It's predominantly they call them Hausas or whatever they call them, right?
You know who the Hausas are.
Yeah, the Hausas, like most of them, education, all that, now the top priority, and they hate Christians. So in this area of Nigeria where Trump was talking about bombing and all that, right? In the remote area of Abuja, not the city, but in the remote, there is religious prosecution. That's a fact. So obviously, if the people if you want to leverage that to move to the United States, yeah, that is it. But most Nigerians that go to the United States are recruited by the American government.
I agree with that.
The U.S. government. Let me tell you how they do it. You all can rebuttal. So people come to religious prosecution. Religious prosecution. They're coming here. They're coming there for there's war in your country or whatever. That's part of the immigration thing. But most of it is an intentional recruiting because the U.S. has embassies.
Let me cut in real quick. You said something important. Hold on. You said something important. No, hold on real quick. Just pause for 1 second. Listen, pause for 1 second. Just pause for 1 second. You said something important. Let's stay right there for a second. Now, watch this. And I'm going to listen to you because you're a Nigerian. When the U.S. government is sanctioning these people to come over, and they're giving them housing. They're letting them live amongst them. They even giving them some white women the pound on, right? Their allegiance goes with the W man, not to us. And we're in the last 20, 25 years, we've been encountering these people. This is where the separation comes from. It's not from a person that may be like you. It's from the ones that's coming over here, and they don't have an allegiance to anything black. They come over here, they don't talk like an African. They talk like W folks. They live amongst them, right? They use their talking points. And that's strong in America right now. And we've been calling that out. So what I'm saying is you can the same way you can recognize it, and you just broke it down, we see the same thing. And that's what we've been calling out. So it may not be against you per se, but it's against those that's coming over here.
So like right now, right? I'm in the city called Abuja. And we've been out, my buddy and I, we've been out, scoping trying to do whatever we're doing. However, if you drive like maybe 2 hours to the remote areas, right, where the religious prosecution happened, just take these people don't have shit. They don't have, sorry, I don't know if, my apologies.
Yeah,
I love TikTok shop. These people don't have anything. So just from a religious prosecution standpoint, if a white person comes and say, hey, I'm going to be your savior, right? And take them out of that mess and bring them to the U.S., they know they ain't got shit to start with. Sorry, I can curse. Yeah, they know they don't have anything to start with. Of course, they're going to program them and give them everything. But all I'm saying is most Nigerians, because to get a visa to come to the United States, bro, which most of them are, is recruited by the government, and they got to pay a lot of money to come there. And when they come to the U.S., they're only doing better.
They sellouts.
They only no. But listen though, But when you say sellout, well, listen though. What the question is, how do they recruit? How do they recruit? It's a lottery thing. They play. Hey, we're gonna. Y'all think that it's a lottery, right? Let's have.
Hold on. Listen. Real quick. I'm at 30 seconds. I promise. With the explanation you given, by the time they come to these shores amongst us, it don't matter. They come here not joining with us. They come here to separate themselves from us. So it don't matter how they get here. They come here our enemy. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
It do kind of matter. Hold on. Hey, brother. No, it do kind of matter. He's explaining that.
I got you.
Remember what he said, and he's right. He's saying that these people are hand selected.
No, I know it. I spoke to that 10 minutes ago. We know that the government, they've been doing that for the last 25 years. They're hand selecting in the Caribbean and from Africa to come here. And they give them a white woman or a white man, and they're using all the talking points. We know that. What I'm saying is, regardless of how they're doing it, when they get here, they become our enemy. And it may not be you.
No, hold on. I got it. Listen. What I'm saying is he's right, because I talk a lot about this. I've been talking about this for years. About hyperselectivity. He's talking about hyperselectivity, right? The hyperselection.
Yes.
So is a lottery, right? It's more like an NBA lottery. Like these are like the top draft picks.
My bad, y'all. My bad. Go ahead. That was my fault.
Of Nigeria, like, and they're very smart, they're very educated. So he's right about that. But what I'm saying is that I think he agree with, and it's kind of like ties in what you're saying. But I want to give it more context, more precise context what's going on. So our government is going to Nigeria, and like you said, other countries too, and we're drafting their top 1%, their highest educated, some of their most wealthy, and we're extracting them over here, right? So, but let's not forget, these folks are hand drafted, hand picked. That means they're filtered out. So you would be a FOOL if you believe a hyper-selected white supremacist selected man is going to join in with a black empowerment movement. Like,
thank you.
Hand selected. Okay, go ahead.
You want me to go?
Go ahead.
No. I agree with the lottery and the hand selected, because it's the well-off that are able to pay all this money to come to the U.S., right? Or go to UK or whatever country.
The country sponsors them, right?
Yeah, or the country sponsors them. But the narrative around, the only issue I got is the narrative. One of the things that we got to be clear about is when y'all say like, hey, we come out there and then we don't go with we don't stay on code with the FBAs or the Black Americans or whatever.
That's your talking point. That ain't mine.
Yeah, that's my talk.
So that's what I'm saying. Like that right there is the issue that I personally have, because I don't see it that way.
What's your
But I would
argument?
tell you,
How do you see it?
Make your argument. Make the argument, because you didn't explain.
no, let me just based on personal experience, okay?
Okay.
My argument is that when I just look at my family and how we navigate and all that, it's been a combination of Black Americans and white people that we have things in common with that we've been able to vibe with. It wasn't like, hey, let me just, I don't look at a white person like greater than a Black American or anything. Yeah. But having said that, I do know subconsciously, okay, that I've been there's a intention of programming to perceive Black Americans as incompetent, so they have to kind of like a privilege, like the white guy gets the privilege, hey, perceive of competence before you are proven incompetent. But it's the opposite, right, of the white person programming. It doesn't mean it's working or I'm not smart enough, because I know if they're thinking about you like that,
how are they programming?
How the hell do you think they're thinking about me?
Wait, are you a computer or robot? How are they programming you? No.
Let me know when I can get in, Ron.
Yeah, but hold on. I need to
let me break that down.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Explain the programming process, because this is when I hear this. Wait, hold on. Wait, listen. Let me set it up correctly. You can't at one end of the stick say you're the most brightest, not you. The night that come over here. You can't at one sense say they're the most brightest the country can offer, and then be that gullible to be programmed. See, you can't be that smart and be that gullible. Like that smart.
Let me speak to that.
Yeah, that contradiction. That sounds crazy. You're so smart. You're so gullible.
All right. Okay. Let me explain that contradiction from your view. All right. When I went to middle school in the United States, all right. Hey, did you obviously I have an accent, whatever, right? Okay. Oh, did you leave with lions and animals and elephants and all that? Why do you have that perception when I never seen an elephant or lion until I came to the United States? Is that you being programmed or not?
No, hold on. What that got to do with what I just said about that contradiction? How can, listen, wait, hold on.
This is my point.
Bro, listen.
This is what I got to do with it.
No. Yeah, look. No, hold on. You did. You landed. That point was landed. So let me respond to that point. Okay, that kid that said that kid could have been remedial, right? Short bus. But we're talking about Nigerians who are the brightest of the country. Okay? Why are they being brainwashed and they're that brilliant? That doesn't make any sense. That kid you talked about, that kid was probably on a short bus. But that Nigerian is one of the brightest people on earth. Why are they being programmed? Like, they should be the hardest to be programmed.
Because the United States does a fantastic job selling the goods.
Oh, damn.
The land of I'm in Nigeria, bro. I'm telling you.
He made my point, right? He made my point, but I'm glad he's being honest, though.
Yeah, you talk to a Nigerian, good job selling it like, hey, there's money on the streets.
Can I get in?
Argument. Yeah, so look, I
have a unique perspective.
Who's talking?
Yeah, so I'm gonna let Bossman finish out. Then once you're done, I want Street Media TV to explain how you made his point, and then Vendetta is gonna go. So that's the order: is you, Bossman, Street Media TV, and then Vendetta. Okay, good.
All right. No, what I'm saying is, when I talk about programming, I'm talking about you got to, because I know there's a power in media, right? And media is controlled by the little hat people and the white people. It doesn't matter what part of the climate or planet you are, or what world you are in. All I'm saying is, just from my personal experience, it doesn't mean that is what I'm smart enough to see it through. I know, like, who's a good person, who wants to mess with me. I don't care about your race, color, creed, whatever. I don't care. But what I'm saying is, right now in Nigeria, right, the government, I don't know if it's the government or somebody else that's influencing it, they think you can walk into the United States and make a boatload of money. Why do they have that perception? Because it's what is being portrayed either by the Nigerian government or whatever. Hence why you're having people having to go through all kinds of, going through South America and walk into the United States for miles and miles and miles to chase the American dream. Who is selling that? So when I talk about programming, I'm talking about through that lens. However, a lot of these kids are also very smart enough to understand that all I got to do is get there and figure it out. Because the way they are raised here, like what I'm seeing is they can make it anywhere. It's kind of like you in New York, right? You make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. Take that times 10 on steroids.
But you can make two different things.
You can make it anywhere in the world.
You're mixing two different things, my brother. I hear everything you saying. I respect it.
I don't want to ramble. I'll land. Go ahead.
Because you need to hear this part. I hear what you're saying, but you're mixing two different things. And you made my point on what I was saying. Where their eyes are made big by the perception of what they've been trained to believe America is. So they look at America as something greater than their own homeland, where they have more opportunities here than what they would have. And they see when you said you're not dealing with color, it's the opportunities. That's a problem for us because we've been under the foot of these people who oppressed us, marginalized us, and actually created a perception about us to you. So when you come over with a mindset of not understanding color, that's going to be a problem the minute we clash, because you see, remember, you're fleeing people that look like you to come here for a better opportunity. White people subconsciously are the ones that you guys are going to gravitate to as something better because of the conditioning. It becomes a problem. It becomes a problem. So even when Africans come over here, they still have a preconceived notion about us, and they look at white people with eyes wide open because they see this country built by them. And as the closer we can get to white folks and the white power structure, infrastructure, then we can achieve, because we left people that look like us to get here to become the best version of ourselves that they see was established by white folks, because they're not taught that we built this shit, that we was the ones, the ingenuity, and we was the backbone of this. They're not taught that. So when they come here to get, not to get to us and join with us, they come here to get close proximity to the white power structure. And then subconsciously in their mind, that's the way that they operate. So I'm glad that you was honest about that, but that's the truth. Now watch this, that may not be you, or that may have been you when you first came here, but you lived here long enough to see the truth, and you may have changed. But the majority of Africa, when they come here, they flee people that look like them to get close to the white power structure of America, because they're not running from black people to come here to think that black people is going to give them prosperity. That ain't happening. I'll mute there.
Yeah, and a good point. But let me. So my friend, right?
Yeah, they'll respond in your next.
So my buddy and I, we were just talking, right? We're going, hey, you know what? The YT person got Black Americans thinking Africa is a hellhole, but it's only good for them because they are here doing big business, right? But we're here. We went to a spot. There's YT people, there's Chinese people, there's Indians out here, but it's everybody else. But why is that? We're asking ourselves, bro, look at all this development here. Look who's running this. Why is that? So they're intentionally keeping, in my opinion, and Dwayne can agree with me, Black Americans down from opening your eyes to invest and take advantage of the billions and billions of dollars that is in this country. We're looking at a project for a gas station. We're both looking at it, and we're looking at the refinery. They call it they call it gigs out here. It costs millions of dollars to get that. But if you get that gig, you're making $90,000 a day. But guess who's the front runners for all that? YT people. But guess what? Do they live in Nigeria? Hell no. They're in the US, hustling and bustling. So I'm just saying, like, the resources are here. There's something going politically or psychologically that most of us back home, or most of FBAs or Black Americans back home, are getting played to view the opportunity as not an opportunity for growth and development.
I don't disagree with that either. I don't disagree. But real quick, because I got to jump off. Why you think Ron don't do tether content and we have these conversations? Because Ron is not a brother to just say F Africa. He understands that we need Africa just as much as all the other nations do. We need those access to the resources too. So no, there's a lot of us that's aware of that. We stand on FBA and we FBA, but that don't mean I can't come to Nigeria and kick it with y'all. So no, we're aware of that. That's why you're here having a conversation with us.
No, that's cool. That's so important that people. That's why I jump. That's why I go on your live, Ron. Even if I listen sometime. Cause think about it, bro. They'll let you go to Mexico, and they'll let you go to Jamaica and all the Caribbean countries, right? But where the real opportunity is for growth is Africa, bro. So if y'all looking for people, I'm just putting it out there, man. If you know somebody that you trust, you gotta trust somebody out here. But you gotta be able to travel out here and see it. If you trust somebody out here, if you invest your money, you're gonna get tenfold back. Just sitting back, and you can come out here, be a CEO, and just inspect what you expect. Because you gotta have somebody out here you trust. Because these people out here are hustlers. They don't care if you're from here. They're gonna hustle you too. But the opportunity for growth is not Black Americans trying to do it. I'm seeing white people, Indians, Chinese people, and people from other people from Europe all trying to eat. But not you, Ron. But FBA out here, you know what? Africa is this. Go back to your country. Man, the population growth in Africa in 10, 20 years from now is going to be made up of more than 30% of the population. Come see what is happening in Lagos. Not the remote part, not any of that, or like whatever. Y'all be impressed. So anyways, Ron, thanks for having me on, man. I appreciate you just having this open dialogue and everything. I always jump on when I'm able to, but I appreciate you, bro.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good one.
All right, man.
Can I say something? Oh, this is me, Big V4, Ron. This is me, V4.
Back on.
Huh?
I'm telling NY is a Ghanaian guy. Because I tried to take that shit off prematurely. So NY, if you want to come back on and talk, you could invite yourself back up. Go ahead, Vendetta.
I want to say this here. I'm into facilities management. For the Department of Homeland Services in New York City. That means I run facilities. I deal with contractors, everything from food service contractors, securities, IT, electricians, plumbers, etc. Pest control. And many of these contractors I run into regularly from everything from the managerial level through to ownership that I deal with. Many of them are African and or Nigerian. And when you deal with contractors and doing business with people regularly, you get close and you start having conversation, you talk and you open up. So my perspective comes from the words from the horse's mouth. When the brother is speaking, in my mind, I'm hearing Jason Black when he says white supremacy takes both sides of the argument. And this would sound like the brother was doing to me in your conversation. In one breath, he was stating that, the people were being indoctrinated, so to speak. And then, in the next breath, he's speaking about how intelligent and this is the 1% basically being recruited over here. Here's the thing that he's failing to speak about as it relates to the indoctrination portion. I believe they're being indoctrinated, but they're also willing participants in the indoctrination. From my conversation from many individuals in managerial positions and ownership, listening to individuals basically reveal this online on social media, right? The families themselves have this talk before they even have stepped one foot in America about not dealing with foundational Black Americans, or AKA Black Americans, etc. So if they're having that conversation prior to even setting foot into America, before they begin their travel over, right? They've already formed an opinion about a group of people they've never even met. That's one. Two, that same argument when these individuals are told that on the opposite end, when Americans have been been given images and been given propaganda about how awful Africans are and how Africa is, right? They reject that and they state and they tell us we need to learn for ourselves and we need to reject those images that was taught to us, right? But at the same time, they want us to give them grace about them accepting those very same images that they received of us. So that sound like willful participants, meaning they know that these images are falsehoods, but because they feel like their carriage is tied to YT supremacy as it relates to getting over to the Americas and being successful, right? They tie their horse to that because in their mindset, YT is the golden goose that's going to get them to where they need to be. And if that's the case, they're willing to accept all of the images given by us so that they can be seen as a model minority to get where they need to get, thereby being willing participants. So I've had individuals tell me when they come over here, they were taught and told to marry a YT woman, etc. Go into YT neighborhoods, deal with YT people, and there's nothing wrong with dealing with them per se on the face of it, but the context that is given in is it's like deal with them and shun foundational Black Americans. With that being said, that means they are accepting the propaganda and the images that were given to them, thereby making them willing participants. So when we hear negative tropes coming out of their mouths, right? Most of this stuff is not something they experienced themselves. This is stuff that's been told, and thereby they believe it. Because when I'm moving around in these spaces with contractors, they're in the space with FBAs regularly doing business and working alongside. They're witnessing the exact opposite of the lies and propaganda that they've been given about us, but they still promote those lies and propaganda. I'll land there.
Okay. I'm going to say this. And this is my opinion. Everybody giving like their opinion based on their experiences and research and things like that. I'm going to maintain, I'm open to an argument or some points, but I don't believe at all that they're being programmed. Zero. Okay? Because Tariq Nasheed made a great point. He made a great point. LeBron James, whatever you heard about us, LeBron James is more widespread than your so-called programming. So LeBron James existing already debunked whatever you said about us. This is an international superstar, and he's foundation Black American. So whatever you was told about us, these fake little things, they're criminals, they're violent. No, LeBron James debunked all that, and he's not just famously known; he's a billionaire. You dig? So he's not just like a wide, well-known name. He's a billionaire. So he even debunked they so poor, they lazy. So LeBron James just by himself debunks everything. That's like us learning about how North Korea is so failing and blah, blah. Then we find out there's a billionaire in North Korea, like a private citizen. We be like, hey, well, it can't be that bad if they produce this. It got it. So, okay, there's something missing here. And then these folks come over, and there's one thing we keep missing. We keep forgetting to consider. Because he actually corrected me. He's right. Like, a lot of them come over here, like, they don't come over the same way other Africans and Indians and Haitians. He reminded me, he's right. That's why I ain't saying anything. He wasn't wrong. A lot of Nigerians, most of them do come over here already highly educated and wealthy.
Yes.
So with that being said, I actually happened to work with one who was like extremely brilliant. I'm saying it for myself. Dude was like on another level. Okay. Dude used a calculator in a way I didn't know you could use it like that. Like, damn, that's how you use a calculator? Like, that's how you use a calculator? Like, oh shit. All right. Like, do that again? Okay. Yeah. So these guys says, no way you're that brilliant. And for one, you don't understand delineation. No way, impossible. So I know we're being gaslit now, at least from the hyper-selected class. They get it. And there's no way you're going to brainwash them. They are very smart, and they're going to ask questions and challenge you. You're not going to show them an image. Look at this. These are how all
FBAs are. Listen to this. They might end up showing who's goofy. They might end up showing Marquette Devon Burton. Look, this is how all FBAs are, or 19Zs. Like, these dudes are very brilliant, my guy. That's why I was asking guys. No way possible they're that smart, and some of them won't have direct experience with them. And nowhere in your mind you believe you can. There's nowhere in our mind we believe we can program them. Look at this, because they already expressed that they're highly intelligent. Right?
Yes.
And you're not going, and what, to reach that level, that means that you are studying logic, right?
Yes.
Logical arguments
Yes.
all day long, just studying. All that stuff is there, and the math is there. They got high level math. So math and all that stuff, the expression, the X, all that stuff shows how logical you are. A person that logical can never be brainwashed so easily.
This is why
That's for the peasant class. That's why I don't believe that story at all. Zero. That's some Pan-African wanna believe stuff, but that ain't me. I don't believe that. I know there are willingly participants.
Yes.
And also, I don't believe a human being, a grown adult, or can be shown images and see, this is all of them. And you say, really? Okay. You're just, if you believe that, you're just remedial and we don't need to be around you anyway. If you're that gullible, then you definitely can't be around us. If you're that, because now, if you can believe that, then damn, you came over here with it. You might as well just take on a badge and an agent jacket and just start infiltrating. If you're that easily either tricked, brainwashed, programmed, then yes, that's even more the reason why you can't come around us. Go ahead.
What kind of a person would you be if you approach a group of people you've never met based on what you've seen in movies? Just think about that in a realistic point of view. I come to another country and these group of people that I'm among now, that I just came among, I've only witnessed them in the movies and in media. And I'm going to treat them according to what I've seen in a movie. What kind of a human being would I be? Who does that? I've never even witnessed that kind of a person. I'm going to address you, Ron. I'm a Nigerian coming from Nigeria. And all I've seen was Boys in the Hood. All I've seen was what's that? All the gangster movies. And when I see you, I start talking to you according to what I seen in the movie. Have you ever met a person who's done something like that? Who's ever met a person who's done something like that? This is literally what they're trying to explain to us. The programming. They're talking about media, movies, social media, whatever, print media, whatever. So you're telling me this highly educated group of people, this industrious group of people, they can't discern fiction from reality when they come among a group of people in real life.
But look, let me say this though. There's no research nobody on earth gonna find where they're only show negative videos. I already Googled this, my guy. They get both. Okay? They get the Cosby's, they get the thing with Will Smith, the little superhero, they get Blank Man, they get the funny stuff, they get everything. There's no one side filtering system. Y'all Google that. Google, do Nigerians, the bulk of their media on us is mainly negative? No, it's 50-50. But you know why? Because I Googled all of our movies. I'm talking about all of ever since the black exploitation, like after that, there's an even representation. There's 50-50 negative gangster, goofy movies, and there's like 50, I'm using the number 50, and there's 50 positive Denzel Washington type movies. It's 50-50. It's equal representation. There's much bad, there's good. And Nigeria and all those countries, they get evenly distribution. They are choosing to buy Boys in the Hood. They don't want to buy, some Denzel Out of Time or whatever great movie, or Malcolm X, whatever movie you got that's positive, Wesley Snipes superhero stuff. They ain't buying that. They're going and they're buying because they're projecting. Like, they're buying what represents them, and they're buying that of us. because that's how they live for real, for real. Like it's a movie for us, but that's their real life. That's their real experience.
Yeah, I just know from a practical standpoint, when you meet people on the ground in real life, and you have conversation with them, and then you meet them in different spaces and volume, and I'm like, hold on, you know the difference, because on the ground floor, you don't treat people like this, generally speaking. So, right, what you think of me in the back of your head, that's just your personal prejudice, because this is your actual way of thinking. This has nothing to do with indoctrination from movies. Nothing. This has nothing to do with indoctrination from movies. This is why, all right, if you take the testimony from a lot of FBAs that have gone to these countries in Africa, and many have come back with testimony that you can be a very a well-to-do person, very presentable in Africa, and when you go to different public service spaces, when a white person comes through, they make way for that white person, and they make you wait if you get service, if any service. Even Duke Jackson has spoken about that on his platform, right? O'Shea, he's even spoken about that on his platform, right? So that tells me the way of thinking you have as it relates to our group of people extends itself in your own country where you have limited contact with us. This is who you are. And so much, contextually speaking, and so much that it's just a thing they have for white people. Whatever white people say is law, and that's the road they're going to travel.
Yeah, I wanted that Nigerian. He left a little too early. All right, because
I wanted to jump in while he was here. Yeah, I wanted to jump in while he was here, man.
He left early because I have some questions. I'll save it. But let me speak to the movie thing. Let's go with this argument. See, the way I logically think, I entertain all possibilities, right? So let's go with the possibility that they have only seen negative movies of us. Let's go with that. Mm-hmm. Even if that's true, why would they have a problem with it? It represents their daily life. So if we're selling drugs, if we're scamming, if we're deleting people, that's their real life. So that's familiar actions. Why would they be upset at it? They live that for real, for real. When you look at their country stats, they are them and Jamaica are number 1 and number 2 for the worst things possible, and last in line for anything positive. Jamaica and Nigeria, the worst things imaginable, they're number 1 and number 2 in almost every category. So if you did see negative things about us, why are you mad? That's your daily life.
Yeah.
So how could you say, oh, you found these Black Americans, you're doing that, you're doing this, I gotta stay away from you? Like, that's gaslighting, bro. You do that every day in your country. Like my man said, he told you. He said, yo, Nigerians, they hustle, they do whatever they gotta do to make money. Means, so that means that they, whatever they gotta do. Exactly what he said. Illegal, legal, immoral, moral. So if you watch a movie of Denzel Training Day, that's one. Don't forget, that's one guy in the whole movie behaving like that. When we could say that's the average Nigerian. That's one guy in the whole movie. But the average Nigerian, we could say y'all all Denzel.
Yep. Yeah. I'd say like this, right? And along with what you're saying, right? Nigeria falls between 1 and number 2 with DNA tests as it relates with paternal DNA test frauds, right? The average person, high 70, 80 percentile somewhere, that goes to take a DNA test for paternal isn't the father, right? However, this is one of the tropes they come over here and throw on us as Foundation of Black Americans. You're all baby fathers and baby mamas and don't know who your fathers are and stuff like that, right? But you're number 1 and 2 in the world. So in line of what you're saying just now, what you just said, I say to myself, you know what? Maybe the things that plague them well, how what you call that when it's something about you that what you put on someone else? I forgot that
Projection.
term. Yeah,
Projection.
projection. Maybe they're doing a large scale projecting because I seen a thing the other day that stated that Nigeria has been rated the worst place in the world to live in
Dang.
Africa. No, let me look it up. It's been rated. Let me look it up. Oh, worst place in the world. It's a thing on TikTok. It was a video on TikTok I saw. Yep, it was a video on TikTok that they were recently voted the worst place in the world to live. And this is it's accumulation of things with the lack of infrastructure, right? The lack of organization, governmental, the failure of government to provide proper services for the people, the the unsanitary conditions, they had like 70 percentile people contracting cholera out there because of open defecation. It's crazy. So what I'm saying is, right, if you come from a place like this, right, and I'm not disparaging them. What I'm saying is, coming from a place like that, you would think a group of people would have more understanding of another group of people when they see their plight. Am I wrong for thinking like that? Hello?
I was talking to mute. I think are you breaking
Okay.
up?
I'm breaking up.
Wait, so what was the question?
No, I was saying, if you come from a place where it's been rated the worst place in the world to live based on governmental infrastructure problems, you know, disease, they have a huge drug problem out there now, things of that nature. Crime is crazy out there, right? If you come among another group of people that have issues, would you not be able to relate
Yeah,
because of where you come?
it's like, I can survive over there.
But instead you're passing judgment as if you know these people, right? And you know their plight better than them. So therefore, if you've never been among those people and you have this judgment, that means you were accepting of the what you were told purposely.
Told by who?
Their own family members, they testify to this.
Because I keep hearing different stories, right? They can't be consistent. I got an African woman who's mixed up. Like at one breath she'll say it's white people, next breath is African. So like, listen, it's getting almost like the slave trade, like where they say, "Oh, we got kidnapped," where they take the accountability off. Look, bro. Let's just say so because like when we talk about the translated slave trade, we can no longer say kidnapped, taken. You have to say sold by Africans. Every last word I just said.
That's literally what they did.
So when we talk about they were told, we can't leave it like that because the implications is it's the white T man putting a bat in their back. No, their parents told them things. Let's be very clear, transparent. Their parents told them this. We hear that all the time. And then they'll sometimes not want to say that and say white T man. Listen, as I said before, ain't nobody doing nothing to him, bro. And that's why I want the guy back on. Because I studied a lot of Nigerian history. I'm talking about way back in the colonization days. Ain't nobody forced nothing on them. Ain't a white man forced nothing. And I want to get into that when he comes back. I didn't want to force it. We weren't talking about that. So I didn't want to force it and just show how smart I am. But I wanted, and I did lives on this, by the way. I'm already documented. So I want to get back to him, Nigeria specifically. And we want to talk about the British over in BP. Okay, we want to talk about that because I want to know who was telling you things way back then because you guys had something ready. All right, because the Berlin Conference after that, that's when they were sacked. That's recently. That's 1884, and they didn't get really contact about 1900 or a little earlier than that. So where did these thoughts come before that? What people do often is this is a pattern. People conflate the transatlantic slave trade to the carving up of Africa. So I want to remind people, there's like a 300-year difference between those. The Berlin carving up in Africa happened recently. Okay, Marcus Garvey was around when that happened. All right, so so that's very recently. So so that means white people were not dominating them before. There was no carving. They was not there dominating. So who gave them the ideas about us prior to that? So that's why I'm like, listen, let's stop this. They were told, they were shown, stop it.
No, I'm saying this is how
One
I
last
look at
thing.
it.
Wait,
Okay,
one last thing. What were they shown and what were they told when they sold us, before they sold us? So yeah, so that's why that narrative you got just rest it. Okay, we got to retire that narrative. What video were they shown? What music they listened to before they sold us to white people? It's just in them.
Yeah.
Okay, what was white people shown or told when they decided to buy us? It's just in people.
Yeah.
Hurt people hurt people. That's the phrase. Hurt people hurt.
Yeah. And I find that it's really easy for them to take that road. And I attribute that to what's already going on the ground with themselves with tribalism. So if they're able to other themselves in their own places, right? It's a lot more easier for them to other us, a group of people they don't have any attachment to. On top of that, the icing on the cake is if they feel like to other us is part of their success, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. And as we see now with delineation, what many of them have a problem with is that in their minds, they never saw this day. And because we've spoken about when it comes, they're going to be surprised. They've said things on I've heard this when they were on what's that that platform I forgot the name of that platform, but various platforms they would say things like they have no power, what can they do to us, etc., right? But now the call to unite, the call of being brothers and sisters is it come to mind. Jason Black come to my mind every time when I hear this stuff. These people are taking both sides of the argument. Whatever fits the argument for them to win in the moment is the side they're going to take. So they're under threat in America, right? And even in Nigeria. In Nigeria, I've seen a video where they said immigration and leaving Nigeria is the #1 priority for success for all Nigerians in Nigeria. If that's the case, right, the fact that the borders for various countries that they like to go to are closed to them now, it's a very threat to what they perceive as their survival. So the call to brotherhood, I can't see it as sincere. It's just another thing to say and another cosplay for their survival and forward mobility.
Yeah, so I'm sharing my screen for a reason because the Nigerian guy who left earlier, he was saying, "Hey man, if you want to be great as a Black American, pretty much you got to come to Nigeria to be great and like take advantage of the resources." So what I did was, I'm like, well, I don't know about that. So I did a simple Google search. Is Michael Jordan invested in Africa in a major way? No. Michael Jordan is not invested in Africa in any major way. His vast business empire, including the Jordan brand and past ownership of the Charlotte Hornets, is primarily anchored in the United States. So that debunks the whole we have to come to Africa, Nigeria to do business, to be great. Listen, and I could do this with over and over and over with millionaires and billionaires. Listen, so I didn't want to say that because they were building, but I do not need to spend $1 amongst an African in Nigeria or any place in Africa to level up in America. Okay, I have to.
Oh, that.
And a lot of us haven't, and a lot of us are doing pretty well for ourselves, and we have no ties, no economic ties to Africa. So when he said that, I'm like, okay, this is one of those Wakanda moments where, okay, all right, like he's like gaslighting his country. Like I know that their country in the near future, bro, they have no first world hope. No, so anybody lifetime. I already did the research on that. Like, so I know, like they have no, like they might be better for themselves, but there's no near future in anybody's clock where they would be a first world power. So I know this. I won't say nothing all the time. I'll just listen and let people do what they do. But when I start hearing the Nigerian thing, like, oh shit, oh my God, here we go with Nigeria.
Let me ask you something, Ron.
Yep.
When in your mind could you recall when you started hearing, in particular, Nigerians call the action to FBAs to come over there and invest? In Nigeria in particular.
I don't recall that, like that.
I don't recall it either. I've only started hearing that in the last year or two, right? With the intensity, the intense growth of delineation. And that's marked by also the fact that the other groups he was talking about, the Indians and the Chinese and the YT people over there, those people come over there, right, and invest, but they don't have access to the capital those investments bring. Secondly, why don't successful Nigerians that live and exist outside of Nigeria go back to Nigeria and invest? Why are they calling on us instead of their success? Remember, they talk about the education that they have, the success and education that they have outside of Nigeria. So why isn't there a call to action for successful Nigerians to reinvest in Nigeria?
Right. Now we have a go ahead. Drop that, and I'm Smiles want to join.
The reason being is because those same Nigerians, they get online and they tell you you're going to get robbed and scammed in Nigeria. This is facts.
So before you come on, Holly, so we talked about brain drain earlier. That's when you lose your best, your most wealthy, most educated, and brain gain is when another country receives that. What you just explained just now, that's called brain circulation. So when you leave, when you immigrate from your country and immigrate to another country, and you do well for yourself, you're supposed to recirculate that back to your country. That's called brain circulation. Now, that's something that Japanese mastered. Nobody did it better than Japanese people. And you have Asian countries to do that. But the Asians do that better than anybody, the brain circulation. But let me hear Holly joined us. What's going on, Holly? Is that your name, Holly or Holy? How you doing, Holly? Great. Let me see if we can hear you better. You might need to come. Can you hear Vendetta?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah. Wait, we can't. All right, sit down, Holly.
Hey, how are you doing?
Oh, you can hear that, right?
Yeah, I heard him.
Okay, good. We're doing great, Holly.
I have one question before I make my little statement. What is tribalism? And I'm from America. I've been here all my life, never been out of the country. I am Black. I want to say that because everybody act like, oh, you're trolling. No, I'm not a troller.
Okay, so when you say Black, are you like saying you're Black Haitian, Black Jamaican, Black African, or like?
That I've been here in the US of A all my whole entire life.
Yeah, and all of your lineage as well, as far as you know?
They are all from the state of Indiana.
Okay. Yeah, so you want to explain what tribalism is, Vendetta? Are you talking about in Africa or in America?
In Africa. I mean, well, however you were referring to it when it was mentioned.
Vendetta?
Tribalism refers to a group of people, a cultural group of people who are collectively considered what's called a tribe. They speak a particular language, have a particular culture among themselves, right? And the countries like, and speaking of Africa, and Nigeria in particular, there are various different tribes in that country. And those tribes don't necessarily get along, and they compete with one another. Tribalism is when they're competing with one another for goods, services, and control of resources.
Right.
They don't see themselves as one people. So a Yoruban doesn't see an Igbo as the same as himself.
Okay. That makes sense. So I agree with that statement wholeheartedly. I'm walking to my car as I'm talking to y'all.
Okay. So as it relates to, okay, I'm sorry.
So I did a whole podcast on the Somalian group of people, as well as what I believe. You remember the movie with Eddie Murphy Trading Places?
Yeah,
I think it's
I think Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah, what's going on? Because why would you tell me to go somewhere when I'm happy where I'm at?
Right.
That don't even make sense. But y'all did come here and suck up the resources. You did come here and reap the benefits of starting a business. I don't know how. I have to do my research. I know it was a way.
Oh yeah. No, they definitely got immigrant minority business loans only for them.
Yes.
Something set up because we've been voting crazy all our lives, believing the hype. Oh yeah, this is really terrible. What's happening to America right now? It's really terrible. And for you to sit here and tell me, oh, you don't travel? Come to America. I mean, come to my country. I don't want to come to your country.
Yeah.
If I wanted to come to your country, I would have been done signed up for it. It don't make sense.
And why am I coming there?
You want a destiny swap because that we've been doing well structures. Because the people that I run into, they're like, oh my God, it's so beautiful here. Yeah, because you don't have buildings set up in certain places. Y'all still, I just seen the landmine situation where they was digging and like, I don't know how many people they said died, but as the water.
Wait, no, not died, deleted, or some other word, disappeared. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Okay. From this mudslide, like
a mudslide.
That. Oh yeah, and it was so many people out there, millions of people.
Damn.
Wow.
What country?
I don't know. It just
in Africa.
I just happened to see that. Yeah, somewhere in Africa.
Damn,
somewhere in Africa.
Yeah, that's sad. You said how many people died?
Thousands. Yeah, it was a lot of people out there, and nothing but dirt. And there's still slavery. There's that part too. So we can't forget that there's people still enslaved, and they still have the slave mentality because they came here and they're like, "You guys work too hard." Oh, I thought we didn't work hard.
Right.
But now you see how we really do. How would we survive and eat if we didn't work? So like everything you're saying is like great. It's great because it needs to be said. And I love the fact that it was man on man talking to another man about this topic.
Yeah.
And I was like, where are the women? But I was like, I like this topic. Y'all hit the nail on every aspect.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
And that was yes.
But you did talk about what is it, projecting?
Yeah.
That word is new to me, but it's also manipulation because you saw what y'all did to us and we landed on our feet like 9 lives.
Right.
We've been soaring ever since.
Yep.
We ain't look back. We don't really need to go to another country to go do something.
Not at all.
To do that, that's what you can do. But our young people went over there believing the hype. And they found out that when they paid their water bill, they still didn't get water. They found out when they paid their cell phone bill, they still didn't have internet service.
Damn.
They found out that it wasn't what it was.
You know what's the biggest thing they found out? The biggest thing we found out is that when they went and paid for that land, it wasn't their land it wasn't their land the person that sold them to sell.
Damn.
This is the scam. This is the scam. The scam is you have somebody, even a tribal chief, sell you a plot of land, right? However big the land is. However, that plot, the land, all of the land in these particular areas have ties to particular family, to particular clans in the tribe. So if the clan didn't approve the politician or the tribal leader to sell you that land, what they're going to do is they're going to split the money, and then the clan is going to come, the family clan is going to come to you and say, hey, this is our land. We never approved the sale of this. And that's how they've been scamming FBAs over there.
Right.
I started getting onto that through O'Shea Duke Jackson, watching him, and then started looking it up. You had a dude who lost a whole chicken farm because of that. He had a major chicken farm, bro, and that's how they got him. And they ain't gonna tell you nothing. Sometimes you'll show up one day and there's a bunch of construction people taking over your land.
We have so many issues going on because I did just a study of, I think it was 8 or 9 countries over there in Africa, right? And it was the horns of Africa, because I focused on that area because of Somalians that came to Minnesota that did nothing but scamming, like we said. You know, I think it all started with our cell phones. You know, we getting bombarded with all these calls. And it's like, where is all this stuff happening? You know, and then boom, everything just like backfired and started snowballing downhill. And then the Somalians did the daycare scams, everything. And each one.
She fell out.
Yeah, go ahead. We hear you.
She fell out, I think.
No, she there.
Oh, she there?
Yeah. She's talking.
Well, in their country that they're dealing with, and the violence, okay, from women to children, all type of and they don't even have the LGBTQ laws over there. I'm straight, but I'm just saying,
right.
They don't even have that set up. Poor infrastructures, like you said, poverty, crime. Somalia was one of the worst. They are the most hungriest. They don't have a lot of money. The water structure is terrible. Wi-Fi shutting down, blackouts, forced evictions due to the land, restricted freedom, corruption, insecurities, terrorism, civil unrest, malaria, like you mentioned, AIDS, HIV. They are the epic center for AIDS, HIV that's coming over here. Freedom, labor, detention, disappearing, no political policy freedom. How you doing? Good morning. Praise the Lord, as you would say. Amen, brothers. All right, so neighbors, talking to the neighbors. Yeah. Say no to the matter. Severe restrictions, media too, restriction on movement, poor prison systems conditions, government corruption, looting, sexual violence. What's this one? Red Sea security?
Hold on, you reading that? You reading that from a list?
Reading what I did, what I found out and I discovered, just so we don't have to stutter over nothing. It goes on and on. Each country had a different thing. And it's like, how can a different country have a different thing? Each one had something different. More and more and more. Food insecurity, climate shocks, droughts, floods, confliction, disruption, high inflation.
Dang.
Economic shutdown, along with issues with human rights, media freedom, bureaucracy. So much. On and on and on and on and on. You know what I'm saying? I got pages. I'm not even going to read everything. Evictions, unemployment, high unemployment, police brutality. Made me think of, what's the song? With our brother Marvin Gaye.
Okay,
what's going on?
Yeah, right.
Okay, everything that Marvin is talking about.
It's funny you mentioned it's funny you mentioned evictions and stuff, because I just seen a thing yesterday that said in Nigeria they have over 24 million homeless in Nigeria.
What?
24 million homeless.
What's the number again?
24 million.
Ooh.
24 million homeless.
Well, the number of AIDS is probably higher than that.
I'm just saying, with 24 million people homeless, do you know what that will do to your crime rate?
Okay, this is sad. This is sad. And what are we running to Africa for? That's what I want to know.
So now look.
Penny swapping.
Look, yeah, that's what they want to do. Now look what you said. You said that the sexual transmitted disease, like that deadly one, is crazy out there. Now look, so when American companies go bring contraceptions over there, which they need them, right? Then now you'll have a crazy organization. Look, population control.
Yes.
I'm telling you that this is what happens next. Oh, we gotta stop them. They're trying to stop the birth rate. Like, no, they're trying to save their lives. Stop the spread is deadly. You know.
They need understanding of that. A lot of the women that came here to America are going to school in my state that came from Africa. And at first I was like, oh, they taking our research. But I said, that's a good thing. Take it back to Africa and treat them too.
But they ain't doing that though. So let me say this. Do you know that, and I'm a freestyler, I don't remember the number, but I think one doctor serves 30,000 Nigerians, something like that.
Yes, they were, the thing I was telling you about Nigeria being the worst place to live when they were talking about infrastructure, they were saying, oh, you cannot make 2 appointments in a day.
Dang.
No matter what the appointment is, no matter where you're going, no matter who you're going to see, where you're going, you cannot make 2 appointments in a day. And you're lucky if you're going to get to the first one. But because of the traffic, the lack of roads, because of traffic due to the lack of roads and infrastructure problems and organization, you don't know if you're going to be able to make it to the first one.
Damn.
So when they're talking about, listen, when I start looking this stuff up, I'm like, why are your people running all over the world? But when you get here, you're telling us we should go there. And then you start looking this up, you be like, yo, is this an actual country? You have nothing. The only things you have, I don't care what you tell me about how something looks. The only thing you have is what somebody else from the outside came and built.
Yeah, that's bad.
You have nothing, man. And I'm not saying that's disparage. But I'm like, don't get me wrong, they're talented, they're educated, be brilliant people. I've met them. But they're so dejected about going over there, they don't go back. And they'll tell you, they will tell you, listen,
let me say
themselves, they'll get robbed and scammed.
You have met the top. You have met the top. You have met the top 1%. Okay, the top 1% do not represent the masses. The masses are highly uneducated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So with like India, so we're meeting over in America, and this is the other gaslight. Oh, look how hard they work. Look at they can do it. Now we're gaslit because this is the best brains in the entire country. They're sending over with us. And they're acting like this is a regular person, a regular African, regular Indian, regular Chinese. They're just all so smart. Like that's the gaslight. But these are hyper selected people who are filtered out. There are the LeBron James of the Mark Messier, like they're the Messi, the soccer guy. They're that of their country as far as education. And they're gaslighting us to tell us that, look, work as hard as him, or he did it. Well, how can you do it? And this is the brightest star in the galaxy.
Ron, let me read to you what you just said in context. Right? I said, what is the percentage of illiteracy in Nigeria, right? And it said approximately 31% of Nigeria's adult population is illiterate or lacks basic reading and writing skills, according to reports from the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Education. Key details: illiteracy rate, roughly 31% to 35% of adults cannot read or write, translating to over 60 million citizens. Literacy rate. Officials estimate place national literacy rate roughly 69 to 70%. They don't even really know how high it is. The majority of their population are illiterate, man.
Yeah. And we're not talking about miseducated. We're talking about illiterate.
Illiterate.
Never received one. Can't read or write.
Yo, Nigeria has an estimated 18.3 million out of school children and youth, representing one of the highest numbers globally.
Right. I told you, Jamaica and Africa, Jamaica and Nigeria.
Jesus Christ.
Any negative stat, Jamaica and Nigeria will be number one, number two.
Jesus. And so when you start seeing, when we start talking about, every time I say this, because I ain't gonna front, Tariq and Ron, when y'all say this word, it just makes me laugh because y'all, it's just the way y'all say it and the way y'all deliver it. When y'all be talking about fleeing, I be just tight, right? The way y'all deliver that word flee, y'all be having them tight, yo. Yo. But
it's a real reality that they got.
This is why they're fleeing. This is what they're fleeing from.
Right.
When you start looking this stuff
up,
like,
and just be honest, like what is the why you like we know why you're here and you're trying to lie to us. Just be honest. Hey, and nobody's gonna troll or roast them. Hey, I'm in America. How you doing, guys? FBA's, hey, I'm from Nigeria, I'm from Sudan, Somali. Hey, my country is really, I mean, just tell about your country. And I'm over here just trying to make it. If I mean, y'all got any advice, any help, some resources, it's all good, help me out. Something like that is what they were supposed to do. And then they see you, hey, we're gonna, like how the sister waved to some FBAs in her city, hey, amen, whatever. That's what they were all supposed, that's what we were all expecting. That's just common sense. That's called talent. You come to our country, you look like us, you're taking our resources because you look like us. So you're tied to us, you're checking a box that's supposed to, well, just for us, Black African American. So you're connected to us every which way other than like socially. Like you refuse to come around us. But all your success is pretending to be us or using our boxes to be us.
Yes. And here's another thing you got to watch out for. That number, 69%, they like to throw around as it relates to them being having 69% of Nigerians in America having bachelor's degrees or higher, right?
Yeah.
That only represents approximately maybe 1 million or two of overall 5 million people that's here.
Top 1%. Yeah, the top 1%,
right? And I'm gonna tell you something. I live in New York City. I'm gonna tell you something right now. You know what I want to do? I want to do a vlog. Because everywhere you go in New York, particularly Harlem, Brooklyn, and the Bronx, you see all these Africans, right? Ron, you know what you see them doing?
What's that?
They're either Uber drivers, and if they wasn't lucky enough to become Uber drivers, they doing Uber Eats and DoorDash. They're on bikes.
Yeah, but
I'm talking about by the thousands. I'm talking about by the thousands, bro.
I want to be clear. Those folks are not the hyper selected class.
No, but just what I'm trying to say is that, right, when you listen to them talk, right, it sounds like this is what they're all doing. But
they do that. No,
I'm in one of the epicenters, and I see them. Okay,
so that part you're right. What they would do is pretend all of them in the country are hyper selected.
Yo, I see you guys every day. What are you talking about? Right?
Yeah.
Boom. I got a second place. I got a second place in
That is a real word. Hold on. And 1 second. I want to just if anybody Google hyperselectivity, it'll break down everything I'm saying. But go ahead, brother. Okay. And then I got a line I want to talk. What's your name?
All right.
Oh, sister.
I was gonna say I got a second spot in Jersey City. When I'm out there, I see a lot of them, same thing, moving around. You guys are delivery guys. You're delivery guys. And I'm talking, and when the Uber ones, the Uber drivers, some of them, when you get to talking to them, they'll have degrees, but whatever they have the degree in it hasn't panned out for them. So they're driving Uber.
All right, let our sister add to the conversation. Hello, sister, you meant to hop on? Okay. Hello.
He's not here. Let me say something.
Okay. I think he hopped on by mistake.
Can I say something if she's not coming up?
Yeah, they hopped on.
I have my notes because I felt like, I did this research, I better use it, right? So anyway, it's something called a behavior shift, often called immigration paradox. They have difficulty speaking English, difficulty with education, difficulty with housing, social tension, discrimination. Mental health is something we don't talk about. They are just like anybody else. They got issues in the head and the brain too. In the U.S. percentage now for HIV, because their category fits into our category as Black Americans, since they're here in America now, is 52% high in HIV.
So now the mental health part you talk about, sister, I can tell you new here. I got you.
And paradox.
I talk about that often. So my conclusion was, because I'm like a real researcher. My conclusion was, when they call into our spaces, they're actually venting.
Mm-hmm.
They're not here really to dialogue. Like they are here to, like, we become their default therapist. I said this in my live before. I realized that, and that's why they have so I'm good with patterns. When they hop on our podcast, they're not interested in dialogue, and they sound real hurt, and they be like, let me finish. So I'm like, hey, you don't want to dialogue, and it turned out they don't. They just want to vent, and they want to cry on the shoulder. I'm like, wow, okay. So I give them 2-3 minutes to do that. Like, I guess we're the FBA therapists. Go ahead and just tell us we're hurt. Because remember, hurt people. So come on here, tell us what you're going through, and then hopefully you feel better now.
Feeding the future scandal. Don't forget about that. Somalians, $250 million that they scammed us, and also like $300 million for the daycare, the Medicaid, the PP loans, the investigations during the COVID pandemic. Okay, 70 people indicted for exploiting the pandemic era food program by submitting fraudulent invoices for meals that were never served, and the kids weren't in the daycare either. Remember?
Yep. Nobody's in there. Just a fat man eating bologna sandwich.
Eating a bologna sandwich.
Somalians in 2025, 2026 in Minnesota. It's like a country under the city of Minnesota, feeding the public, right? Mm-hmm. Widespread fake. There's terrible comments spelled.
She's bringing up bad.
All those young
Hello? Y'all breaking up.
Okay, honey. This is a scam. Forget Section 8. That's part of it too. So I say, America, it's time to wake up. Because, okay. House, Kenya, Turkey. This is too much. The thing is, that any of them, like droves of people, I can't even give you the number. But we know it's droves here, going there, we're going to Italy, going to demolish everybody. Why didn't y'all? Here's a good one for 400 years. How are we doing it now?
Right. Donald Trump.
Anybody know why now everybody decided they were gonna get their lick back?
Donald Trump.
And this is from stuff that was years ago.
They are so afraid of Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, we gotta do it now. Project 2025. Let's crash out. Oh my God. And they are going crazy, yeah.
Yeah, wrong.
Birthright. Oh hell no.
Ron,
Please, God.
did you see the Byron Donalds win the governorship for Florida? Hello? I can't hear nobody.
Oh, we didn't see it. We hear
Breaking
you.
up. Y'all breaking up.
Well, make sure.
I'm going in and out. Breaking up crazy.
Oh.
Okay. Let me hear my feedback on YouTube. Let me see.
That's fine. That's fine.
We hear
Breaking
you.
up. Y'all breaking up.
Well, make sure. All right, let me try this. Okay, you said we're breaking up. Let me try something new. Hold on. Try this. Might help. Oh my God, will you stop? Okay, maybe that won't help. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it.
Yeah, I hear you better now.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to connect to the Wi-Fi. Okay, so tell us about Byron Donald.
I believe he just won the governorship of Florida, right? And he just did a what you call it, a speech where everything that Trump was doing on a federal level, he's doing on the state level in Florida. As far as he's opening a you know, when they did they called that a Doge accounting of all the services and stuff like that nature. A Doge office. He started running down everything Trump and Elon Musk were supposed to be doing on a federal level. He's going to do it on a state level in Florida. Right? JD Vance is in that bloodline with these guys. Right? The Democrats have no answer for JD Vance right now, as it stands now. They got 2 more years of Trump. If they don't find somebody, they're going to have JD Vance. He's going to be Trump on steroids. If it's not going to be him, Byron Donalds is going to run for presidency, most likely. So if they're thinking they're going to outweigh Trump, they got a problem coming. He's created disciples.
Well, JD Vance is another wild card. I mean, complete racist.
Mm-hmm.
Now JD Vance. Trump wasn't no real threat to Black Americans, but JD Vance could potentially be.
Yeah, he potentially is. I know that, but I'm just saying that if they're thinking they're going to outweigh Trump, he got disciples. He's got disciples that are nationally huge on the Republican side.
Yeah.
So if they think they're going to outweigh Trump, no,
right.
They got another thing coming.
Yeah, like they gotta. Yeah, there's guys that's gonna follow up with Trump.
Yes.
It's gonna complete everything. Yep.
And probably go farther.
Listen, man, they better worry about birthright citizenship because that's not off the table.
It's not. Yup.
Yeah, they better worry about.
I
mean, because listen, let's say if it never goes through. Oh well, all right. But if it does go through, You want to talk about the trolling on steroids? Oh my. Yeah, I don't think an immigrant gonna show their face on the internet if that goes through.
Bro,
The trolling level.
bro, right now, I'm talking about right now. All right, here's what they didn't realize. Remember when this stupid dude Schumer and the Democrats?
Yeah, we got TikTok is gonna definitely
I love
yeah,
TikTok.
you can't say that.
Excuse me. All right, I can't say that. All right, remember this guy Schumer, Chuck Schumer? He spearheaded the TSA shutdown with the airports earlier this year.
Yeah.
Well, what came out of that was the Trump administration sent ICE agents to assist the TSA workers. Guess what happened? Guess what came out of that situation?
What's that?
A cooperation between ICE and the TSA. So now, when you're coming through the airport and you don't have the real ID, you know that real ID they were talking about everybody had to get?
Yeah.
If you don't have the real ID, they're questioning your legal status as a citizen in America, right?
Wow.
Then boom. Now because I'm in the epicenter. You know how many quote unquote air quote New Yorkers that been here 10, 15 years that stayed past their visas and tried to fly and got hemmed up?
Dang.
You're not getting. They have a matrix going on. Any and everything you do in daily life is going to be connected to you proving your citizenship. And if you're an immigrant and your paperwork is not right, you're gone.
Oh well, bye, Felicia. I got nothing to do with me and my lineage. So bye. I got nothing to do with me and my lineage. I feel sorry for you. Take care.
Well, he said bye, Felicia.
I will not be caping for nobody.
No. What I'm saying is when you brought up the link, I mean the what you call it? Birthright citizenship.
Yeah.
A lot of this was brought on after he lost that after they lost that hearing, they went and they said we're gonna do this administratively. They went around in every space, bro. They're closing off. They're trying to make it so that the banks have to require you bring in legitimate paperwork that proves your legitimacy here, whether you're a citizen or you're an authorized worker here.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I got a new FBA song that deals with that. I'm gonna give y'all like maybe 30 seconds of it. Check it out.
You can just walk on, keep on. You can just go walk on, keep on. You can just go walk on, keep on.
That's what I gotta say to that. Yeah, they can just go, walk on, keep on. You ain't talking to them anymore. Just go.
Yo, Ron. Yo,
got a whole song for that.
You need to start hustling and let dudes pay you to make songs for them. You good with that, bro? You good with the songs, man?
Yeah, that's right now. That's my favorite song. Now I just made a song while you were dialoguing earlier. It's called "Show Me Love." I did a club version because the other one's like kind of like R&B flow, but this other "Show Me Love" was But again, it's off the song. You got to show me love if you look at
yeah. CeCe Peniston.
Yeah, so I got CeCe Peniston, that one, and it's Walk On. Keep on walking, and this is CeCe Peniston too. So I love her doing remixes in the FBA lineage type of song way, or play on her music.
Yeah, you good with that. That's a nice thing right there. That's a nice move right there.
All right. So I know sis ain't real. I don't know how I know YouTubers hear this very clearly. I don't know how it's coming on TikTok. So it's
with the song.
Just go walk.
I know on YouTube, right? I already know. I got the settings. YouTube, it sounds fine. I don't know how it's coming off on TikTok.
Keep on. You can just walk on, keep on. You can just go walk on, keep on, walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, keep on. You can just go walk on, keep on. You can just can just go walk on, keep on, walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, keep on. You thought the scam you had would never end, but now it's too late. The cards play again and again. And although what you had was sad, but now you mad, acting up, acting bad. But you can keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. You ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Either go home or find a home over there. You really lost your mind this time. We really did more than all of y'all combined. I ain't tryna roast, but you gotta go. You gotta go. Keep on walking, keep on walking. You can just go.
Yeah, you did. You pop my collar. You pop my collar to that song right there. You did.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's what he's making them do. He's making them walk on.
That's right.
He's making them walk on. Yeah.
You pop my collar to that hit. That's my song right there. I'm playing that song all when I'm driving in the house. I can't wait my son come back this week. He gonna be dancing like crazy. That song.
Yeah, man. But yeah, brother, I wanted to share a few thoughts with y'all because sometimes I just be sitting back and I'm listening. I'll be hearing some of this. I'm like, yo, these dudes be talking out of both sides of their mouth, man.
Yeah, that's an interesting phrase. I like that. But yeah, that's true. Like they'll take both sides of the argument.
Yeah. They be talking about both sides of their mouth. I'm like, it just reminds me of Jason Black.
You know?
Yeah.
That was everything.
Like you talking about they're indoctrinated, but at the same time, they're highly intelligent and industrious and this, that, and the third. I'm like, that means you're not being indoctrinated. You're actually choosing this because you feel like it's a benefit to you.
Yeah. Well, they're being handpicked by white supremacists. Why would they? And look, so now let me add this now. So now we know they're being handpicked by white supremacists. They're the LeBron James of immigrants. Why? And so now they gaslight us. If an officer pulls us over, they don't see us the same. You a goddamn lie. You are in $1 billion investment.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, listen, you're not gonna read about no hyper selected African being GUNNED down in the streets ever. Like there'll never be a hyper selected Cyrus. There'll never be a hyper selected Carmelo Anthony. You ain't gonna never see that.
It would have happened already. They've been coming over here for 30 years. It would have happened already.
Well,
if that was going to happen, it would have happened.
Right. No, hey, bro, listen. They protect their investment. They like, yo, don't like again back in slavery. A slave master couldn't go handle somebody else's slave. No, sir.
Facts.
No, sir. You would be DEAD. You dig?
Yep.
That's my property. I'm telling you, no. Yep. You go over there. You don't do nothing over here. You return back here. So that's how those hyper selected are. No. Don't you touch them. This is my investment. They work for that company. Don't you touch this, man.
Touch him. Yep. I sent them over here to do X, Y, and Z, and you're getting away in my business.
Yep. So what we got to do is sort of compete with them because they are smart. I'm not gonna let y'all act like they ain't smart. Those niggas, they're
smart.
I know, but I'm saying like some of the gaslighting we do. It's like no.
Okay.
Like when you meet them, you're gonna know they're on a whole nother level with brilliance. They're smart as hell. So I'm saying what we need to do to counter that, we got to start producing our own hyper selected lineage kits.
Yeah.
And to compete with that, to shut that down.
Yeah.
You gotta do it.
I'm gonna tell you from the spaces I move in when I see it, I see them, right? Especially when they end up in managerial spaces. They tend to get into the managerial spaces and they look around and they look for all of the spaces that they can manipulate to bring their own people in.
Hey, bro.
Right?
Listen, bro. We are not competing at all with a hyper-selected immigrant. You might. Wait, no, I'm saying that, but you're mixing them up. You're talking about
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm trying to show you something. I'm saying I'm saying when you break it down even to under that, we're not competing. I'm trying to show you that, like, for example, right? You go, I went to get certified to become a fire life safety director, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I'm in those classes, I don't see no foundational Black Americans there. I see them. So we're not competing against them or the class under them.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
When these, I'm looking at a lot of these city and state jobs, because I tell you, I deal with a lot of contractors. This is who's showing up, bro.
Yeah. Yep.
Forget the 1%.
Yeah. Right. The lower class.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. This is who's showing up. And
Yep.
I'm like, yo, man, why we
Now,
don't go for these?
that's where I'm gonna help you at. Why we don't do it? Immigrants have outreach programs where these DACA people go find them. It happens reverse for us. They want us to find them without any notification, no publication, like that. So we gotta find where it's at. So, for example, somebody yesterday was talking about how they been in schools and people they come to schools. Now, to us, when we see those cars parked, that's a parent conference, that's an event. You know what I mean? That's what we see it as. No, these are people learning about what you're saying, electricians and this and that. But the reason why it's packed, we don't know about it, because their outreach programs go out and find them. Nobody ever came out and find us. For us, they say it's here. You don't know about it. It's your fault. Like, so they'll put it on us to go do our research, they'll say. And if you didn't find it, that's just your fault. You ain't look hard enough. But them, their outreach programs go out and find them.
Yeah.
And bring them. Full of them.
Yeah, they got.
So that's why they're.
Yeah.
Because if we knew about that, believe me, we'll be in it like crazy. And look, let me give you an example. The food pantries. You can't hide the food pantries. Okay?
Yeah.
They're around the damn corner. So when we see that, we're like, oh, what's going on here? And guess what? We involve ourselves immediately. We're in that food line as well. That food pantry line. So yeah, if we know about that stuff, we would be there in numerous and as numerous as them. But we're literally excluded. Like, this is part of the 1933 and up exclusion acts. So repeating itself all over again with the exclusion.
Yeah. You're 100% correct. It's
now,
man.
Now check it out. They had something in my city long before delineation was a thing. Right. So this was the this black now he could be he's either Black American or Jamaican. Like, now looking back, again, we were not delineating, so I didn't even think to like have that in my mind. But he can be immigrant. Don't matter. He had a great program for the race of Black, right? The race classification. He said, you know, for racially Black people, racially Black, not ethnically, not us. Race. Yeah. It was a good program. Okay, now he heard me going in and DJ Focus shop doing what I normally do. It's a pastor. Yeah, highly respect. It's a pastor. He might be foundational, he might be Jamaican. I don't know. I don't remember. But I could see him possibly not being foundational. Now looking back, but I got his number. He a pastor. Anyway, my thing is this. He told me about it in the barbershop. I was going in what I do now. You know, I was doing this way before the internet, before these grifters came on here. The internet, social media was the barbershop to me. So I'm doing my thing, and the pastor heard me. He liked me. Now look, everybody else, he ignored them. He came to me. He's like, yo, look, I got this engineer. I got this electrician and plumbing thing going on where I'm certifying people, blah, blah, blah. So now I couldn't make it because I had some things going on, but I put my two boys on there, and one of those guys sometimes be in my chat. So, but I got a Haitian friend at the time. Again, I didn't know Haitian, you know, what that really was until now, but I put my friend on that. He went and got certified. Right. So what I'm saying is, and I seen that pastor about 2-3 years ago with my son, and I was trying to get something, and I ain't had the sufficient funds, and the dude, he didn't just help me out, he paid for everything. You dig? So that was a good look. And like I said, he might be African, he might be Jamaican, Haitian, or FBA. I don't know, but he can look like he can be either one. But what I'm saying is, this is what I do in real life. I got real life connection, real people. I've been doing this my entire life. It's activism stuff before it's cool on social media to do it. So you have people who are brand new to it. People getting out fancy YouTube names. They get a large following because we can be that gullible. We just follow anybody. Like, but now we don't do background checks on people, which I don't know how we're not doing it. But anybody who sound good, that's good enough. Okay, follow. But people like myself that got a long background in my city, by the way, it's my city. I got that pastor's number still. I could call him on 3-way. You dig? And he won't know, but I could have him talk to me on the live. Like, yo, remember you did that electrician plumbing thing, and I can say, how you met me? He gonna say the Muslim barbershop. I'm saying, and what was I doing? What was I talking about? He gonna say this shit right here. I'm gonna say, how long was it ago? I guarantee he's gonna say a date before delineation.
Yeah.
And I won't let him know he's like, I have him on speakerphone. Like, so that's what I can do that these guys can't do. So I gotta pop my contact. Cause nobody gonna give me those flowers because they don't know. So let me. And by the way, I got video. By the way, I never shared because I don't gotta do that. But I got video of me talking in churches with a community activism thing, a Renaissance thing, where I'm actually on stage talking to other folks. I got the long braids, you dig? So that's how long it is. I got super long braids, got it recorded. So people can say what they say, but they don't have no receipts. When I talk, I got receipts because I've always been doing it. That's why when I don't rock with certain people, it's because I see they're not real. I know it. No, I'm good. Hey, I'm about to check out this guy. No, I don't say why because I'm on code. I ain't gonna say why, but the no, because I don't see that.
Tell us something ain't good, something ain't right there.
Look, I'm saying he's not real. Like this ain't what he do. See, activism is something you see in your youth. You're going to see it in your 20s, your 18, 17. You don't become an activist all of a sudden at 35, 40.
Yeah.
That's called a grift.
Yeah.
Like, because me and George Macon was talking, streaming TV, and he said he got into his activism at 20, and I'm at 24. So that's about right. You dig? But other folks get into this stuff 35 years, 40 years, nah. They're on my level. Like, I would never see him as my equal, but, whatever.
I say this, right? I would say not often enough, right? More often than not, when you see people getting that late in the game, usually, it's a grift. But if you can, I think if somebody gets involved and they got the receipts for if they're helping, then you got to give the person their flowers. They're actually sincere. But
there's always you can't deny receipts. Just like if a person look like they're Haitian, look African, but they got receipts, they're from the lineage. You cannot ignore the genealogy. Like you got to set them.
Yeah.
Like so, if you got receipts, you got receipts. And you got receipts. But I was just saying, like a general rule. Like when people see people that came out of nowhere, there's a general rule. Okay, this guy needs to show some stuff, or we shouldn't entertain him at all.
You know what came to my mind when you just said how people try to attack Tariq, right? Tariq Nasheed, because he's a successful businessman, millionaire, right? And it's like people are under the perception that in order to help your people and to be about your business, you got to be broke. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The man makes his money. Yeah.
The poor righteous teachers doctrine, and again, that not trying to be funny, but that is a foreign doctrine that was brought over here from Jamaica.
Facts. So I'm like, yo, like actually, when our traditions show that our successful people, if they wasn't directly involved with the various movements for freedom and freedom fighting and civil rights, they financed it. So it was never a thing about we gotta be broke for this.
Hold on, throw some names out there. A.G. Gasson, who Tariq Nasheed talk about a lot, but I had his book, The Black. He's nicknamed the Black Titan. So I already had, or I heard Tariq Nasheed mention him. Yeah, but A.J. Gasson, the Black Titan, he was funding, but not just him. Madam T.J. Walker and Maddie Delaney. Like there was money behind the civil rights. Yeah, so a lot of our wealthy people were putting their money behind the civil rights movement. So you're right.
Yeah. So this thing about being broke, no. We were able to go to our own people who had the bread. You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? But he's one of those people. He was successful, and he helps the brothers. I remember, I forgot what incident it was. There was one of them incidents where there was a riot of some kind, and he was bailing people out.
Yeah. Tariq is probably the worst name they could throw out there. Like there's other names they might have an argument with, But
Him,
I'm telling
yeah.
you, like this might sound Tariq name and his account. Oh, yeah, right. His names, his receipts, his comments. It's almost uncomparable, like almost uncomparable in Black American history. Like we water it down because we live with him, right? We're in it. We living amongst him in real time. But if you look at like what he does and what he accomplished, it's almost and his influence is almost uncomparable. You know, but we overlook it.
Facts.
Like I said it before him. I said if you look back at what Malcolm X did, you look at what Tariq's doing, like it's not really a comparison. Like Tariq is cooking.
No. He's cooking. Yeah.
It's because followers of Dr. King, and Dr. King had way more followers than Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad. They didn't rock with Malcolm X. So we gotta understand Malcolm X we embrace him because we know what he did. But the average Black American at that time, they were not rocking with that.
No, yeah. And even more so, people don't realize that that organization he started when he left the Nation of Islam, that was tiny. He had very little followers then, even less.
Hey, bro, what he realized,
it was tiny.
I'm sorry. What he realized was that now you was breaking up. That's what you was breaking up. Then you went silent. So maybe I was talking over you. If I was, that's because on my end it was silence.
Correct.
Because I know both of us are at times. But Malcolm X found out that it was never him. It was Elijah Muhammad. Like his awakening moment because he thought it was him. So yeah, he realized he can't. Even Dr. Khalid Muhammad, when he left Minister Farrakhan, he found out the hard way too. Both of them couldn't get nobody.
Yep. Like yo, man. Like yo, bro. It's listen, man. I just say this. That man, Tariq Nasheed, right? I'm watching him for some years, man. And yeah, he's producing things that is for our culture, but I'm not actually I need, you know what I would like for our people to be able to make money producing, defending, and promoting our culture. It should go hand in hand. If your life's blood is within our culture, right? There's very little things that should turn you against the culture. Am I right or wrong? So if he found a niche that it was, well, you know what, I can help my people and make money doing it, more power to you. Be successful as you can doing it. If you could become a millionaire helping out people,
shit.
What you was about to say? No, I can't hear you.
Yo, wow.
What happened? You broke up?
Really?
Yo, you break it up again. I can't hear nothing you saying, bro. You chopping up.
Yeah, y'all ain't gonna believe this, yo.
What happened?
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yo.
Yep, I hear you. I hear you. Hello, hello, hello? Hello? You hear me?
Okay. Did he drop off?
No,
yo,
I'm
my
here.
computer is literally freezing.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell it's going in and out.
I think it's crazy, yo.
You can hear me? Hello, hello, can you hear me?
And it's 10:30.
Wait, give me one. Yeah, one second. My computer started freezing up. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I'm trying to get rid of some tabs. My computer is freezing up. Yeah, we putting in some heavy major work. All right, let me. God, I can't even stop this screen share. Wow. Yeah, give me 1 second, brother. My computer is freezing on me. Never ever before it has done this. Never ever have it behave like this. Okay. Okay. All right. So I stopped sharing. Give me 1 second. Let me delete some tabs. If it allowed me to. Like my computer is literally crashing up. I got another one. I could replace. But this is the Mac. The other computer is cheap. It's a cheap Windows computer. So I figured the MacBook should be good. You dig? Nope. 1 second. Let me get this straight. How do you control delete on a Mac? Okay, that ain't work. Okay. All right. Anyway, been dead. My fault, bro. My computer is frozen.
I was still here if you could hear me.
Okay. I hear you. I hear you clear. My computer's it's funny because it shows that you. Hey, Vendetta, say something.
Yeah, you going in and out.
Yeah, my computer got you as frozen.
Oh
Let me
wow.
see the caller. Dynasty, can you hear me? Dynasty, can you hear me? Yeah, this is wild.
Probably dropped off.
No, he on TikTok. He's still here.
Oh, he on TikTok?
Yeah. What? Yeah, I didn't want to switch computers, but look like I'm gonna have no choice.
Okay.
But anyway, Dynasty, just let Vendetta land his plane. But Vendetta, you got to back up maybe like 2 minutes.
I'm gonna drop off real quick. I gotta have some business anyway.
Okay. All right. So I appreciate you, man. Like always, you're welcome.
Salute, brother.
Yes, sir. Salute to you. Okay. So
Can you hear me, FBA News?
Yes, sir. Let me turn my volume up. Okay, yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, really, only one question for you, but
Yeah.
I got two, man.
You're breaking up. I don't know if it's me or you. Yeah, I don't know if it's me or you, but it's breaking up. It could be me. Okay. Anyway, go ahead.
Can you hear me clear?
Yeah, I hear you clear now.
Yeah. First question I asked, like, how do we separate the grifters from the ones really standing on lineage business that at the same time they still, saying they get their funds, they get their money, and the people like how they rock and the people support them, for standing on lineage business. How do we separate the people that just jumped on the grifting tip and the people that's been standing on lineage business, like you said, when you was in your early 20s and shit like that?
Right. Yeah, it's an easy way. Go to their videos, right? Go to their live and go to their archive, their uploaded videos, and click the oldest video. Okay, that's going to tell you how long they've been doing it. And you're going to see their oldest video got nothing to do with this. It's going to be about how they was playing the flute or throwing rocks in the pond, skipping rocks. That's how you know that these guys literally joined 3 years ago. Like, yo, I seen a guy who's a loudmouth, disrespectful too, but loudmouth. This dude hopped on this year. Yo, there's no content this guy a year ago. So the grifters, all you gotta do is look at their background. Like right now, bro, you can't see, but if I share my screen, I could show you a YouTube video where 18 years ago on YouTube. If I was, you can't see it, you're on TikTok, but you're on TikTok, you can't see it. But on YouTube, I'm on YouTube live too. But if I share my screen right here, you'll see me 18 years ago on YouTube, and I was here longer than that, right? I was at least like 19, 20 years. And bro, you can see I was breaking down LLC, like how to get an EIN, LLC. I was questioning the word black, as it applies. Now, I was wrong at that time, but you got to stand. This is 20 years ago. Ain't no chat GPT, ain't none of this stuff. You feel me? It's just me. It's just me and what I come across. So I was wrong, but you can see me be, you can see that I was dealing with black way back then. Like trying to get a better understanding of what black was way back then. So when I do it now, you can see this was always my passion about words and like etymology and things like that. But so the grifters, bro, a rule of thumb is you want to know how long they've been doing this, and you want to know what were they doing before all that time. You dig? And I guarantee you, it's going to be nothing. Like yo, especially like an older guy. Like, dude, when you're 20 years old, what were you doing? 30 years old, what were you doing? Like, what were you on? You were doing something. Now, secondly, is like this is why I say Tariq Nasheed is like the epitome of the standard, because Tariq Nasheed, he invites people from his home origins, like in the city, that knew him when he was young, and they could testify on a guy. So if you can't show how your city respects you, like for example, bro, if it's a couple of times right now I'm live in the public, but I'm like not really publicly right now. I'm like kind of in like low key. But bro, I've been live where people heard real people come to me like, yo, what up, man? If you can't do that, agent alert. You dig? Like so, like, and you on YouTube 2 years ago. I mean, or like, but I want to know who was on YouTube before 2016, because Yvette Carnell established ADOS in around 16, 17. And bro, I really can't find nobody on YouTube before. Obviously, Tariq Nasheed, but I really can't find nobody before ADOS. Right. I'm on YouTube 20 years ago, so I'm light years before that. But I can't really find too many people, the loudmouth people, FBA this, FBA that. I can't see them on YouTube before ADOS. So stuff like that, you understand? Like look at things. Like when you join like a police force, they want to know your background before you join, before they accept you, right? When you try to go in criminal, a mafia, like they're gonna do it in background. You did, yeah. Who your family? Who is? Why don't we do that? Why we just somebody behind the camera? Yo, FBA, tether. Oh yeah, I'm subscribing. Yeah, I like him. But yeah.
That's my second question, because it's kind of like a branch off the first one.
Okay.
Like, how do you like? I want to know your take. Like, what's your take on? Okay, we got the biracial and the bi-ethnic, right? And they're coming and saying they have Black American and have some other ethnic group or another race or whatever. And they'll come in and then they have the loudest voice on these apps, on YouTube, on TikTok or whatever, and be coming with, quote unquote, so-called scholarship. And, we need to do this and we need to do that. And how you feel about those individuals,
okay,
by ethnics and biracial, speaking and representing us politically or socially?
First of all, they're not authorized to do that. All right. Okay. So my thing is, nobody biracial or have a foreigner like husband or wife should be in a powerful seat to represent us ever. Okay. So that's me. And secondly, anybody who's biracial is already questionable from the door. So like they really got to prove themselves. You feel me? Like they got to really show receipts. So now George Macon, Street Me TV, he's bi-ethnic, but he's been thorough. Like he
George is not, because I've been on YouTube with George, man.
Yeah, so he's different.
Yeah, I think he said he got Cuban in him.
Right. Well, I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, I know my man got receipts. Like he's been doing this for a long time. Like, so he's not a recent guy. So like this don't apply to him. And this don't apply to him. And that's like I'm gonna tell you straight up.
Divestors that they get on here,
bro. Listen, look, when you do that, say, look, you can date who you want to date, right? Because we're not a religion or a cult. You can do what you want to do, but the problem is you might take yourself out of positions of leadership in certain fields. So now, can these people go ahead and join some local stuff? Yeah, go ahead, do that. But I'm talking about real positions of leadership, governor. Yeah. I mean, go do it, but don't say FBA. You dig? So when you get into like real things where media's on you, do what you do, but do not say the letters FBA. Don't do that, because you are a misrepresentation of what FBA is. You are half this, half that. No, that don't work. And that's the setback you got to deal with for being mixed or having mixed kids or having this stuff. That's just what it is. Like that ain't me. That's the FBA spirit in me making that rule. That ain't me. Okay, so you have to, in order to be really in leadership, you must have FBA parents on both sides. You got to. If you mix it all, first of all, me, I'm biased. I'm unbiased, but I'm biased. And those mixed people, I tell you, I make it mulattoes. I don't trust them. They like, that's just me. Like they got to prove themselves to me. Like they're guilty until proven innocent. Like those light skinned mulattoes, all that right there. Nah, I'm good. The Mariah Carey's on. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Sit down. Sit down. Get in the chat. Get in the chat. Don't create no spaces. Get in the chat and support us that's doing the real work. Sit down. So that's my answer to that.
These folks on those panels, man, they've been on, people with a lot of numbers on TikTok, and
I know. Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm like, damn, we need to do this.
And they got all the answers. This is mulatto. Now look. Now here's my problem. Here's my problem with mulattoes. I seen it from my own family. Like I got cousins who mix. Here, this is what happens. Growing up in their school years, the FBA. Once they finish school, they're the other side. That's my experience with these people. The FBA until they get 18. Once they turn 18 years old, they're now the other side. That's all. That's damn near all of them. So basically, I'm only FBA because mommy and daddy regulates me. But as soon as I turn 18, where that's over, I become the other side. Spanish, white tea, Caribbean, whatever. They all choose the other half at 18 years and older. So that's why I say I don't like to trust them like that.
Right.
Yeah, so that's my thoughts on those bi-ethnic people. It's like, you're questionable forever, and you got to always produce receipts because you can easily take the FBA off and put on the other stuff. I can't do that. I'm just FBA. I'm stuck. I can't take it off and claim something else. So you had a third question?
No, we good. FBA News, man. Hey, yeah, man, I agree to 100% and 21% with you, brother. But yeah, you've been cooking though lately. I'm kind of doing my little weekend job, man. But yeah, I'm gonna tune in, brother.
Yeah. Bi-ethnics, all that mulatto stuff. You guys are questionable forever. You got to always keep producing receipts, always, or you dig. That's just what it is. Because again, you can actually take off your FBA and choose the Jamaican side if you wanted to. You could be Jamaican for the rest of your life. We can't do that. People who got two parents with FBA, we can never do that. We're stuck with FBA. So, and that's why I say that those folks they're forever proving themselves. They can never get out of that.
Facts. Yeah, that's FBA News, man. I'm gonna drop down, man. I'm tuning in with you, man. But yeah, man, I was thinking the same thing, brother. Peace.
I appreciate you. Peace. Yeah. So anybody else, man? You got questions like the brother? Zoom, TikTok, call in. And I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna sugarcoat, tiptoe, none of that stuff, man. Yesterday I was talking to a friend, and he asked for my advice about some things about him. And I was like, bro, do you want me to be nice or be, real? Yeah, because I got no problem telling you straight real. He said, be nice. So I was nice, and my nice is still kind of hard. It's a hard assessment. Yeah, listen, when I say I'm unbiased and in the can, man, I really am. I don't play favorites. So let's say if a Nigerian's debating the FBA, and the FBA is wrong and the Nigerian's right, guess what? You wrong. I ain't gonna make you right all of a sudden. You wrong. You getting cooked. Nigerian cooking you. You wrong. You said because I made a statement about Nigerians earlier, and the Nigerian dude, he corrected me. I was wrong. Yeah, okay. I was wrong about what I said about Nigerians. Like he corrected me, and once he corrected me, I immediately remembered. Like, yeah, I'm bugging. Like I didn't have to fact check. He was right. Like, yeah, he is right. But sometimes that just happened like that. But it's not a big issue. We're still delineating. I mean, nothing gonna stop delineation and reparation. It's like whatever. That don't so debating me and what gotchas don't matter because we're still delineating and we're still demanding reparations and an anti-crime bill. So the only way you beat me if you stop reparations, if you stop delineation, and you stop us from campaigning for an anti-black crime bill. If you can do that, yeah, you beat me. If you can't do that, you can't beat me. Okay? So because that's our major talking points. It's like, okay, so how did what we talked about stop us from delineating? Okay, not gonna happen. So people like to use Tariq Nasheed as, oh well, Tariq Nasheed, he's a Pan-African. So if he was, I know he's not, but if he was, so we're still delineating. Tariq Nasheed can say, yo, look, FBA, I'm sorry, I was wrong. We need to be Pan-Africans. He could say that today. And what I'm gonna do is stand on my lineage business, and I'm gonna cook him. I'm gonna treat him no different than the other Pan-Africans. You dig? It's like those zombie movies where your sister is with you and y'all trying to flee from zombies and she get bit and you gotta take her out and they take her out. That's I am. Like once y'all go rogue and go against the lineage, you could be Tariq, Yvette, whoever. Once you go against the lineage, I see you as a zombie. I gotta take you out with no hesitation. So it don't matter. So Tariq Nasheed is not the end all be all. Nah, it's over. Like we're delineating with him or without him. With me, unbiased round, or without me, we're still delineating. I can go tomorrow. I can turn like an agent tomorrow. We're still delineating. Okay? The ancestors have spoken. We are delineating. The FBA Glow is in charge right now. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, invite yourself up. TikTok, Zoom, click the link. I had a guy, Chaco, calling yesterday, and he had some crazy arguments, but it wasn't too crazy because he was pretty educated, pretty articulate, pretty witty. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's working on his doctorate degree. But yesterday he was on the wrong side of history. His argument was weak. And I tried to save them, dude. I said, bro, if you're going for your doctorate degree, you don't want this on your resume. And this I'm talking about is me cooking you. Somebody who don't have a doctorate. You don't want a high school diploma guy cooking a guy going for his doctorate degree. So I try to let the guy know, like, listen, man, just fall back. No, his ego. No, I'm going to keep forward. Okay. I cooked him the worst way possible. He even admitted that he didn't read the article correctly. He misread it. You'll never get that from me. I read articles correctly. I don't misread articles. Okay. And I try to warn the dude, like, yo, man, you know this is live. This is public record. You could change your name, but dude, your face was on the screen, my guy. You forgot. Your face was there. You can change your name, but we know how you look. You dig? Oh, he got it. That's the doctor, the PhD guy that got cooked by a high school diploma guy. Yeah, guy. Yeah. That's a bad look. Okay. So, and he can run it back. He can ask for part 2, part 3, and he'll get whooped part 2. He'll get whooped part 3. What did Clarissa Real say? Whoop that trick, yo. Nobody's ever gonna beat me in the debate. I don't know why I keep trying. But I like it though, because you add to my resume. Okay, keep trying. I was 150-0, now I'm 151-0. Keep trying. You did keep trying. You're never gonna win. But I like the challengers. Like you just keep validating me more and more and more, pushing me into a realm by myself. All right, keep on. Keep challenging me, keep losing. And I'll be freestyling for the most part. I don't even like be right now, I'm at my computer. But on a regular basis, I'm driving. You dig? I'm usually driving when I go live and do my stuff. I'm hands free, obviously. TikTok Shop, YouTube. I'm safe. I'm hands free. I got a headset. I got speakerphone. I'm safe. But yeah, man, I'm mobile. So I'm just cooking y'all just memory, just research what I just remember, and just logical. I'm just really logical. I'm witty. I'm a critical thinker. So I'm just beating you up on that. Again, I'm never gonna lose, but keep trying. So you know what I mean. I'm gonna keep cooking. What I'm talking about. NY coming back on. He gonna hop on when Vendetta. You might want to come back on, my guy, because this is the guy you want to talk to. And why?
Trying to figure out what the point is. I didn't catch most of it, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, no. I said cooking is an FBA expression, meaning that people
with who? Like, what's the point?
Okay, any argument I have, if there's any opposer, I will cook them. So if I got any talking point, if there's somebody who disagrees, I challenge them to an intellectual conversation, debate, whatever. And I'm like 150,001 and zero. And I never took an L publicly before. I've been on YouTube for 20 years. I've been debating everything, every topic, religion, politics, FBA history. I've never taken an L in 20 years publicly. Guess what? All of my public recordings are recorded. They're all live. I got them all. So I don't have like some phantom debate where you got to believe me. All my stuff is recorded and archived. I got it all my external hard drive. So from religion to politics to like whatever. You dig? I've never taken an L. And look.
Earlier that, stirred the boycott.
No, he ain't seen no boycott. Remember, I educated you. The Nigerian you're talking about, listen, you misread your own article. Okay, so let me help you out, okay? You might help you out? Okay, so your article proved what we've been saying. The Nigerians, what they did was they were testing segregation crazy rules. So the Nigerians, they wore dashiki printed African garments. And they sat at the front of the bus. And the white T bus driver seen them as African, which shows you that they don't look as the same. And the fact that they was acknowledged as African, they did not ask them to go to the back of the bus because they're African. So the next time they came back on a bus with FBA gear and they were asked to get to the back of the bus. Did you know that part? Okay, so that agrees with what we're saying. We're saying Africans are not seen as a threat to white supremacy. It's always been Black Americans. It's always been about stopping us, first and foremost. And then everybody else, maybe second, third, fourth, fifth. But it's always been about stopping Black Americans because you know why? Because we produce the most in a short time span. Nobody else can ever make that claim. So let me tell you. Right. So when we were, now, one thing about me, bro, I'm a Black American and I know my history top to bottom. Okay. From the beginning, 1526, all the way to 2026. You dig? Right. Please.
Identify themselves. And that indeed is a matter of fact. That's what happened. So they decided to dress up like as FBAs and it became an uproar. If they hadn't done that, you probably would not even be reading about it today, let alone talk about it.
No, I'm saying like, you know.
We are referring to.
Right. No, I'm saying like they did an experiment, right? And it was successful. Okay, can we agree? Right. It was successful. Like they exposed the Jim Crow crazy, ridiculous white tee remedial rules. Right. You're not. Yeah.
Now, fast forward today, 60 years later, we're hearing, oh, you dress like us.
No, wait. Back up. No, back up. Hey, bro, back up.
Yeah.
The Africans who did it, Nigerians who did it, we don't call them tethers. You follow?
No, we don't.
Okay. So the ones that they're saying you just like us, we're talking about your tether class. We're talking about the ones who say we're Akatas, Jareers, Abronis, and they're looking like us. We like and saying we have no culture. So this ain't every Nigerian. Look, on my live, I make it clear. I say the average Nigerian don't think about us at all. Okay? The average Jamaican, the average Haitian, the average person on earth, except for white people, don't think about us at all. I said there's a handful of loudmouth Africans, Haitians, and West Indians who make an uproar. Okay? Right. That's what I say. Okay. I say that right. The average successful Haitian, West Indian, African is too busy living their best life. They're not thinking about it. They're not on social media. They're living their best life. They're doing something great.
Yeah, trying to get some.
Right. I say, well, they're not trying, they're getting it. Okay. But the ones who are doing bad, these are the ones who are in our spaces. Okay. And making crazy arguments, and we're attacking them. Now, yes, some FBAs out there making y'all monolith. You dig? Saying, oh yeah, there's some FBAs doing that. Okay, and there's some that's not. Tariq don't do that. I don't do that. Right, but yes, there are some FBA saying all of y'all and all the Haitians and all of West Indians. But you know why? Because that's just human. That's human nature. Like some people are gonna go extreme, and some folks gonna stay, on Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
Say that. I mean, this is so for an African here in the conversation, and people being dragged, Africa, and so we sit back and we're like, but everything we studied, what's going on now? Why are we here? And then you just made the point that after the experiment, then people get to realize that these are the benefits like this. And I also raised the issue about the Ghanaian finance minister that came, and then that caused that whole issue with the White House making an apology. Even with that story, as a result of that, the funny thing is, because of how bad it was, they had to try to appease the Ghanaian government at the time. You know what happened? They went ahead to make a deal that helped to create the largest man-made lake in the world. I don't know if it's still the world, but before it used to be the biggest man-made lake. And out of it, we managed to create the dam that provides electricity in Ghana as a result.
Okay, so now that's great news for you when they apologize. But I want you to make note that when they realized that they were Ghanaian and not black people, they apologized because they pretty much the Eisenhower is saying, pardon me, Ghanaians.
Yes.
I thought you were black. You dig?
Yep.
So that's what he was saying. I'm sorry, Ghanaian guy. I thought you were black. Okay.
We're all the way in West Africa, Ghana.
Right. But I want you to be clear on what he thought, though. He thought they were right. I got you. Wait. Yeah, but let me just land that. But you already landed yours. Let me land mine. No, yeah, but I'm trying to land my plane, but I'm putting my emphasis like you did. Okay, so I want people to know that when that happened, Eisenhower said, "I apologize, Ghanaians. I thought you were black." So what I'm pointing out is that nobody's confused who's black, who's not. People are acting like they're black on purpose, but they know they're not black. They know they're Haitian, Jamaican, Nigerian, Yoruba, Zulu, whatever. They know they're not black. Like some of these folks are playing around. But that's why Eisenhower said, "I apologize. We did that to you. We thought you were black." And that's why those people on the Nigerians on the bus, they wore African gear. They didn't wear black gear. They wore African gear, and they were allowed to sit on the front of the bus. Now, look. Now, here's the thing, NY. I was telling my FBAs all day long. I said, "Hey, listen. They keep saying we look alike. That's okay, because when they wear certain clothes, that was to let white supremacy know that they're not black. So don't treat me like a black person." So, when you brought that article up, and I Googled it, it was true. Both of them. You actually just confirmed my point to the 100th degree. As I told you, as long as you were not identified as a black man, you were permitted to spaces that we can never be permitted to. And those two examples you gave me, the Ghanaian guy, the Nigerian guy, couldn't prove my point anymore.
So you prove the point that indeed we have to be able to be identified as African and Black American. No doubt about it. My point is, today, we are living the consequences of those actions. That's all I'm saying. And the reason I say that is because
explain that. I mean, you saying words, but explain what you mean.
Incident happened. Ghana went on to the UN to bash the United States about their segregation and all the atrocities that were being committed. The information is available. And again, Martin Luther King was in Ghana to celebrate the first independent sub-Saharan nation in the world. And when he came down, I'm sure you can pull up some of his speeches he made after that trip, and you're going to hear where this Pan-Africanism comes from.
Wait, no. Matter of fact, I got Dr. King right now. I can play it. Dr. King said, "Shout out to my African family," but he said, "I'm not y'all. I'm American." Okay, so he had much love for the African nations, but he said, "No, well, I got the whole audio. I mean, but
He said quite
damaging thing against America at the time. And the denial is where, a lot of Africans are going to sit back and say, what do you mean? Like you're saying that there were no benefits, there were no good consequences as a result of this. I mean, you do know that Du Bois came to live in Ghana.
Yeah, of course you did. Now, right. But right, I got that. I'm
when Kwame Nkrumah just got out of university in America, and at the time they were in America where they were leading this fight against segregation or whatnot. And I want to believe Du Bois must have told Kwame Nkrumah, you need to go back home and start up something. Do you know, 9 years later, Kwame Nkrumah became president of Ghana and Du Bois moved to Ghana.
Yeah, now look, okay. NY, you gotta know this. Okay, you gotta know this. My name is I go by the name Unbiased Ron. I've been on YouTube for 20 years. Not under that name the whole time, but I've been on YouTube for 20 years. But listen, I'm a real historian. Okay? So whoever you talk to on YouTube or TikTok, you are never going to meet a guy like me. Okay? I'm going to prove it right now. You're saying Ghana. Now, listen to this. I'm going to say it's your fault that there's a such thing as white tea supremacy. Okay, let's go to the beginning. Ghana apologized I think in 2000s for their role in which they helped get identified as the gravest crime in human history, the transatlantic slave trade. So Ghana apologized for their role. Is that true?
Apologize. Who made the apology?
Okay, let's go. Got you. Let me Google that for you right now. Is my computer still frozen? Okay, it's kind of working a little bit. I think it's just hot. I got it in the sun. Shit, my computer hot. No wonder it froze. It's hot. Give me a second. Let me make sure. Am I still on YouTube? 1 second. Make sure I'm still live on YouTube. My computer is so high. I had it directly in the sun. Yeah, so see, here's the thing. I said Ghana apologized. You didn't know. You said what apology? Who made it? Now you can never do that with me in my history, in my country. You couldn't say a big moment it happened in America with black people, and I don't know about it. All right, so but I'm going to pull that up for you as soon as my computer. Okay, yeah, I think yeah, I'm not live no more. No, I am still live. Okay.
Okay, yeah. But you're going to put up something to make the point that Ghana caused white tea supremacy in America?
Well, no. Yeah, of course. So let me first show you the apology that you don't know about. Mm-hmm. Okay, Ghana. Okay, no, be on the person on behalf of Ghana. Hold on. Okay, so I typed. I got. Look, hey, bro, listen. You sold us, all right? So you're not gonna cosplay. Now look, yeah. You don't know that? All right, look. Let me just get the guy first. Let's do one at a time. Yeah, you did. Let's do one at a time. Because like you said, I got you. I will. Okay, don't worry. We're gonna get there. Like I said, you're dealing with a real historian. You're gonna find out in a second. But let's start one thing at a time. Let's talk about the apology first. Okay. Let's get to you. I don't know why my search made me do something else. Okay. I typed in one thing and went somewhere else. Is that you sending me a computer hack? Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm a conspiracy theorist all of a sudden.
I mean, if you're speaking about working hard at it.
Yeah, all of a sudden, never in my life this computer crash. This computer.
Sisters,
yeah. This computer look, it's behaving like it never did in life. Okay,
sisters, right there.
Ghana, look at this. I mean, it's really just crashing out on me. Ghana, probably. Okay, I typed in one thing and gave me something else.
You're going to come up with 1,000 things that are going to come off of Google. Who's saying we apologize?
No,
it depends on who said it.
I got you.
It was said.
I got you. We're gonna touch it. We're gonna touch on that. And this is what I'm saying. We're gonna take it there. Okay. All right. Let it load up. For the first time ever, it's slow. And by the way, this is a MacBook, so this ain't no cheap little rinky dink Windows computer. This is a real computer, and it's not moving at all. Just today, just because you hopped on, all of a sudden. Okay, let's go.
While you're waiting for you to load, I have a question.
Yeah, now it already loaded, but go ahead.
Okay, so are you aware, or is this a thing that in the past Black Americans didn't like to be called Black Americans? Are you aware?
No, you made that up.
No, actually, there's a whole documentary about it.
No, documentary is fake. Okay, let me explain what a documentary is. I can make a documentary, you could too. Documentary can be false or fake. Like, for example, Alex Jones and all these white tea supremacists, they got documentaries. Birth of a Nation was a documentary, and they're false. So documentaries don't mean truth. That means it could be and it can't be. So we have to fact check.
It's just a documentary, somebody expressing their opinion or their view.
Right, yeah, exactly. No. Okay, for one, you're gonna learn today that I don't know nobody who researched Black. We talking about the etymology, the application. You can say Negro, you can say Noir, you can say Black Al Sudan. I don't know too many people on this earth who looked into Black, how it's applied to people more than me. So unless that documentary guy checked in with me, most likely that shit is false. Okay. Yeah, it's false. Now let me ask, okay, once again, when did Black become a race in America? Or on the earth? What year?
Now, what are you talking about? It's always been a race.
It's always been a race? So the Portuguese spoke English?
And they had a different word for
hey. Okay, nigga. Hey, African Buddhist. Hey, African. He became a tickless tether. My guy, you're already cooked. I got you. I don't need you here. Yo. Okay. Yes, Negro. And matter of fact, what about the BP that was established over there? What happened with that? The BP oil, since you're here. No. Yes, they did. Wait, did they call him Black? Yeah. Tickless tether. Yes. You African booty scratcher. You see, I know when to crash out and when to have an honest conversation. I noticed that when he came back here, it wasn't the same energy. He was infected with tetherism. I sensed that really early. I said, okay, he came back up here. He ain't come here to like continue the same energy. Love or some fake love and like, some de-escalating stuff, I go there with you. When you become passive content, I already got talking points. Okay, you're going back, but you would concede it right away. Everything I said, you conceded like my son, adopted son, orphanage son. Yeah, son, I'm just mentoring you. You're a lost kid who need mentorship. I'm just mentoring this lost kid. Okay, but when I went at you, you ain't give me that same energy you gave everybody else. I agree. I never heard like that before, like everybody else do when I talk. Yeah, so just now, I don't need you, bro. I already got what I got out of you. I squeezed that lemon dry. Okay? There's no more lemon in that light bulb head. Get off here. He gonna switch it. A lot of these tethers do. We're talking about black. He gonna mention some shit in the 1600s. Oh, they spoke English. Oh no, it meant black. Yeah, but I didn't say what meant black. I'm saying the word black. I never said this means black. I said the word black. That's a word. That's an English word with a definition. The hell off my damn live. Matter of fact, let me play the song. You can keep walking on. You dig? Your FBA spaces have been so disgusting that I seen it for myself. They make tethers feel like they're special guests. A tether joining FBA space on TikTok, these disgusting FBAs, these chimping out FBAs, they treat these tethers like special guests. Let them talk. Let them talk. Not over here. You dig? I treat tethers just like they are a fucking tether. Ain't no let them talk. You dig? Let's continue with the conversation, but tethers don't have rights over here. Ain't no freedom or nothing on my spaces. Tethers don't get no freedom. We grant them temporary statuses. We grant them temporary protection on our platforms. That's it. And I said your shit ran out and I deported you, bro. Okay? Your temporary status ran out and I just deported you. You got deported from an FBA. You got deported from an FBA space. That's crazy. How you get deported from social media? God damn. You gotta stay taking L's. Now, family, he Googled in advance Ghana's apology because he thought I was lying. He Googled in advance Ghana's apology, and he didn't want me to read it. That's why he kept going. Who apologized? I say, oh, you gotta apologize, my guy. Okay. Who apologized? Ghana did. Okay. Let me read this. Let me share my screen. Who apologized? Yeah, hey, family, they really think we believe they didn't enslave us. In their mind, they really believe that we were not enslaved by them. Like we were just kidnapped with a big old, he says. The topic of Ghana and slavery apologies has two distinct sides. First, Ghana has offered its own internal apologies for the historical role some local rulers played in the slave trade. It's highlighted. You tether is highlighted. You're not my friend. You know that, right? You're not an ally of mine. I don't ally with tethers. Okay. Second, Ghana is currently leading a major global push to demand formal apologies and financial reparations from Western nations. How the hell is that even possible? They sat there and apologized for their role in the slave trade and then demanded apologies from white supremacy and said, hey, you owe us. They're like, we owe who? And that's why people like Ann Coulter is like, yo, we never enslaved a tether. Why are y'all acting like we owe you something? We never enslaved an African tether, a Hispanic tether, Asian tether, Pacific Island tethers. We never enslaved or Jim Crow Haitian tethers, European tethers, Eastern Southern European tethers. We never did nothing wrong to y'all like that. Why are y'all over here looking for reparations? Okay, let me find that video. Yo, this sun is on a listen. I thought the sunny days were over, man. God, this sun, what degrees is it? It's supposed to be 70. Are you? Big. Yeah, the whitey people came to Africa with a big old fish net and snatched up 15 million people and brought them to all across the diaspora. Okay. 15 million people. We gonna believe that. Or are we to believe for 300 years, you guys extracted 15 million people without one African noticing what's going on? Are we to believe that? Ghana's apology to the African diaspora. Because many enslaved Africans were captured and sold by right. Listen, look at the research. Ghana's apology to the African diaspora. It says because many enslaved Africans were captured, and notice it don't say by Europeans. They were captured and sold by rival local African kingdoms. Not captured and sold by white people. Captured and sold by rival local African kingdoms. Ghana has taken steps to apologize to descendants of the slave trade. So you had the Project Joseph, 2006. Ghana launched Project Joseph to invite the African diaspora to reconnect with their ancestral roots. So they sold you, and now they're asking you, hey, man, this is crazy. The initiative served as an official acknowledgement and apology from the tourism ministry for local involvement in the trade. So you want to know who and why? Project Joseph, 2006. Now, Joseph, they're talking about Joseph of the Bible. So if y'all familiar with the story of Joseph and his 11 brothers, then this will make total sense to you. If you don't know about the Bible, this don't make no sense to you. Okay? So Ghana launched Project Joseph to invite the African diaspora to reconnect with their ancestral roots. The initiative served as an official acknowledgement and apology for the tourism ministry for local involvement in the slave trade. Okay? So now you got, it says next bullet point, tribal leaders' apologies. Tether, listen closely. Various traditional Ghanaian rulers and chiefs have publicly expressed deep regret for the actions of their ancestors who profited from selling us, FBAs, and Haitians in the West Indies. The Kansas City ceremony 2000 states to hold a formal healing ceremony, explicitly apologizing for the actions of historical African kingdoms. So you disgusting, musty African booty scratcher. Your chief rulers, the ancestors of your chief rulers, came to America and apologized for their disgusting, degenerate behavior. And guess what? Nobody played a video. Nobody brainwashed them to do it. It was already in their brain. Okay? So that's it. That's the apology. Don't you ever ask me to prove some stuff again. No, you talking to my guy. I don't never say that I can't prove on a dime. The hell wrong with you, man? Don't you ever in your life believe I can't prove something on a dime. I'm going to always prove what I say. Matter of fact, I'm going to play an FBA song on that one. My new song. It's called Show Me Love. You dig? Let me try to get to it first. Give me a second. I just made it. I made it. I uploaded like an hour ago. Why isn't my speaker connected? Oh, you know what? Let me do my other speaker. Hold on. I got two speakers. Hold on. I got two speakers. The other speaker bigger. Okay, hold on. Here's my other speaker. It's a big boy too. Okay. Let's see if it works. Okay. Oh, I got switch. Okay, I remember. I'm learning my Mac. I'm learning it better and better and better. Okay. So right there. Okay. All right, so that's my song, Keep On Walking. But here's the new FBA lineage song. It's called Show Me Love. So basically, for the potential riders out there of different foreign groups, if y'all want to ride with us, if y'all want us to like link up with you, then you gotta first show us love. Okay? So this is a remix of the first one I did. The first one I did is like more of a slow R&B. This is more of a bop. This is more of like a dancing type song. You dig? So check it out. Man, will you stop?
Where'd everybody go?
Check it out.
If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show us trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love.
FBA News and updates. Let's go.
If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show us trust.
If you're looking for inclusion, then talk to me. Talk to the family tree. We can all ride when it's time to slide on our enemies. We can all ride when it's time to override these policies. But we can't all ride if you're to take the driver's seat.
If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show us trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us.
So the lyrical play, if you want to ride with us, you got to show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You got to show us love. If you want to ride with us, you can't hop in the driver's seat. Something like that. But the wordplay is fire. Yeah. Hey. Listen, I don't respect the words of a goddamn tether. So you can say what you want to say about me. Go to hell.
To the family tree. We can all ride when it's time to slide on our enemies. We can all ride when it's time to override these policies. But we can't all ride if you're to take the driver's seat. If you're looking for inclusion, then talk to me. Talk to the family tree. We can all ride when it's time to slide on our enemies. We can all ride when it's time to override these policies. But we can't all ride if you're to take the driver's seat.
Yeah, let's get it. Yeah, let's get it, yo. It's party. FBA party. Let's get it. Since I got like 25 FBA songs. Like probably 27 now. Yeah, that is a banger. And sis, that's the TikTok version. Like the people on YouTube, they hear like the real, authentic, HD version. where you because you ever hear the bass like that. That song is fire. That song, yo, party at FBA house. Yeah, let's get it, man. We gotta do an FBA party. Yeah, we gotta do an FBA party, man. We gotta celebrate the lineage. Yes. So I had to run the African tether off because he started to be disingenuous, right? He tried to act like Ghana, like the guy, because he kept talking about Ghana this, Ghana that, and what they did over here in America. Like, so like he's trying to revive. I'm like, dude, stop trying to fluff up Ghana too much. Like, dude, you sold us, my guy. We're not gonna act like that ain't happened. Oh, Ghana didn't sell y'all. Really? So why did y'all make a formal apology? No, we didn't make no formal apology. Who did it? So as I'm going to pull up, he must have pulled up before me. So he wouldn't let me read it. He started to like, he started to chimp out. Well, I call that chimping out, right? Because there's only two original chimps, and that's Africans and white people. Like they're the original chimps. So he started to chimp out on me, and I got him about it. And then wait, before he left, he became a tickless tether. He started to like slay. So I had to get him involved here. Like, dude, you start doing that ticklish stuff, you got to go. Because all that ticklish stuff is so separately. You got to get up out of here.
I was over here dancing at the car wash to your song.
Oh, yeah. I look. And look, look, hold on. You probably hit this one right here. So I got, now this is all based on CeCe Peniston because she got the song, show me, if you're looking for devotion, talk to me. So I finessed the words. Now she got another song, right? Keep on walking, I ain't talking to you anymore. Okay, so my thing is keep on walking, tethers, I ain't talking to y'all anymore. Y'all can just go. Okay, so I gotta
Downtown with the hands of time.
wow.
Add that in.
Oh, wait. I might need you for something, you dig?
Yes, honey.
Hold on. I might we go 50-50, you dig? Yeah, I was looking for a singer. Oh, hold on. Yeah, we got to connect. Yeah. Heck, you know what I could do? I can sing the songs, and then you could like sing them the way I got the AI singing them. And yeah, that can really work right there. All right, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that because in the vocals, I can make it with the beat. Yeah. You know what?
I'm not really a big TikToker, but I'm trying to be one.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get into it. But you know what? You're right. You're absolutely right in the information because it was a high priest that came to do the apology from Ghana.
Right.
400 years later. Mm-hmm. So how do you accept an apology from 400 years later?
Can't.
That's what I want to know.
Can't. Wait. So he was like anti-white supremacy all of a sudden. I said, bro, to be real, you do know you're the reason why there's a such thing as white supremacy. Now, sis, he chimped out. He wouldn't even let me explain. Now that type of claim, you did, because they would call that an extraordinary claim, and they say those need extraordinary proof, right? So why not let me get the proof? I started to go and get the proof, and he chimped out, and I had to get rid of him. You dig?
New laws or something with the earth going on over in Africa. Why there's such a big push to switch roles or them come over here? It's got to be something. Because all of a sudden, it's a big push for y'all to be here. What's up?
Yeah, maybe it's some big African cockroaches that they can't deal with no more. They trying let the FBAs handle this.
Is it a big old sinkhole or something? What's going on?
Yeah, and that's why I say we can. And he actually admitted to this. Like he agreed. We cannot call them black. Okay. So we could not. So I make the claim. Anybody saying this, they got it from me. I'm talking about anybody on YouTube who's arguing this, they got it from me. I'm the first person to do this, and I go crazy with it. I go historically, right? I do linguistics, I do grammar, I do all that. Okay. So now, black is a color, right? Black is a color. Okay, cool. Be clear. It's an English color. Okay. English was not a popular term until recently, in like 1800s, 1900s. It was always Spanish. Before white people, Spanish, Arabic, and African stuff, and Chinese stuff, and Indian stuff. But English language was not the way it is right now. During right,
Yes.
right. Latin was big, Greek, and by the way, I read and write ancient and modern Greek. All right, yeah. So I'm a little rusty, but I do that.
This is getting good.
So right, because I used to debate the Bible heavy, so I used to cook them on, because they'd be like, what translation you got? None. Like I am the translation, so let's go. So that was so easy. I beat them up in the Bible. That was too easy. I had to retire. I had like 300 debates in 1 year. I won every last one, and they said I won. So it wasn't like it's just me saying it. My opponents was like, "Okay, you got it." I had them asking me questions about the Greek. Like, yeah, bro. And look, and I never rubbed in their face because what I mean? Because like I could cook you, but the minute you like ask questions, I'm gonna answer. I'm not gonna keep cooking you. I'm gonna answer the question because I'm an educator. So in the midst of cooking and roasting you, if I see you're sincere, I could check my emotions and answer the question and help you get educated. You dig? So anyway, black. Black is a modern word. Okay. Before there was the word black, Europeans went across the world and they was calling a lot of darker people Negro, which is negro in Spanish, which translate literally as the color black. But there's something called polysemous, Polysemus. You might have heard of polygyny or polygamy, right? Or polytheist, right? So you have a word called polysemous, and that means one word can have many different usages. Okay. So that's what I argue. I argue black is a polysemous word. It takes different definitions based on context. So when white people, now negro literally means black, but negro also is a polysemous word. When white people use it. So when white people went around calling darker people negro, it took on another polysemous definition outside of the color definition. So polysemous have became equal to slavery or slave. So everyone they call negro, that person was doomed to slavery. If they didn't call you that, you didn't go to slavery. Okay? So negro didn't just mean black, like dark people. You know why? Because in America, two Moors, dark-skinned Moors, were enslaved by an enslaver. They went to court. They said, hey, we're not negros. All right. So they're saying they're not black and they're dark as midnight. Okay. And guess what? They won their case, and that planter was given an option: let them go or die. Okay. So he let them go, and they went right back to Morocco, dark as night. So negro don't just simply translate to slave to black when white people use it. It means people who can be enslaved legally. Moors can't be enslaved legally because they signed a treaty with the United States, and that treaty is the longest treaty ever. Right, it's still in effect right now. Right, so you cannot enslave a Moor. No planter can enslave a Moor without facing DEATH. Right, so of course they want to live, so they're gonna let them go, and they were freed. As black as they were freed. So negro didn't mean just a dark-skinned human. It meant a human who can be enslaved based on his status. Okay? So that's the word negro. I'm not saying negro. I'm speaking English. I'm saying black. Okay? BLCK. So Dr. King talked about it in 1967. Dr. King talked about the synonymous words associated with black were all negative when it's applied to human beings. And Dr. King said, but we're taking this word and we're going to apply a positive connotation. So that means up until that point, black has always been used as a negative pejorative. Always.
Use that and say the same thing. Agreed.
Right. So he's saying this day forward, black no longer applied to people. It no longer means negative. It means beauty. Okay, this is Dr. King mouth. Now this is 67. Elijah Muhammad already said it's in 1930, and Malcolm X 50, 60. Right. And Richard Wright, 1945, his book, The Drummer Boy, in 1945. Then in 1954, he had a book called Black Power before Stokely Carmichael. Stokely Carmichael was a tether who stole Black Power from him, by the way. And then went viral with it. So anyway, what we did was we added another connotative definition to Black when we use it as a positive word. Black was never used as a positive word on human beings until Black Americans made it that. So now, if it's negative, that means nobody with dignity would call themselves Black. It's a negative word. Like, for example, a bum is a negative word. So what proud people will say, hey, where are the bums? You ain't going to do that. Okay, so what we did was we did the unthinkable. We took a negative word and we applied it to ourselves, and white people laughed at us because it was negative. But gradually, we turned to the most respected name today. Okay, so this is 1930 to about 1967, and the Black Empowerment movement. Right, nobody on earth was saying they were Black until we said it first. And then you had African nations like South Africa who admitted, Steve Biko, he's a Bantu African, who admitted he got Black he was inspired by Elvis Cleaver, Malcolm X, and Dr. King. Black Americans, basically. So he brought Black to South Africa, but he got it from us. Right? And we didn't give him permission to do that, because prior to that, they were known as Bantu people and their tribal names. So what I'm saying to you is that we're the only people on earth who adopted Black as our primary ethnic label. Nothing else, nothing more. We're just Black. We're American tied to it. We're just Black people. Who did it? That Black man? Who's your teacher? That Black woman? The Black family? You see, so now Black has become attached to everything we do in society. Black Wall Street, business districts, Black Reconstruction, free Blacks, Blackity Black, yeah, exactly, Black, blah, 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 blah. So Black has become, so anything tied with Black has become synonymous with Black Americans. There's no Black nothing in Haiti. There's no Black nothing in any language. In any language you choose, there's no Black nothing in Haiti, West Indies, or Africa. In any language you choose, there's nothing called Black in a positive sense. Choose the language, it is negative. Okay, so we made Black apply to people positive. So now Black is a color. So now let's go to the linguistic part. Black is a color. Colors are adjectives. Colors describe nouns. Colors modify nouns. Okay, colors are lowercase. You don't capitalize colors, right? Okay, when we hijacked Black and made it our own, Black became a proper noun. It's been the only color that demands a capital letter. You can Google that. Right. So in America, Black is also a proper noun. Everywhere else, it's a color. All right. So in America, when you're speaking to people, you got to capitalize your B. Now, I call that little b versus big B. So when you say you're Black because your skin color, that's little b. That means that you're looking at your skin. But when you say I'm Black because of my ethnogenesis, you're looking at your culture, your sense of being in America, your creation, your new creation. Ethnos means people, genesis means people or creation or birth. It literally means new creation. Ethnos, genesis, literally means new creation.
And anything that says Genesis on it means birth.
Birth, creation, right? Birth, creation, new people, right? Right. So that just basic Greek grammar. Okay, so ethnos or ethnogenesis literally means a new people, a new birth, a new nation. Okay, that means we're not nothing old, we're new. So you can't place old labels on us. We're new people. Okay, now there's 1,000 examples. We're not the only ethnogenesis, by the way. You got the Métis people from Canada. You got Mexicans who are Spaniards, indigenous people, and something else, right? That's what makes a Mexican. Mexican is a homogenous people that went through ethnogenesis as well. You have Haitians who did it, Jamaicans, the West Indians, all those guys are mixed with Indian and Spaniard and something else. and African. So you have many ethnogenesis across the world. We're not the only one. We're one of many. So you won't deny ours, but accept everybody else's. That's not going to happen. All right. So we made black a thing. We made it pop. We made it lit. And then later in the 2000 something, a bunch of foreigners start to embrace the word black as a fake identity. Matter of fact, I would say just 2 years ago, 2024, when Trump became president, inaugurated, during his inauguration, all of a sudden tethers are now black. See, right. See, but here's the thing though. Black ain't something you can take on and take off, put on and take off. Black is permanent. It's permanent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So we can't take black off and put it on.
Right.
So now look, the Ghanaian guy trying to that just called in, he tried to prove a point and it debunked him. Now he misread an article. Now what I don't do is misread articles. Okay. If I say it says it, it does. So I had two people misread one. I had a guy yesterday who's a college graduate, educated tether, who's working on his doctorate degree. Now I don't have that. I'm just a high school diploma guy. So I supposed to lose, right? So he brought me an article. He misread it, and the article actually debunked his stance. So I said, bro, your article agrees with me. It disagrees with you, and I pointed out how. He said, oh, I misread it. I'm like, yeah, but you're supposed to be college educated, my guy. You can't afford it. You can't misread. I can misread. I'm a high school graduate. You can't afford to misread. You're getting a doctorate degree. You can't misread. Okay? That's my problem, it's not yours, but he did. Right. So that's what happens. Like I don't misread articles, they do.
You know what? I was in a car accident the other day. I got rear-ended and by an African girl. And when she pulled over for the police, she pulled in front of me, like, and then backed her car up to mine.
You lying. You lying.
And then I was so close where I wanted to just knock her out, but I said, no, I'd rather get the money. I'm gonna just pull back. I'd rather get paid. And so, you know what? She tried. 2 sets of police came out there, 1 ambulance and 1 fire truck. You know, for my passenger, right? And so, but I drove to the hospital. But it's like, this is just crazy. What she gonna say? I said, you hit me. She said, don't you got insurance? I said, this is not my car. It's a rental.
Right.
Don't they got insurance? I said, are you serious right now?
Right.
Okay, turn around, go pull back into the business. I didn't even make it to the main strip. Turn back around because you don't understand the concept of what's happening. I see y'all coming over here. Y'all know how to drive.
Right.
All this stuff all the time. Sorry, I'm on the street, guys. Y'all do this all the time, and you don't even know that you're supposed to have insurance yourself. I think she's probably driving her mother's Lexus, brand new car.
Wait, she said, don't you got insurance? Wow.
You hit me. Wow. So this is what we're dealing with because I done got hit 5 times. I drive for a living.
Damn.
I done got hit 5 times. And only time it was American was white drunk people.
Okay, right. Drunk people.
Yeah, they tapped the E and they didn't even do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah.
So I'm like, y'all better learn how to drive. That's what y'all need to be working on. Read the manual. Get a permit.
Nah, it can't happen. Like it's something in their brain that just don't resonate with the concrete roads, the gravel roads. It's something that just doesn't resonate. Yeah. Like the whole concept, it just don't make
research on the medication I had to take, right, for my back pain and all that. Come to find out, Africans have been working in every field out here, and they put the wrong medication in some of these bottles. That's why we got recalls.
Wow.
Just like we had recalls with Minnesota, with all the medication, they had to pull about 6,000 different meds for recall out there in Minnesota because they was contaminating the warehouses, probably not washing their hands coming out of the bathroom. Remember they was using the bathroom inside the warehouses on the floor?
Right, yeah, disgusting.
Beans, all kind of stuff. This is why we're having salmonella, E. coli, etc. All this mess going on right now because they don't know how to wash their hands, follow procedure, bathe, none of that.
Wait, not just them. Indians, Chinese, like foreigners, period.
They nasty.
Yeah.
People come and get the chicken at the gas station. We love chicken. Well, y'all might want to rethink that with the Indians because literally I seen one scratching his behind.
Yeah, like the only foreigner I think get it are Hispanics, but like and I'm being, I was like, yeah.
Which I think is of the salmon and the chicken and instead of sneezing in the kitchen.
Oh wow. See,
Yeah, I'm like,
look, and this why we going. Okay, so I
every place.
yeah, it's good. But they be laughing like that. I said, y'all make sure they watch it. We can't tell them.
They came and they have positioned themselves in CVS and working.
Same here. They were working. Yeah, they were weird too. Yeah. Look. I'm gonna tell you why they're working in these FBA businesses, because FBAs don't understand business. Okay, they think I got a business, so I need to immediately buy a house and a car, and that means they never watch one episode of Shark Tank. Okay, not one. It's like sometimes you got a business, sometimes you're gonna break even. You won't make $1. But it's whatever it takes to grow. See, the goal is to grow the business, not immediately take profits or salary. Is to grow the business. So you might gotta leave it at home with your wife, like one of your in-laws, or y'all that.
I'm listening.
You know, your background was like, ah. Yeah, your background sound like you in the middle of a tornado.
Sorry, y'all.
Yeah, like she's in the eye of a tornado.
Back then.
Yeah. And what state are you in?
Indianapolis.
Oh man, you way over there somewhere, man. You always lived out there?
Yeah, I've always been here.
Man, nobody trying to go to Indianapolis, man.
What'd you say?
Ain't nobody trying to go out there.
From Gary, Indiana.
Oh yeah, I heard of it, but it sounds like a bunch of white people. Yeah, a small remnant.
Okay. Pretty good. You know, we got some successful people that came out of here. Vivica Fox, Mike Epps, Kiki Wyatt. Yeah, Forecast working with L.A. Reid.
Yeah. Oh. Wait, hold on, Holly. Well, hold on 1 second. Here's my song. Hold on. Walk on, Tethers.
You can just go walk on, walk on, keep on. You can just walk on, keep on. You can just go walk on, keep on, walk on, keep on. You can just walk on. You had whenever, but now it's too late. I say again and again. Although what you had was sad, but now you mad, acting up, acting bad. but you can keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. You ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Either go home or find a home over there. You really lost your mind this time. We really did more than all of y'all combined. I ain't tryna roast, but you gotta go. You gotta go. Keep on walking, keep on walking. You can just go walk. Keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. Keep on walking. We ain't talking no more. I ain't talking to you anymore. Keep on walking. Oh, baby. You can just go walk. Keep on walking. I ain't.
Okay. Nah, that's
You're not, no food, no gas, no lights, no nothing.
sheesh.
That's terrible. I'm gonna have to reach out to one of my buddies. He owns a funeral home out there. Yeah, that's terrible.
Wait, hold on. What's your zodiac? Oh man. Oh man. Come on. That sign of eye, but you could have did better. You did.
McDonald's.
Yeah, I mean it's alright, but you could do better.
Even a fish fillet done got bad.
Hey, I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, look. Yeah, I mean, look. I went back and tried to buy like I didn't eat a what's that thing called? The burger, the Big Mac. Okay, I didn't eat a Big Mac since 1994. I went back in 2024. So how long is that? That's like what 30 years. So 30 years time, I went and bought a Big Mac. I just couldn't believe what I was looking at. Little bit of meat and a whole bunch of bread. I just couldn't believe. I mean, just off the presentation, it's like, yo, this looks disgusting.
It ain't the same.
Yeah, so like, y'all gotta just value your life more, man. Like, stop accepting just any old thing that they offer to you, man. Like, I never look when I go there and buy something. It's a soda or coffee only. It's a beverage. I don't eat because it's not. I just can't. I just can't. So if I get a burger, I go to Smash Burger, I go to Five Guys, and I lived in South Carolina. I lived in Georgia, so they got like little like home burger spots that's pretty good. But I don't eat no burger for no McDonald's, no Burger King, none of that, no Wendy's, nothing. Nah, I'm good. No Popeye, nothing. I pass. Like those spots are garbage. You lying.
Yeah.
Yo, if I'm that person, I want $1 billion. Okay, because I'm about to die. Yeah, it's pumping them up. Yeah, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. Hollywood. I got a long history in the pharmaceutical industry. I work there right now. So I'm in manufacturing where I make the drugs and all that type of stuff. Like so it's more complex than you would ever think. So it ain't so when people just casually say this and that, like they're ignorant. Okay,
Yeah.
so listen, there's so much testing by scientists, there's so much research and development before it ever make it to commercial use. So when something comes to commercial use, right, to the public, it was tested and tried and replicated 5 years before you ever got it. So it ain't something willy-nilly. Hey, try it out. So you're not a research lab, right? So when you see these turkeys that's like overly grown, whatever, yeah, like whatever grew like that, it ain't natural, obviously, but it ain't necessarily dangerous either. Yeah, because to say it's dangerous, somebody got to prove that, and nobody got no studies for that, so they got to just bow down. Okay, hey, Dynasty, you there? Yeah, what you want to add to?
Probably accidentally came up, but
Okay.
yeah, man. Snacks because I got a a person on this app that I follow, talk to on a daily basis. She from the Nap. She from Naptown, and she was telling me about that Indianapolis was they survived a tornado and everything, but Gary, the leadership over there in Gary, man, they have failed to put the money up, man, to get the electricity going back on in the city, and they got a guy that got snowballs full of feces, and he's launching it at people.
Really?
Yeah, it's a guy. I don't know if he's like mentally challenged.
Of course he is.
If he's out, he's making snowballs of that feces, and he's throwing it at people's cars and stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what she told me. Yeah, but yeah, Holly, man. Yeah, man. Check on your people down there in Gary. Make sure everything is everything.
Yeah, we don't have to do that because it's done got too far where it might not be no return for them. Now they claim they supposed to get them back on like Tuesday, but dang, 2 whole weeks. They saying the grocery store food is all gone, and they saying it's all spoiled. Yep, all gone. So it's survival of the fittest. It sounds like purge right now.
Damn.
So y'all had a tornado?
Yeah, we had a storm. I lost my rental car in the storm.
Really? Damn.
Street. Yep, it's gone. So I've been struggling. Yep.
It's gone. Really?
Out here.
Well, I didn't know that.
Tsunami from Chef.
I didn't know none of that.
Nobody's ever advertising it. Just like they're not talking about Gary and Hey, long time no see. Girl, I be in and out. What's up? There we go. We got on right on hands. Thank you. All purpled out. I'm on. Say hi to the people. We're on live with.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, sister?
I know they said Indianapolis is trash.
Yeah, it definitely is.
She said.
Town is where it's at. Is Gary is the one that's going through it.
Oh yeah.
Now I'm saying Indiana is garbage. Yeah, man. Ain't no black people out there. It's a bunch of country rednecks. That's about it. Yeah, it's like 50. It's like 50 people. So why is that? Oh, really? Okay, I gotta do my research. Really? Are they smart? Are they smart and brilliant and practice black excellence?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. Well, shout out to you, the few blacks out there. Okay.
They got out there from the sister, my sister.
A beautiful black queen is waving at me right now. They dress really sharp.
They got in like Indianapolis, Midwest, preferably they got like a split
Midwest
between,
fashion show.
Yeah, a split between like city and country girls mixed all in one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Treat people like that here. Singer's name. The famous one. He's here in town right now.
Yeah.
I can't think of his name. And they had a Colts game at the same time. It was thousands of people.
Is that the colorful guy? The country colorful guy? Oh, okay, Garbert.
Chicago, right?
They moved.
Oh wow.
So the football team, I got to deal with some city in Indiana. So yeah. If y'all can fact check me to see if I'm correct. But yeah, that's what my sister in that town told me.
That sound kind of like you on point because I know somebody that's playing arena football right now. And he changed, he did something. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to look into that. This guy. Stranger. Excuse me. You know anything about football? Yeah. Did Chicago's team move to Indiana? They're trying to. He said they're trying to.
Really? Yeah. I didn't know that.
Up in the region, that's where they're talking about moving to.
Gary. Close to Gary.
So they'll be called the Indiana Bears?
Gary is struggling right now, but they are up and coming. People buying a property over there left and right.
All right, so I might have to take a peek at Indiana. Dig.
He did some research. He was a black man. He did some research on Gary, Indiana. Gary, Indiana is actually essential to Indiana because of its roads and the road structure and how it runs through. Just like Indianapolis is critical to the world too, because this is a big trucking industry that runs through here.
Okay.
I used to work for a trucking company. I work for the 9th largest trucking company in Indianapolis. They run through here. All the trucks. That's why when you come to the South Side, all you're gonna see is the trucking industry.
Okay. Yeah, but y'all got tornadoes though. I can't. The Jersey.
Everybody's got a storm.
No. I'm from Jersey. I live in Jersey. We don't get storms. Yeah, you dig? We get snowstorms. That's it. Snow. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, but snow just come and go. It's like 1, 2, 3 times a year. That's it. But we don't get tornadoes. We don't get earthquakes, typhoons, all that crazy stuff, man.
Just rural areas. It's not centrally located where we are. Typically, we just got a lot of rain.
Yeah.
And it'll come to the inner city, but mainly what you're seeing is the country. You are seeing the countryside. That's why y'all getting the visual. I get it now. That's the outskirts, places we don't go typically, or people that just like to live in the quiet spaces.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Thank you for your contribution. All right, I'm picking up some food, y'all. I'm moving around like I'm moving and talking. How you doing? Yeah, it's our restaurant right now. A mixture of black and white. Just they're everywhere.
Really?
Yeah. Man, you need to look at something. Y'all need to be friends with some of the people from Indianapolis and look at all the parties we have. Just winging it. We have a ball. Good food, R&R wings, excellent food, good comedian. We got fashion. Yeah, we have all white parties. Indiana Black Expo, Circle City Classic, nothing but black people, parades. Yeah, I love my city.
Interesting. Wait. Yeah, but what's the weather like though? What's the weather like? It ain't shit then. I'm good. Nah. Ain't nobody trying to do 80 degrees in August. You dig?
Yeah, it's 80 degrees here, like 83.
Yeah, I knew it. It's fluff. Let me see my weather where I'm at. I mean, you dig? Let me show you real weather. Okay, hold on. Okay. Oh damn! My weather like yours.
Yeah, it's a clear sky today. It's wonderful, but this month, it typically rains all of April,
Okay.
But for some reason, all of August it rained.
But this is why our weather is better. It's 81, but it feels like 67. New Jersey, the best state. Yeah. So it feels like 67. So this to me, like the 73 to like 65, 63, that's the best weather. Not that ridiculous hot garbage stuff or that little cold stuff. Too cold. I'm good. Yeah, I'll pass. But right now, it's 81, but don't feel like it. That's why I said it really is 81. I'm like, oh, it feels like 67, and I'm loving this type of weather. This is the perfect weather. Yeah, but with the wind, yeah, no, but the wind chill makes it 67.
I think it's like 77 here.
Too hot.
You know, I'm in Cali.
Too hot.
In Cali.
Too hot. Too hot. Yeah, I need 73 and down.
Yeah, Cali, and you could Phoenix or Florida.
Oh hell, Phoenix? No way.
Yeah, I stayed out there. I stayed out there for about like 8-9 months, almost a year out there. I didn't like. I had to get used to that shit because it was always 100 or damn near better. and every house got a AC in it, like a built-in AC in it, and yeah, man, everybody stays in the house most of the time. Only time
Right.
just, you know, yeah, ain't no just saying. But see, you know, like out here in Cali, it's like, you know, that coast, that beach water, kind of like if you stay in a community that's close to the beach water, you pretty much cool, man. Like you said, like it'd be 71, 72, 73 degrees and lower. Other than that, like you said, late 70s, early 80s and up, it's hot.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, videos on Facebook to show people what Indianapolis looks like, because we have really rich areas here. Super rich.
I know. My sister out there, my sister, she on this app. Her name, I don't know if you know her name. Her name is Chocolate. Yeah, she represents the Naptown Tough. And she got a lot like a twang. She got a twang, country twang to it, but she's a city girl.
Listen, Yandy from what is it, Hip Hop Lover Hip Hop, she's out here with the indie bosses right now. Yeah, for real.
Oh. She said the Indiana bosses. She said the Indiana boss. The Indiana
bosses.
Yeah.
Yeah, they doing it.
Yeah, TikTok trying to kick me out again. TikTok is kicking me out again. Hey, family. TikTok, family. The fuck is this? Family, TikTok kicked me out again. This is the second time. I don't know what is with TikTok. Family, TikTok kicks me out. I try to go back in. It said you can't. You're live on another device. Family, I bought a TikTok phone. This phone got a real phone number and everything. I never use it to call nobody. It's only for TikTok. So I'm like literally kind of like wasting the whole number. I don't use it for nothing but TikTok. And TikTok, when it be lit, it kicks me off. This is the second time, and I'm gonna fall back for a while. It kicks me off, and it tells me you can't go back on. You're already live on TikTok from another device. It does this every goddamn day. When I'm on for a certain time and we cooking, good vibes. Some tether complains, and by the way, TikTok, I'm flagged often. You would think I had 20,000 live viewers. So that tells you something. Like these FBA spaces with the 3K live viewers, 900, 600, nobody cares because there's no substance coming out of it. You see what happened over here. Like we had real grown FBA talking points. Ain't no tether word until recently because that guy came back on how to cook them. But prior to that, there was no tether, no this, no go back to your homeland. We had grown man, grown woman conversations. Okay, grown man, grown woman conversations on YouTube and TikTok. And family, y'all won't believe it until you see it. I get flagged oftenly. I got to appeal. I win. It just won't stop. So TikTok has a glitch where you could keep like flagging somebody and they got to keep proving their innocence. And like, there's no way to stop the flags. Like they don't have a limitation on flags. It's like, it should be, if I won that appeal, that you can't do another one that day or that hour. So YouTube is good with that. TikTok ain't figured that out yet. So y'all don't understand, man. I only have like 12, 15 people on TikTok on average. And I start getting restricted. They start flagging me over and over and over because they know what I say, they don't want getting out there. What I say, now this other guys say, they don't care. That ain't nothing. That's emotions, like people just chimping out. But over here, the real talk, who could break down words and etymology and application and connotation and denotate all those fancy stuff that they never talk about. Polysemous, how one word can have various meanings. You don't hear that nowhere but here. Demonyms, endonyms, ethonyms, exonyms. You only hear that here. Tariq, nobody talks about that. That's my stuff, the linguistic love. That's me. Okay? So now, this is another live where I didn't get to the topic, but I can't be mad. You dig? I can't be mad. The folks want to call in, I got little men. I know the topic was Harriet Tubman debunking, but I didn't get to it. Sorry. You dig? But I got to get to it. But today, you know, people calling it, you know what I mean? Like, I'm lit. Like, people like the energy. So if they invite themselves up, I look at the invites as priorities over what I'm going to do. And we've been having great conversations. Folks who stay here have been enjoying them. And y'all see me fall back. I ain't got no ego. I let people cook. And then, you know, when it gets to my subject, yeah, I want in. You feel me? So I got a whole bunch of people following right now. I got to follow back. And I follow everybody back, by the way. T Black 99 came in. He did really good. And why the Ghanaian guy who chimped out, how they cook. So I got a lot of people who's tapping in. So hey, family, at some point, because TikTok, like, I'm really getting really love from TikTok. At some point, I'm about to have a big audience on TikTok. Every time I look down, somebody's following me, writing me. You dig? When I say TikTok, on YouTube, most of my subscribers like my age and older. On TikTok, no, we're talking about down to 18 years old and my age. The age range on TikTok is crazy, man. It's crazy. Like it really covers from 18 years old all the way up to like the 70-year-olds. Like, people really be tuned in what we got going over here. And you see, we invite V4 popped up. The critic be coming on. You dig? Various people. The brother that was gonna hop on, but bro, I'm sorry, I could not invite you on today. Hammond. I could not today. I had too many people on the panel, and I don't want to confuse it. Let me talk panel. So we had V4, we had myself, we had Street Media TV, George Megan, and we all wanted to talk. So I could not, and I just could not. We had 3 people and we couldn't even, like, because we all want to talk. So I can't invite a 4th person. And then we had the tether. So it's me, Street Media TV, V4, and the tether. That's 4 people. I cannot invite a 5th person. It's going to get chaotic. Like I said, everybody wants to talk. So you gotta be smart and moderate, you know, who comes on, who comes off. Who comes on, who don't. But I think overall, today was a dope live, man. I think it was a dope live. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and play the songs, man. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna play, yeah, because I'm gonna go live again on. So let me play some FBA songs. I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna get off. Then I'm gonna go live again a little later. This is Show Me Love. And matter of fact, y'all can show me love with the Cash App. $ unbiased Ron. It's in the pin post. Show me love. Here's a song to help you show me love. Hold on. We cut my speaker back on. Sorry. Okay, here's a song to help you show me love, to motivate you. $ unbiased Ron. Here we go.
Talk to the family tree. We can all ride when it's time to slide on our enemies. We can all ride when it's time to override these policies. But we can't all ride if you're to take the driver's seat. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show us trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show us trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show us trust. If you're looking for inclusion, then talk to me. Talk to the family tree. We can all ride when it's time to slide on our enemies. We can all ride when it's time to override these policies. But we can't all ride if you're to take the driver's seat. If you're looking for inclusion, then talk to me. Talk to the family tree. We can all ride when it's time to slide on our enemies. We can all ride when it's time to override these policies. But we can't all ride if you're to take the driver's seat. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show us trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show us trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show us trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show us trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show us trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show us love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show us trust.
This is a song about a breakup. No, it shouldn't sound like heartbreak. More like taking control.
I don't need it. No, I don't need you. I know you're just a gum on my shirt.
Last song. Okay, so that was the Show Me Love. Here's the walk on. I'm not gonna play from the beginning.
Talking to you.
What's up, y'all?
You can just walk on. You can just keep on.
We ain't talking.
You can just
Hold on. Get the context. Keep on walking. We ain't talking to tethers anymore. You can just go. You dig? You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get out of here. This ain't your home. You can find your home somewhere over there. Just go. Okay, that's the lyrical play. Just go.
had will never end. But now it's too late to cosplay again and again. And although what you had was sad, but now you're mad, acting up, acting bad. But you can keep on walking, I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go home. You ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Either go home or find a home over there. You really lost your mind this time. We really did more than all of y'all combined. I ain't tryna roast, but you gotta go. You gotta go. You can just go. Keep on walking. You can just go walk. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. You can just go walk. Keep on walking. You can just you can just go walk. I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Just go walk. I ain't talking to you anymore. Keep on walking. I ain't talking to you anymore. Oh, baby. I ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. Just you can just go. You can just go. Yeah. You can just walk on. Keep on. You can just go. You can just go. You can just go.
There you go. Keep on walking. We ain't talking to tethers anymore. You can just go. You ain't no special guest on my platform. I give the goddamn about your presence. I use you guys for content. As you can see, I was building with George making streaming TV, building with V4, building with the Sister Hollywood and other folks that came up. You dig? We don't need tethers. I don't. Other fake FBA spaces believe they need a tether to be relevant. Not me. As I can see, we be having crazy fire conversations just with the lineage. I do not believe I need a tether to go live. No, ma'am. No, sir. I'll be having fire conversations with the lineage. You dig? And I know that's a beautiful experience for you guys to see FBAs who never knew each other. We got to know each other live. Matter of fact, y'all got to know them the same time I got to know them. And y'all see us on a live linking up. This is what the white tea supremacists was afraid of. Foundation Black Americans linking up with each other that would have never linked up with each other before delineation. That is the scary stuff. They realize delineation got us linking up. Okay. So I'm trying to add some wrenches to everybody in the chat. Hold on. Me miss this. You just asked out for the next 6 months. I'm feeling wrenchy today, so I'm giving out wrenches to families, orders. You did. I'm giving out wrenches to everybody in the chat that is, promoting positivity. Yeah. Why y'all time out lead a wrench? I believe Lee. Oh, okay. No. Lee did. Okay, Lee said something crazy. Lee said no ethnogenesis. Hey, yo, Lee, you gotta click the link. Okay, Lee, you gotta click the link. We gotta hear about this. What you said, because I'm like, why they deleting deleting Lee, your name Lee, and you got deleted. So I'm like, why they deleting Lee messages? And when I read one of them, I'm like, yeah, that was crazy. So Lee, I'm gonna hold off about 3 more minutes for you to call in. I want to hear you justify what you said about ethnogenesis, because what I know, Black Light Peace, what I know is that most people are remedial. They think they know what something is and they don't. And instead of asking a scholar like me, kissing my ass and asking me what is what, Y'all rather just go on with your own misunderstanding about something and get embarrassed publicly. So if you need to know what an ethnogenesis is, there's nobody better to ask than myself. So click the link, invite yourself up, and ask me or tell me your issue with ethnogenesis. I'm open to hear what you got. Okay? So yeah, they're going to block you. When you say something remedial, when you say there's no ethnogenesis and you're afraid to click the link and tell me that to my face, at least verbally, yeah, they gotta time you out, because at that point you're clout chasing, you're trolling. So why don't you click the link and tell me about there's no ethnogenesis? Tell a scholar, tell somebody who can't lose in the debates. Call in right now, click the link, and tell me that there's no ethnogenesis. I don't even believe you know what it is. Yeah, I'm that guy. I believe you guys say stuff you don't know what you're saying. You're just saying stuff. And I'm not convinced. They prove to me you know what it actually is. And then we'll talk about it. But yeah, I'm not going to assume you guys are smart. I don't. When it comes to tethers and weird people in the chat, I automatically think you're remedial and you got to prove to me you're not. You're guilty and you need to prove your innocence. I don't have no constitution. I don't have no fair, equal rights for people who are off code or tether. I don't have that. My stuff is biased. My rules, I'm unbiased, but my rules in the chat are biased as hell. My rules leans towards the lineage. You dig? So I want you to click the link and tell me about this ethnogenesis problem you got. Again, you should actually go Google it first, because I'm going to question you on what you think it means. And I don't believe you know what it means. And you'll never question me. Nobody will. You're scared. Okay? Come question me on what I be saying. All right? Every time I talk to folks, nobody ever asks me questions. Like, I noticed that pattern. Like, damn, like they are afraid of me. They got no questions for me. I got all the questions for them. They got zero for me. I be having real debates for 3 hours and I don't get asked one question. I'm like, damn, yo. Y'all really think I know everything? You won't ask me. Yo, I had debates 3-4 hours and they never asked me one question. Several debates. 2-3 hours long and longer. Pause. And nobody asked me a question. Because low key, they think I know the answer. You did. Yo, listen, man. I ain't got all the views, but the respect is on another level. I got more respect than these guys with all the views. I guarantee that. I guarantee that. And like I said, I'm a real guy in my city, and in my city, I'm him. So fuck YouTube and social media. In real life, I'm him. I'm the guy. Okay? I'm the guy in real life. Let's do a real life challenge where people got to show people from their hood and go to their projects. And, you know, in my city, I can go to all the worst neighborhoods and chill out and I'm good. And they're going to talk to me. They're going to be like, yo, what's going on? They're going to talk to me because I'm a real activist. I was never in a gang, and I ain't judging. You ain't on trial, but I'm just saying I never conformed to a gang. I never joined a sorority, none of that shit. I joined activist organizations, starting with the Nation of Islam first. And people mad because you can't say that for yourself. You don't have no long receipts. You're new. You were invented yesterday. I'm a threat to these folks because they can't measure up. And like I said, anywhere in society, people going to do a background check on you, except FBA culture. We don't do background check. We just, whoever we like, because of fancy words and fancy look, fancy clothes, that's good enough. Sign me up. And that's why we're easily infiltrated. Because you guys got no real respectable vetting system. You go to somebody's channel, you click oldest video, and the oldest video is 9 months ago. You like, what? So what were you doing before 9 months ago? You dig? Like your FBA and ADOS is like over 10 years. So what were you doing all that time? But These folks can cosplay, possibly agents, sound good, and they get thousands of viewers. It don't matter if Tariq stamp you, because I heard Tariq shout out some channels. Well, he the same guy who stamped at Professor Smalls, 19Zs, and Dr. Maya, all ops. So Tariq sometimes is gullible too. Right? He could stamp the wrong people. He stamped 19Zs, he stamped Dr. Maya, and he stamped Professor Smalls, and all of them turned their back on him. Every last one of them. So he's not a good judgment of character, who's real and who's not. He's not. Like, he surrounds himself around Pan-Africans, his ops. That's like unheard of. I don't do that. You dig? I'm FBA unapologetically. I'm not hiding it. And whoever's around me, if you're of the lineage, then you got to be FBA too, or I'm good. You dig? Like, you got to acknowledge your lineage, which is Foundation Black American. If you can't do that, if you promote some African booty scratching stuff, I'm good with you. I look at you as a potential agent, informant. Hope that makes sense. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I like. There's not too many people like me, man. I'm straight up real. Like, even like, I love George Macon, I love V4, but if I think they're like, because I felt like they was giving too much credence to Pan-Africanism. Oh, they got excuses. They were given, videos to watch. They were programmed. I let them say all of that. I patiently waited my turn. I said, I don't believe none of them are programmed. Straight up. I respect what y'all think, but I disagree. I think nobody on earth is programmed. I think people make decisions because they make decisions. Okay, I'm 100% for accountability. I don't give nobody no goddamn excuses. I don't give myself an excuse. You dig? No excuses. 100% accountability. Ain't no video watching. Ain't no music listening to. None of that. No programming. No white T man. Stay away from Akata. Stop lying. Okay, where was the white T man when you sold us? Where was the videos you watched before you sold us? Where was the programming before you sold us? So exactly, it did not exist, and it only exists now. This is something you feel like you need to do. It's in you to like cosplay and go against the lineage. Not believing that goddamn hold on. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. You feel me? Exactly. FBA DOS, Foundational Black American Descendant Slaves. That's a perfect term. You dig? Foundation Black American Descendant Slaves, Freedmen. Fuck, let's make it long. Yeah. Freedmen. Foundational Black American Descendant Slaves, Freedmen. Let's make it long. It's our name, and we can do what we want with it. We can make it as long as possible. There's some names out there as long as crack. So we won't have the only long name. You dig? So with that being said, family, yeah, I didn't click on Harriet Tubman because we got the call-ins. And I think the call-ins are more educational and more entertaining than me just giving a presentation. So I'm definitely going to, because my son is down south. He's coming back Wednesday sometime, and I won't have time to like do that. So I'm probably most likely, once this sun drops, right? I don't like this. The sun's supposed to drop around like 7 o'clock or 7:30. So at 7:30, I'm probably gonna be back live. And I promise you, if I am live, I'm gonna focus on Harriet Tubman, Dane, Calloway, and a bunch of abos say she never exists. I'm going to cook and rip that apart. All right? cook, and I'm gonna show how the receipts they use are remedial. So not only is it a false claim, it's a remedial claim. This is something a 7-year-old might do, but no high schooler, no college graduate or grown adults ever be convinced that the arguments Dan Calloway had. Like Dan Calloway is, I'm sorry, I know you follow him, he's your leader, but he's remedial. He said FBA was an abbreviation. Like, dude, you know what an acronym is? Like, yo, Dan Calloway, you don't know the difference between an acronym and abbreviation? And he said that with his chest out. FBA is abbreviation. I'm like, up, that statement alone, family, I know he's not on my level at all. Zero. That's why he debates nobody. He just talk trash online by himself. You dig? He don't debate nobody. Somebody like myself, I do live call-ins. That means you get to be well researched, well Googled, well ChatGPT, and challenge me. And as you can see, Revenue tries a lot. Revenue comes over here and tries a lot to gotcha me, and it doesn't really work out well for him. You dig? Nobody can gotcha me. I'm too well studied. But I do play possum because nobody gonna call in. Everybody know on you. I know the message on YouTube is clear. Like nobody really calls in on YouTube to challenge me. Most of my challenges come from TikTok. The memo on YouTube is plain. I'm just hoping that it don't go out plain on TikTok. So as you can see, TikTok, they tried me. They tried me. They get cooked. They tried me. But YouTube, the message is clear. Unbiased is that dude. Don't call in. And they don't. You dig? I want to debate. I want to get into the action. Call in. But call in or keep on walking. We ain't talking to you anymore, Tethers. You can just go. Okay? You can just go. Yeah, we dig it, Donnie. Yeah. So Wayne, like some people do not leave their platform. Marquette is one of them. Yeah, these so-called fake debaters, they don't leave their platform. They stay home where they can try to dictate how it goes, mute you, all this goofy. Answer my question. Answer my question. It's like, can I make my own argument before I ask you a question? No, answer my question. Then you answer it, he goes longer. Like, wait a minute, you said if I answer, I can go. I answered why I'm not going. Yeah, all those folks are weirdos and they're afraid to really look. Listen, y'all gotta know one thing about me. One thing about me is that I'm confident on another level. I really believe nobody can defeat me. Nobody can defeat me in a debate. Because I believe like that, I'm looking for challenges all over. And I know for a fact these other YouTube platforms, FBA Space, don't do that. They talk a good one, but they will not debate people who believe differently. I really believe there's nobody on earth who can cook me on FBA topics, and I leave myself vulnerable. Hey man, let's go. Call in, click the link, invite yourself up on TikTok, whatever. I don't stage nothing. Everything's live. You know why? Because I really believe nobody can beat me. So, but I'm saying other FBA spaces, they don't believe that because they got more viewers than me, and if they could get those guys who I'm chasing, they can go get them because they got the views, but they won't. They won't. And they'll talk about them, but hey, dude, you got enough views where you can actually go talk to them. They ain't gonna do it. I wish I did have 4K live watching me, 3.4, 2 point live viewers. Man, I'll arrange something with Roland Martin so fast. You dig? All right, family. I'm out of here. I might go. I'm trying to go live later to cook on Harry Tubman. That rhetoric, that lie. We out. Peace. Support me. $unbiased Ron. And thanks. I seen some support. Appreciate you guys. I did send cash apps. I appreciate you.